Reduction. Pollutions have become one of the principal concerns of our time. According to the World Health Organization, WHO, millions of people die prematurely every year as a result of air pollutions. Never have so many chemical products, the safety of which generate widespread uncertainty, been in circulation. Chemical contamination is a feature of the entire planet. The use of fertilizers and pesticides has impoverished agricultural lands. In 1997, the seventh continent of plastic was discovered. Non-degradable microwastes continue to accumulate in the Earth's oceans and seas. However, in response to these serious problems, international mobilization remains limited. Is today's world more polluted than it was in the 19th century? Is diesel more toxic than gasoline? Can we continue to safely bathe in rivers? Are fish still fit for consumption? The promise of increasing wealth and life expectancy provides reassurance that learning to live with contaminations means that these and so many other similar questions often go unasked and unanswered. We are often not aware of pollution's presence or effects. Its most dangerous forms cannot always be seen or smelled. Even those who are lucky enough or rich enough not to live near an oil refinery or downstream from a metallurgical factory or near a battery recycling plant will still, over the course of a day, come into contact with several sources of pollution. Whether they breathe in fine particles from diesel, perhaps work in an office insulated with asbestos, handle plastics, eat tuna containing mercury or an apple dosed with pesticides, wear deodorant or makeup, work in close proximity to Wi-Fi, or make several calls on their cell phones, human bodies have become unwitting consumers of contaminations. Private spaces are no less polluted. Indoor air quality, saturated with the polyphenol compounds found in furniture, is typically even poorer than outdoor air quality. And more stuff, the generation of new goods has witnessed a concomitant and cataclysmic rise in waste. Recyclable and non-recyclable wastes all need to be industrially treated. Amid ubiquitous contaminants produced by waste, modern society further suffers an almost debilitating apathy or indifference or lacks an individual sense that one might have done one's part by not printing those notes from the 11 a.m. meeting, or separating recyclables from waste, or maybe even eating organic food. Figure 0.1. The Human Cost of Ambient Air Pollutions, 2005 and 2010. Source: OECD, The Cost of Air Pollution, Health Impacts of Road Transport, 48. According to the WHO, air pollution is the cause of several million premature deaths each year, making it the main environmental risk to people's health. It mainly affects low-income countries. Two-thirds of these deaths occur in Southeast Asia. In France, fine particle pollution is said to be responsible for 48,000 premature deaths each year. The fragmentation of knowledge conducive to denial, the deep functioning inequality of the global economic system, as well as the inadequacies of regulatory policies, explains the paradox that connects the sense of a clean environment in our Western societies with the permanent and ubiquitous existence of modern pollution. To cope with this, public policies, local, national, and international, are modeled on a managerial logic whose administrative rationale is grounded in neoclassical analysis. It believes that only the market can guarantee optimal use of resources and best manage nuisances through fair price fixing. In this context, all pollutions are assimilated into a negative externality, which is to be minimized and rendered acceptable by rational calculation costs that should lead to an optimal pollution level. Confidence in technical progress is the corollary to this way of understanding the problem, and it continues to shape how we see pollution. Economic growth and innovations remain the only apparent remedies for the threats that weigh so heavily on the biosphere. For a long time, pollutions were considered a minor problem, almost a taboo issue, in fact, but they have become a critical subject, receiving extensive attention from numerous fields of expertise throughout the physical and social sciences. Apart from pollution experts, the phenomenon has been taken up and studied by chemists, ecologists, and toxicologists, and more recently by increasing numbers of historians, sociologists, philosophers, and anthropologists. But this expansion of expertise is double-edged. While it provides a significant amount of data, to the point where we cannot fail to find information about the environmental state of the world, it is also making it more and more difficult to see the whole picture, particularly from a historical point of view. There is some consensus that the nature and extent of pollutions remained relatively limited until the advent of industrial civilization. Industrialization and its mechanisms created the contemporary pollution crisis. As pollutions continued to expand and evolve along complex pathways, they have saturated the world and our perception of it. Nuisances and pollutions, language mutations. Pollution is a fluid and elusive subject. its meaning has changed over the course of time and effective categorization has been slow to emerge. Today, legal experts still stumble to determine and establish its role or place in numerous controversies. Indeed, there remains no universal or fixed understanding of pollutions or their limits. Of course, pollutions might be generally defined as the degradation of an environment following the introduction of unwanted substances that cause adverse change, of varying degrees, to the ecosystem. But even this definition did not exist before the end of the 19th century. Older societies favored notions of nuisance, corruption, or insalubrity, which can take on quite different meanings. Indeed, prior to the 19th century, pollution was typically treated in a religious or moral context. Etymologically, the term derives from the Latin pollutio and polluere, which figuratively denote desecration and to defile. In the religious sense, they express elements of profanity. Further, 17th and 18th century dictionaries define pollution as the desecration of a temple, or as the soil left on one's body after shameless touching. Although pollution's religious connotations declined in the 17th century, its contemporary meaning, as the alteration of natural environments by human action, took 2 centuries to evolve and gain acceptance. After a long period of limited initial use, the term pollution reached its peak in the 1970s, which coincided with the widespread feeling that the planet was suffering from an environmental crisis. This modern usage of the word first spread throughout the United Kingdom in the early 1800s. In 1804, for example, the pollution of the stream from tanneries was explicitly mentioned in a trial in Scotland. It would appear that pollution was first used in court in the United States in 1832 to describe the condition of waterways. Between 1850 and 1860, river contamination could no longer be ignored, and the Royal Commission on River Pollution was created in Great Britain to study the problem's magnitude. The term spread as a result of myriad similar inquests throughout the European continent and the United States. In North America, river pollution was used more widely in the last quarter of the 19th century. As a method of describing air contaminants, the smoke problem was not uncommon. The contemporary meaning of the French word pollution and the Spanish word pollución appeared later, around 1860, in translations of British scientific works about the pollution of London's waterways by sewers. Later, references increased in number in scientific and industrial periodicals. In 1874, the journal Officiel used the term in relation to waters sullied by waste. In 1883, an article in The Lancet was translated under the title, Pollution de la Tamise par la vidange, and in 1889 the International Congress of Hygiene and Demography published a report on the pollution des résidus industriels. The French-language dictionary, Littré, confirmed the existence of the word in 1880 and defined pollution as the action of defiling through garbage. In the 1890s, the Pollution and Water Association was well known in sanitation engineering circles. But it was especially after 1900 that the term was also adopted to describe air contaminations. In addition, depending on the language in question, more emphasis was put either on pollution's risks to health, as with the German term Verschmutzung, or on the aesthetic dimension of the phenomenon. In the first half of the 20th century, pollution was a term used principally in scientific publications. After 1945 it began to be used in a wide variety of contexts to designate phenomena that were ever broader and more diverse. Similarly, the French verb polluer, which only foreshadowed its modern meaning at the end of the 19th century, 1895, was used to translate the English term to pollute around the middle of the 20th century, before it was more abundantly employed in the 1970s. In France, the Association pour la prévention de la pollution atmosphérique, APA, was established in 1958. It published a journal called Pollution Atmosphérique, Climate, Santé, Société, Air Pollution, Climate, Health, Society, intended for professionals in the sector, doctors, urban planners, and environmentalists. Pollution became so commonplace that Guy Debord was able to assert in the opening lines of his book, A Sick Planet, 1971, that pollution is in fashion today, exactly in the same way as revolution. It dominates the whole life of society, and it is represented in illusory form in the spectacle. It is the subject of mind-numbing chatter in a plethora of erroneous and mystifying writings and speech, yet it really does have everyone by the throat. If pollution can be defined as the degradation of an environment by the introduction of substances, the fruit of some technical act, it also entails the study of larger historical processes and tendencies, such as production systems and their transformation. To understand the emergence of the contemporary idea of pollution is to observe that it progressively distinguished itself from the legal category of nuisance over the course of the 19th century. Two developments marked this separation. First, this was a period during which industrialization sank its claws into society. Second, the physical and biochemical sciences made it possible to measure pollutants. While it is sometimes difficult to distinguish nuisance from pollution, especially given the uncertainty surrounding pollution's reach and impact, nuisance can be characterized by law and social processes, while pollution depends more on scientific judgment, which can often be controversial. In continental Roman law and Anglo-Saxon common law, European nuisances were registered in a litigation system between private individuals and well-identified communities. Biochemical criteria, which tend to muddy liability, made nuisance law inoperative and allowed technology to dominate. Moving between the two terms also reflected the change in scale that has occurred over the last 300 years. Writing the history of pollutions. There are many ways to think about pollutions. As a benchmark of technological deficiencies requiring improvement, a fundamental byproduct of all productive activity, an essentially chemical issue requiring further understanding of the molecular makeup of the world, or, more profoundly, as a critical intersection at the crossroads of political, economic, social, and scientific issues, locally and globally. Pollutions insidiously impact everyday life. Their invisibility and dilution render them controversial and subject to denial, fueled by merchants of doubt, who interfere with and manipulate scientific data and public discourse. Pollutions are legion and various. Widespread or accidental, pre-existing or unforeseen, they are rarely adequately understood. Their place in modern history is amplified or underestimated by scandal, pressure groups, expert discussions, ecologists' actions, and ambitious politicians and corporations. Their magnitude and complexity, much like their cause and effect, are difficult and controversial topics to encompass. That is undoubtedly why no single work has attempted to present a historic panorama of pollutions in order to provide a greater understanding of their workings. Such a study would need to discern what is at stake and follow the global spread of pollutions in time and space, and all the necessary preconditions for responding and reacting to them. Between paralyzing catastrophism and reassuring explanations, it is difficult to know how to consider pollutions, when each expert and specialist imposes her or his own vision of the subject. Over the last few decades, environmental history has become a well-established subject, initially in the United States, then gradually on a global scale. As a field, it has helped give a new and heretofore overlooked perspective on pollutions. Histories of contamination have been central in the emergence and development of the field since its inception in the 1970s. By and large, these histories of industrial trespasses into the environment have constituted a tragic environmental history, effectively an accounting of the damage caused to natural environments by human activities. Subsequently, this history gave way to other approaches that focused more on exchanges and interactions between humans and nature, relegating pollutions to the background as subsidiary to larger systems of organization. In France, very few works have explored the history of pollutions, and those that have do not examine the dynamics of industrial pollution in any depth, at best considering it a partial aspect of greater environmental transformations. Over the last decade, however, many new monographs have markedly expanded the historical understanding of pollutions. They have permitted a more focused exploration of the subject's depths, complexities, and chronologies, and topics requiring still further consideration. But this literature is generally not very accessible, and tends to concentrate on specific industries, regions, or countries, thus offering something of a scattered or incomplete overview. While this book relies heavily on these studies, it attempts a global synthesis by linking the traditions of social and economic history, the history of law and the state, and the histories of science and technology, with new directions in environmental history. While it is evidently not possible to cover everything, an encyclopedia would be needed. This book endeavors to bring together often segmented approaches, illuminating key dynamics at work while pointing out new challenges and issues that need to be explored. By proposing a social and political history of pollution since the beginning of the industrial age, the aim is to present a global, historic vision of what has polluted different environments, air, soil, and water, over a period of 3 centuries. Special attention is paid to relations of social power, which shaped successive pollution cycles, their appearance and disappearance. 2. It takes a special care to map the contours of cultural changes, such as various regulatory strategies designed to deal with pollutions. Temporalities and scales of pollution in the industrial age. This survey of global contaminations focuses on the period between the rise of industrial capitalism in the 18th century and the early 1970s. While pollutions are an historical constant in all productive activity, human society has always engaged in altering the Earth's air, soil, and water. Their reach, scale, and severity reached unprecedented levels with the advent of the industrial age. Indeed, it is important to recall that pollutions predate modern industrialization. Throughout the Middle Ages, blast furnaces spread pollutions across Asia and Europe. Europe experienced a semblance of industrialization as early as the 13th century. But the industrial capitalism that evolved from the 18th century onward was new, and it profoundly altered the nature of pollution, its scale, and how it was broached and understood. As a result, the 20th century suffered from pollution on an even grander scale thanks to industrialization's growing intensity and its array of new contaminants, despite strong efforts to reduce and displace nuisances. Concluding this work in the early 1970s rather than bringing it up to the present is a deliberate choice. With globalization and the development of political ecology, the transformation of the monetary system, the end of colonial wars, the swing in environmental sanctions, the emergence of the risk society, and, above all, the geographic and neoliberal redistribution of the production system, the period after 1970 deserves a volume of its own to do it justice. Moreover, the contemporary period has introduced unprecedented configurations from which historical analysis might need greater distance in order to sound its depths effectively, beyond sketching broad outlines for inquiry and improvement. The epilogue of this book is devoted precisely to making those first, tentative steps into some analysis of pollutions in the contemporary world. Thus, this book's chronology follows industrialization from its earliest beginnings through to the 1970s. Its narrative, which spans 300 years, is neither homogeneous nor strictly linear. The history of pollutions cannot be reduced to a simple account of the continual, concomitant increase in the number of nuisances that took place in step with industrialization. Nor is it the simple story of a problem that could be controlled by continued technical progress and better regulatory processes. Far from being a monolithic issue, pollutions form part of the successive cycles that accompany changes in modes of production and goods being produced. They are also intrinsically linked to social actions and reactions. While a more holistic reading of pollutions accepts that they exist on a global level, local examples have always been in flux, on occasion disappearing entirely but often reappearing in another form. This idea of novelty is therefore important. Whatever the period, the distinction must be made between places into which industry was introduced, thus provoking strong reactions, and environments that were constructed by and for industry, where a sense of acceptance and resignation tended to rule. The relocation and containment of pollutions effectively follows strategies for the social distribution of risk. One of the few incontrovertible historical laws is that pollutions will always do the most harm to the poorest people, the poorest neighborhoods, working-class cities, and countries in the southern hemisphere. Throughout the history of pollution, it is the logic of domination and exclusion, of hierarchy and inequality, that needs to be thoroughly interrogated. In this regard, it would seem unusual then to focus exclusively only on what occurs inside an industrial plant, or outside it. Rather, it is the interaction between activities on both sides of those walls that is most deserving of attention. If medical, environmental, and legal literature tended to distinguish the toxic effects of industrial production inside and outside of the factory, this distinction obscured the reality of the problem. It artificially separated those impacted by contaminations to their air, soil, and water from those responsible for those nuisances. Further, that separation established combative strategies to confine pollutions to the private sphere, within the factory and among its workers, who contracted with their employer for work. Again, if there is a recurring theme, it is that of pollutions affecting the workers above all else, poisoned before their neighbors by air saturated with dust and fumes. As with most concerns in environmental history, pollutions lend themselves poorly to a national framework or lens. The Earth's water and carbon cycles are, in essence, global phenomena. Polluting substances circulate across borders despite the efforts of states to regulate the phenomenon. This book's approach means to stress this historical reality, even if Europe and North America, home to the world's most severe production of pollutants prior to the 1970s, occupy the lion's share of its analysis. The history of pollution since the 18th century is one of successive changes in scale. Broadly speaking, this book traces the passage from dispersed and small-scale industry, situated on a single site, to the large industrial complexes and massive proliferation of pollution sources that typify the contemporary pollutions regime. The globalization of the economy, which prompted a radical reorganization of the production system, plays a decisive role in the study of pollution. An examination of legal developments, for example, one indicator amongst many of this larger evolution, shows that local regulations dominated until the beginning of the 19th century, when national legislation combined with local regulation became more common. Transnational approaches to controlling pollutions became preponderant after the Second World War. However, the globalization of contamination, which acknowledges the processes through which a wide-scale increase in toxic substances spreads pollutions to every corner of the planet, should not mask pollution's local dimensions, which do not manifest themselves in the same way everywhere or disperse evenly across the landscape. Pollutions are invariably most intense near their sources of emission. To wit, before being diluted in larger spaces, automobile pollution mainly affects highly trafficked conurbations. The front line of factory emissions is the neighborhoods or river basins immediately downstream. In the Anthropocene, or rather of the Capitalocene, the physical impacts of which are gradually being felt across the entire globe, industrial pollutions now affect every part of the planet. More than simply regrettable, indirect effects of certain forms of production and consumption, pollutions have become a decisive element in the functioning of the capitalist world system. To follow these pollutions' historical trajectory is therefore also to think about the conflicts and organization of powers in the industrial age, social power relations, while reconstructing the dynamics that shaped modernity. The pre-industrial history of pollutions begins with small, widely dispersed, and localized forms of pollution, which intensified with increased production and the liberalization of environmental regulation at the end of the 18th century. After 1830, industry became more and more the condition of progress, a new fetish that helped to naturalize industrial nuisances as beneficial and inevitable phenomena, despite repeated complaints and protests. The 20th century, which began with the emergence of total war, inaugurated a period of particularly disproportionate means and methods of pollution. The recently concluded century witnessed increased and redistributed contaminations according to a logic still prevalent today. The mechanism of the polluter's paradise, championed by the era of market globalization, ensures that the most polluting products tend to leave countries with strong environmental regulations for poorer countries or countries with more lax controls, which typically amount to the same thing. The aim of this synthesis study is to examine whether there are social regimes of industrial pollution, to understand their political sources and dimensions, their economic and social dynamics, and to identify their constants while putting them in context in order to best articulate the main points of inflection and rupture. The premise of this work is not only a question of offering a synthesis or bird's-eye view of the planet's ecological state and the historical development of pollutions, but also of proposing a political interpretation for the future of the industrial world through the study of the emanations and residues that encumber it in ever greater measure. The industrialization and liberalization of environments, 1700 to 1830. From the Renaissance to the end of the Enlightenment, the human population grew from 500 million to 900 million people, a demographic growth that was accompanied by large-scale commercial growth driven by European explorations in America and Asia. This fiscal transformation marked the origin of a new, world economy. The effects of this first globalization, driven by European monarchies in search of wealth and imperial conquest, were manifold. If the American continent was subjugated, Asia, on the other hand, was only affected by reduced contact. In this connected world, increase in trade went hand in hand with the intensification of artisanal and industrial production. Much of this work remained rural, but similarities existed on a global scale. In the 18th century, the great divergence between Europe and the rest of the world was just beginning, but the same types of pollution were found everywhere in the world. Transformation accelerated especially around the 1800s. Trade and industry put mounting pressure on the environment. Their interests contributed to the liberalization of old regulations. In the middle of the 18th century, more than 80% of the global human population were peasants, even though urban numbers increased in some regions, particularly in northwestern Europe and some coastal areas of China and Japan. The great agrarian empires, such as Qing China, Mughal India, Tokugawa Japan, and the Russian, Ottoman, and Habsburg empires, fostered concentrations in population. Whether they were devoted to rice growing or producing cereals or livestock on an increasing scale, peasant populations shared common experiences despite the profound heterogeneity of their social and ecological structures. But the early modern period also witnessed the acceleration of the great domestication of nature. Under the effect of the rationalization of certain agrarian exploitations, territories were remodeled in favor of a production more and more controlled by the nation-state and the scientific and administrative knowledge they wielded. After 1700, from the Indonesian islands to Scandinavia, from Siberia to the vast plains of North America, nomadic and traditional populations competed with peasant farmers and sedentary pioneers. In many parts of the world, grasslands and steppes were tilled, forests cleared, marshes drained. These environmental changes profoundly altered the relationships people had with their environment. Throughout the early modern period, this rural world engaged in a series of essential, proto-industrial craft activities that polluted their immediate surroundings. Historians of the early modern period generally favor a vision of these agrarian societies as generally being incapable of overcoming the Malthusian limits imposed by the biological constraints of the ecosystems in which they lived. The subsequent emergence of the Industrial Revolution completely rejected natural limits to human, economic, and productive growth. Industrialization is regarded as the Rubicon of human development. In other words, historians of the pre-industrial period try to understand what possibilities natural environments offered its inhabitants and how that symbiotic relationship evolved, from the point of view of progress, of material civilization and of valuing environments rather than insisting on their transformation. But by ignoring the environmental impact of even these more modest, proto-industrial production sites, such a narrative prevents us from grasping how the most traditional artisans and many new sectors changed the metabolism of societies, and how the relationship of societies to their environment began their transformation. Two things. Pollutions were common on the landscape prior to industrialization, and the logic of industrial production was a necessary condition for its realization. Indeed, an industrious revolution gradually influenced and changed the pre-industrial world. The exchange and transportation of materials increased. A growing intensification of work occurred on all four continents. Urbanization and consumption, the growth of trade and finance, and the increasing intervention of the state all anticipated a world in the process of industrializing, in varied rhythms, where several parallel worlds coexisted on a global scale. All these changes were accompanied by an increase in emissions of pollutants and a deep rethinking of what it meant to be clean or dirty, healthy or unhealthy. Before 1830 and the industrial epoch that was consolidated by the railway, societies were already very concerned about industry's deleterious effects. They set up coercive devices against the discharges and fumes they considered toxic. The fight against dirty and unhealthy introductions into their environments was a constant preoccupation that outweighed economic and industrial growth in a manner that has still not received careful historical consideration. Chapter 1. The dynamics of capitalism, however, carved out new spaces and practices for production and demanded a new appreciation of growth and progress. In so doing, it insisted on dismissing questions of environmental change and risks to health. In the early phases of industrial capitalism, these pockets of pollution were still limited or punctuated across the landscape, around mines or certain cities mainly. But the spread of contamination on larger scales was already underway. Chapter 2. Around 1800, a new pollution regime was born in Europe, particularly in the United Kingdom and France, thanks to the rise of liberalism and increased confidence in the emancipatory virtues of industry. Pollution subsequently became the inevitable side effect of industrialization, which was universally perceived as beneficial. Chapter 3. 1. Sketches, an ancien regime of pollution. What would a pre-industrial history of pollution look like? In the predominantly rural and agrarian worlds of the early modern period, how would that narrative unfold, and how might we understand the relationship between pollution and the governing powers that fostered and tried to control it? The tanning industry seems as good a case study as any for sketching the contours of a response to those questions. The production of leather was present on all continents, everywhere animals were slaughtered for meat, and it was universally disparaged for creating noxious odors and corrupting waters. Leather served many purposes: as clothing, in military equipment, for tools and harnesses, as furniture, and so forth. It was a key product of the pre-industrial world, and tanners enjoyed honorable status in the hierarchy of métiers. In rural spaces, tanning was a side venture among more affluent farmers and landowners. These tanneries were small-scale ventures that used just one or two cisterns for the tanning process. In comparison, urban tanneries employed multiple artisans and collaborated on grander leatherworks, and their access to consumers often extended well beyond the city walls. More expensive and rarer leathers reached more diverse, international markets. In both cases, tanning depended upon the supply and demand of local economies. In order to transmogrify animal skin into rock-resistant leather, skins were steeped in tanks filled with water and tan bark, boiled and ground, for more than a year. Even with processes involving minerals instead of bark, tanning required animals, water, and forests. The use and treatment of organic materials was central to early industry. Despite diverse and evolving methods, tanning remained an art that changed little before the technical transformations and chemical advances of the 1820s. Whatever the product's quality, the transition from animal hide to leather created forms of pollution that raised questions about the panoply of technical processes, their coexistence with other activities, changes in the physical environment, and new understandings of health and medicine. Pollution encountered public responses designed to preserve public health and clean water. The reactions served as the foundation for regulatory control. As local communities became concerned about the health hazards associated with tanning effluent in their environments, tanneries were pushed to more remote settings. Figure 1.1. The tanners from L'Encyclopédie, 1751-1772. The representations in L'Encyclopédie were inspired by Parisian installations. The image here was probably inspired by a tannery found on the Beavre River. In order to make their leather, tanners situated their factories at the edge of small rivers, where they could wash their skins and capture the water for their maceration basins. Due to water pollution, they were located downstream of residential areas. Leather production demonstrates the ubiquity, continuity, and persistence of environmental nuisance dating back to the Middle Ages, even if the scale of pollutions resulting from multiple artisanal and industrial processes remained modest. An examination of such chronic pollution suggests a pre-industrial world that was both diverse and dynamic. Before studying the vectors of change that triggered a new relationship with pollution beginning at the end of the 18th century, an examination of what historian Fernand Braudel called the structures of everyday life exposes the density and diversity of the problems posed by the production regimes of the early modern period. A few key elements become clear. First, a large proportion of the early pollutants originated in rural environments, which hosted the bulk of pre-industrial production. As centers of population and consumption, cities attracted artisans while at the same time imposing stricter regulations on nuisances derived from their crafts. The challenges associated with separating domestic and artisanal spaces and the endless search for sinks into which byproducts of craft could be dumped instigated new medical ideas about insalubrity as it related to air, soil, and water. Moreover, fears of dirty and unwholesome living spaces inspired a series of strict and structured nuisance laws, which indicate a long-standing tradition of environmental governance and control before the French Revolution. Everyday impurities. In the early modern period, the concept of pollution was rooted in religious cosmology and its ideas about purity and impurity. This dichotomy had a long-standing influence on how pre-modern societies imposed order by stigmatizing dirt vectors. In Asia, Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, Shintoism, and Hinduism were wary of contaminants. Everything that degraded the environment was considered impure. Humans were to live in harmony with nature and preserve nature's ecological integrity. Similarly, in Islam, pollution was a moral aberration and a sin. In the Western world, sin and pollution merged around carnal activities deemed immoral. Sexual fluids such as menstrual blood and non-procreating ejaculate were included in both concepts. All over the world, pollution had a moral value before it had an ecological one. In pollution was the profane. It is hardly surprising, then, that inferior classes and social outcasts were tasked with cleaning and waste collection. In Japanese cities, the hinin, which translates literally as non-human, but implied banished or exiled, were the waste collectors. In China, a class of subaltern sweepers was responsible for cleaning neighborhoods. And in India, castes were bound to their proximity to dirt, waste, and pollution. The untouchables, symbolically associated with death, were the cleaners of society's detritus. In Europe, ragpickers fulfilled a similar task and inhabited a comparable social status. They were dangerous, ostracized, shunned. The fear of pollution was not only a device for articulating social hierarchies. It was also rooted in the biological survival mechanisms of populations. Potential carriers of disease, corpses, the sick, the poor, were considered dangerous and inspired an instinctive repulsion. The lone antidote to pollution and the fears it provoked was pure and clean water, which explains the continual mistrust around stagnant waters, in particular, wells, as being dirty, corrupted, and unhealthy. Confronted daily by bad odors, many urban populations found access to clean water difficult. the idea of contamination gradually doubled as a moral connotation of impurity. Around 1750 it was still difficult to distinguish between domestic and industrial or artisanal contaminants. On the one hand, this lack of distinction stemmed from the low intensity of pollutants coming from both sources. On the other hand, in the early modern period, domestic and industrial spheres collided in ways that made it difficult to separate the one from the other. Only a more recent understanding of technical systems and production procedures has allowed for the pinpointing of primary causes and sources of production-oriented pollution. In these essentially agrarian worlds, rural running waters bore the brunt of these pollutants. With hydraulic energy as the basis for developments linking technique, production, and environment, the watermill appeared all over the countryside from the time of the hydraulic revolution in the Middle Ages. In addition to grinding wheat in the flour mill, water power was harnessed for crushing ores, and for grinding tanning barks, paper, and oil. It also fueled trip hammers, textile looms, millstones for sharpening blades, bellows for forges, and other mechanical saws. The mill's power output became a sort of standard of energy measurement in the pre-industrial world. In Europe, there were roughly 500,000 mills by the 18th century. Asia was equally dependent on hydraulic energy production. Most rivers were converted, diverted, channeled, or constrained. Inasmuch as hydraulic energy was renewable and non-polluting, water power enabled new operations and modes of production that generated wastes downstream. The textile industry was a particular catalyst of sullied water systems. Amongst common textiles in the early modern period, and typically in rural environments, degreasing wool required considerable quantities of ash, lye, and other plant byproducts. Their burned wastes were typically dumped into the environment after use. One less environmentally damaging but very common practice consisted of using fermented urine in boilers. Oil for greasing and soap, or urine, for cleaning constituted the gamut of materials removed from manufacturing spaces, which then became pollutants in the environment. Such contaminants posed minor hazards, to be sure, but their quantity warrants attention. The geographically diverse nature of wool manufacturing, all before the advent of the dyeing industry, which consolidated industry near and within the walls of emerging cities, disseminated small-scale pollutions across rural Europe. In certain textile centers, such as Reims or Abbeville, urine was systematically collected and used in treating wool fibers. Other less common textiles were no less environmentally intrusive. For example, silk, in which China possessed a quasi-monopoly before the 13th century, and which became a worldwide expression of luxury fashion in the early modern period, was produced on rural silkworm farms. Silk manufacturing also emerged in India, Japan, and in the Mediterranean basin, especially in Italy and the south of France. Silkworm farms require access to mulberry leaves, the primary food source for silkworms. The high concentration of silkworms emitted unpleasant odors, notably from the fermentation of their excrement. By the end of the 18th century, silkworm farms in rural regions had become a focus of public health concerns. Separating flax and hemp fibers was an even more common source of water contamination in rural settings. Water retting demanded underwater maceration over the course of several days, which resulted in the eutrophication of rivers and ponds. The fermentation process released putrid odors, while the impoverished oxygen content of the water systems affected surrounding flora and fauna. Locally, such fiber making tended to be a modest endeavor, but it was omnipresent across Europe. In Russia, the largest global exporter in the 18th century, Ireland, France, and the Baltic countries. Flax and hemp were also popular materials in the Americas and in Asia. Along with wool, before cotton's ascent to dominant textile, they were the most common textile fibers in the world. Throughout flax and hemp producing regions, most farms had their water retting pits. Their environmental impact was similarly ubiquitous. The amount of pollution flax and hemp manufacturing produced intensified during the Enlightenment, especially as hemp production increased in relation to its naval applications in sails and ropes. Hemp's important contribution to the rapidly increasing naval production during this period marked its apogee as a critically important resource. Other plant fibers were recruited for ropes and military garments, notably broom, which was commonly retted in Languedoc and southern Italy. If it is quantitatively difficult to compare broom's environmental impact with hemp's, it might suffice to note that any such retting polluted water systems and provoked numerous environmental conflicts. Maceration was also a feature of the papermaking industry. Inasmuch as its raw materials constituted a form of recycling for used cellulose textiles, papermaking was another downstream polluter whose softening and pressing practices produced considerable waste. Paper was a Chinese innovation. It spread rapidly during the Renaissance after the invention of the printing press and the concomitant popularity and spread of books. In every European city, ragmen collected spent textiles to supply pulp as raw material for rural paper manufactories. Rotting, degreasing, and cleaning, fermenting organic materials in methods similar to other pre-industrial maceration practices, gave paper its desired texture and produced a pulp slurry that was disposed of in local waterways. At the height of this process, from the middle of the 15th century to the beginning of the 18th century, the slurry waste had an especially deleterious impact on local rivers. This was exacerbated by the added waste coming from glue-making workshops, which also employed preparation methods derived from using, and then dumping, stagnant water. Many other industries relied on hydraulic equipment. For example, gunpowder factories dotted the length of riversides, using mill power to grind their three base materials, saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal. Another Chinese invention, explosive gunpowder, spread to Europe in the 15th century and remained a pivotal military technology throughout the early modern period. The hazards of explosion meant that production was kept away from population centers. The 15 factories in France, for example, were all situated more than 20 kilometers from big cities. Because storing gunpowder was potentially calamitous, its production waxed and waned in concert with wars, which subsequently shifted the concentration of gunpowder production around Europe. In the 16th century, Venice was the biggest producer, but it was soon matched and exceeded at different times by English, French, Russian, or Swedish production. Taking advantage of its extensive saltpeter resources in the Ganges Valley and in Bengal, India, under the control of European imperial powers, became a primary producer in the 18th century. By 1790, the gunpowder factory at Ichapur in Bengal was one of the biggest manufactories in the world, its 2,000 laborers living in daily fear of detonation. In England, the Royal Gunpowder Factory at Waltham Abbey in North London was one of the biggest industrial complexes in Europe in the 18th century. If the war industry required water for energy and for cleaning and separating ores, it was equally dependent on biomass to burn. This demand constituted the first major source of atmospheric carbon emission from human industry. And where the need for sources of combustible or water energy explained the initial dissemination of metallurgical factories all across rural Europe, industrial concentrations started to emerge. 200 arms factories with 50,000 iron workers were congregated in Brescia under Venetian authority at the end of the 15th century. Similarly, Styria, surrounding Graz, became another military-industrial center. Forges working in conjunction with blast furnaces produced cast iron through a process known in Europe since the end of the Middle Ages, and which spread during the early modern period, first to Styria, and then to the southeast of France and the region surrounding Liege. By the 17th century, bronze cannons, made of a copper and tin alloy, were being produced in blast furnaces in Sweden and in increasing quantities. Between 1500 and 1700, the production capacity of blast furnaces doubled. This necessitated more stringent resource management. Forest ordinances prescribed strict regulations on tree cutting, defining maximum annual cuts surrounding metalworking factories, which demanded ever more wood as fuel. Restrictions were made to control resource extraction. No controls were imposed on the carbon gases entering the atmosphere. In this new rural woodland interface, combustion-dependent factories became increasingly concentrated. Metallurgical plants, foundries, breweries, refineries, glassworks, pottery works, tile factories, brickworks, salt manufactures, and put greater demands on biomass that could be burned and transformed into charcoal. Charcoal pits decomposed the biomass without oxygen, removing its impurities through a process called pyrolysis, but it released acetic acid into the air, along with methane, tarring vapors, and various other gaseous microparticles. The perpetual appetite for charcoal left marks across the landscape. At the beginning of the 17th century, Russian salt manufacturing in the Kama River basin plundered forests to a 300-kilometer radius from its center. Complaints and arbitrations between industries and local users inspired new regulations. After 1724, the famous salt mines at Wieliczka in Poland were barred from burning their waste in light of the devastation to the surrounding forests. While some regions saw woodland clearing stabilize over time, others witnessed precipitous declines in forest resources. Forests covered 50% of Poland in the 15th century. By 1790, that number had plummeted to 25%. In France, a standard blast furnace powering 2 forges would consume 100 hectares, almost 250 acres, of wood. It needed to have 2,000 hectares of wood at its disposal for consistent production, which strained relations with surrounding communities in competition for depleted resources. Drawing on wood from more than 30 kilometers from the factory was prohibitively expensive. In Carinthia, metalworks consumed 220,000 cubic meters of wood in the 16th century. By 1768, 300 blast furnaces had devoured 700,000 cubic meters of wood. Growing demand for the materials of war, firelocks, muskets, rifles, cannons, swords, and other blades, mobilized a rapid increase in iron production. In 1525, 100,000 metric tons of iron were produced across Europe, 180,000 metric tons in 1700, and just over 1 million metric tons in 1800. Urban centers. With the exception of water retting, which was generally not permitted in cities, no manufacturing industry was exclusively rural because most drew their labor force and their markets from urban centers. Cities grew rapidly between 1500 and 1800. London and Paris both grew from 300,000 inhabitants in the 16th century to 800,000 and 600,000, respectively, by the end of the 18th century. Though urban development in the East was generally slower than in Europe, Istanbul had 700,000 inhabitants in the 17th century, and Beijing's population was at least 3 million by the end of the 18th century. In Japan, Osaka saw the most significant growth in population, from 300,000 to 500,000, surpassing Kyoto. But Edo, Tokyo, with more than 1 million inhabitants, had the highest population of any Japanese city by 1800. Given the growing urban concentration, combined with slow and unreliable modes of transportation, it was inevitable that more and more production became situated in urban centers. All cities had to deal with pollution problems. Controlling waste disposal, human and animal excrement, residue from artisanal workshops, to assure water quality was a ubiquitous challenge. In this respect, there is little doubt that cities in Asia were cleaner and healthier than those in Europe. During the Tokugawa period, 1600–1868, in Japan, urban water collection systems and sanitation techniques far exceeded anything comparable in Europe at the time. The collection of waste was more systematic. It was recycled as fertilizer for agriculture and adapted for reuse in myriad urban projects. Better waste management at the source meant that Japanese rivers were hardly contaminated, despite a technically less sophisticated system than in Europe. Consequently, Edo, though much more densely populated than either Paris or London, was far less polluted. This efficiency postponed the need for water closets and sewers until the beginning of the 20th century. Similarly, in Delhi the drainage system for water and waste meant that waterways were not too polluted. Nevertheless, cities in Europe had their ragpickers to collect detritus, or managed depots along certain major public thoroughfares for the collection of reusable waste. In France and the Flemish and Walloon provinces, some cities developed policies for the salvaging and efficient cleaning of waste, a form of recycling before the formal invention of the term. Environmental quality in European cities seemed to deteriorate during the early modern period up until the 1750s. Growing populations and artillery advancement transformed the space in and around them, at least in northern Europe, where medieval city walls defined urban and rural spaces, leading to overflowing neighborhoods. Defense fortifications became more horizontal in nature. A vast no-man's land surrounded cities. Stagnant water pits, leveled earth, and general wastelands abutted the areas where the putrefying industries such as tanneries, dyeing, and saltpeter factories, and textile bleaching were located. These industries manipulated organic matter and shaped the urban economy, creating an environment where putrefaction was frequent, with its odors and waste notably located along urban rivers. To save the Seine, Parisians actively decided to relocate polluting industries to the smaller Beaver River. In Brussels, the Seine fell victim to butchers, tanners, tallow foundries, tripe merchants, brewers and dyeing factories before 1800. Similar professions in London sullied the water of the small Fleet River, which emptied into the Thames. Whether derived from plants or animals, pollution was a constant feature of the organic economy in the majority of cities. Because the typical European diet called for fresh meat, abattoirs and butchers peppered every community in the typical city. Other parts of these butchered animals, tallow, gelatin, horns, hoofs, entrails, bone, hide, hair, were used to produce necessary items such as candles, fuel oil, sausage skin, musical instrument strings, leather, and many more products besides. Such was the organic economy's network that multiple trades developed symbiotic relationships. Located next to the abattoirs, candle makers exploited the rejected inedible tallow. Their labors emitted intolerable stenches and greasy smoke into the air and posed a perpetual fire risk that threatened the entire city. While many such works were small in size, their number constituted an environmental hazard. The center of Paris, for example, counted 50 tallow foundries within the confines of the city limits in the 18th century. Despite efforts by cities like Paris and London to relocate manufacturing facilities outside the city, nuisances from animal-based manufactories remained omnipresent. Plant-based industry was similarly widespread in its negative effects. Beer and flour starch were both produced through fermentation of grains in vats. Its waste was dumped straight into the rivers. If artisanal techniques changed little during the early modern period, the quantities of production increased markedly, which in turn profoundly impacted and influenced major changes in working landscapes. For example, before the end of the 17th century, starch was imported from the Netherlands into France. After 1700, however, Paris was producing its own starch in some 30 factories. While drapers, silk weavers, and papermakers were staples of the rural landscape, they were drawn to cities for their consumer markets and emerging bourgeois classes. Nîmes, capital of French silk making in the 17th and 18th centuries, suffered from its own success, and had to deal with the polluting byproducts of its spinning mills as the industry grew. Tanneries and dyeing factories, the worst offenders for dirty byproducts, became entrenched in cities the world over in the early modern period. Along with other leather workers, Tave and alum tanners, chamois manufacturers, curriers, furriers, and leather shopkeepers, tanners employed a variety of different practices. Plant-based tanning was the most common form in Europe, while mineral-based tanning was more popular in dry regions like the Middle East, or for use with finer skins that were treated with alum. A grease-based tanning technique was dominant in more northerly regions, or where chamois leather was produced. Indigenous populations in North America combined a water treatment with the smoking of skins. Despite this great diversity in tanning methods, one feature common to all was odors and the waste released into nearby waterways, which could also include arsenic, quicklime, verdigris, or iron sulfate. As a result, tanners around the world were frequently clustered outside and downstream of cities. Tanneries were also omnipresent in rural areas. In France at the end of the 18th century, there were 5,000 tanneries in the countryside, with some operating more than one macerating pit. Whether found in Pennsylvania in 1650, Montreal in 1770, or Bordeaux in 1800, their stench was universally condemned. Dyeing factories were often found in close proximity to tanneries. This final step in textile production required a certain expertise and an urban consumer market. Dyeing was equally ubiquitous, though it depended somewhat on fibers that were grown regionally. In France, therefore, silk dyers clustered in and around Lyon, while woolen drapers were found in the north and in Languedoc. Dyeing required copious amounts of water and was an extremely polluting activity, which emitted its effluent into local rivers. To prepare fabrics for dyeing, water was combined with various substances such as diethyl ether, modified turpentine, soap, chalk, lime, and clay. Dyes were subsequently added but often not without the aid of further chemical products, such as mordants, which helped to fix the colors in the dyeing process. Alum was the most commonly used mordant, but during the 18th century more toxic substances, such as metallic oxides and ammonia salts, were also introduced. The production of colorants for dyeing, whether derived from plants or minerals, was a source of pollution in and of itself. The famous Prussian blue tint, produced in Berlin during the 18th century, combined blood, alum, and sulfuric acid in one of the most feared urban crafts of the Enlightenment period. Its red or carmine counterpart was produced in baths of nitric acid and tin combined with ground-up cochineal insects. Another famous shade of scarlet red was created in Paris, at the Gobelins dye works on the edge of the Beavre. But the most spectacular tint, Adrianople or Turkey red, was also the most toxic to produce. It was first made in Greece, Smyrna and Salonika, and Turkey, Edirne, and was composed of lead chromate, lead oxide, and eosin. Not only was it extremely toxic but it was also putrid, with its ingredients comprising rancid fats, oil, urine, lime, alum, excrement, and blood. Advances in chemistry by the end of the 18th century meant that the art of dyeing was becoming ever more refined. Some cities specialized in particular products. Marseille, for example, was famous for its quality soaps and dominated the market in Europe until the end of the 18th century. Mixing fats and lye in boiling vats to make soap emitted strong, odorous smoke along with voluminous residues of carbonate and sulfur from lime, and other byproducts. Sulfur mixed with air produced a sulfurous gas, which could cause the soap waste to spontaneously combust. The soap factories were initially confined to a district on the south bank of the port, relatively distant from Marseille's center, but they were gradually engulfed by an expanding web of urban expansion. On the eve of the French Revolution, 48 factories were producing 20,000 metric tons of soap per year in Marseille. The residues of its manufacture were collected and stored in an outlying district of the city, along the coast, which rapidly prompted warnings from fishermen and naturalists that the industrial discharge was harming maritime wildlife. The preservation of state power fostered its own manufacturing landscapes. Naval building sites, metallurgical factories, and munitions factories appeared in urban and coastal regions, and had significant pollution and resource impacts. For example, 3,100-year-old oak trees were required to build a single ship. In 1669, Jean-Baptiste Colbert's French Forest Code introduced a series of resource laws that facilitated the sustained extraction of lumber to benefit state commerce, military needs, and imperial expansion. The expansion of high-sea navigation gave considerable impetus to the development of the metallurgic trades. By the end of the 17th century there were more than 5,600 cannons on board French ships and 8,000 aboard English vessels. Several factories, often situated beside iron and copper mines, discharged smoke into the urban atmosphere. This was most obvious in Central Europe, near Cologne, Regensburg, Nordlingen, Nuremberg, and Seoul. The dockyards, which combined construction of maritime and military equipment, became major industrial complexes. With 3,000 laborers, the dockyards at Venice were for a long time the archetype. Its foundries and factories dominated and controlled the surrounding hinterland. On occasion, dockyard construction became the impetus for building a city. Beginning in 1703, Peter the Great commissioned and willed into existence the city of St. Petersburg. In spite of its unfavorable siting, built upon scattered islands at the mouth of the Neva River, St. Petersburg was originally designed as a military port. It counted 75,000 inhabitants in 1750, and more than 200,000 by 1789, rapid growth that suggested a radical and unprecedented mobilization of people and transformation of the physical environment. In the subsequent century, the garrison city was a perpetual construction site, defined and buttressed by its seaport on the west and its cannon foundry and munitions factories on the east. Given St. Petersburg's concentration and specialization as a manufacturer of military industries, its concomitant smoke and waste were a prominent feature of the city's character and identity. Enlightenment imaginaries and sensibilities. This brief survey of the principal pre-industrial polluting activities suggests that environmental contamination is not strictly a recent phenomenon. While in most cases the scale and extent of the pollution remained limited and localized compared with that of later periods, and while many types of polluting activities happened intermittently, whether due to seasonal work or the practices themselves only occurred over short periods of time, industrial expansion during the early modern period forces us to rethink the manner in which contamination affected more and more people. Religious connotations of the sacred and the profane, purity and impurity, the clean and the unclean, shifted moral values to encompass environmental conditions and emerging medical understandings of health. Godliness and healthfulness. Cleanliness was next to both in equal portion. Frontiers of healthfulness and unhealthfulness, of clean and dirty, were undergoing epistemological revolution. The civilizing process described by the sociologist Norbert Elias manifested itself in a kind of popular obligation toward a collective attention to a physical cleanliness of bodies and places over the course of the 18th century. A new health-specific lexicon, insalubrity, or insalubrious, for example, emerged, which marked an evolution with respect to environmental sensibilities. To escape unhealthy air and dirty cities, the English aristocracy acquired a passion for the beauty, simplicity, and safety of the countryside. They cultivated an aesthetic of a wild nature, unsullied by human activities. It is hardly surprising that this evolution was most visible in Europe. Whereas most religions, East and West, shared a mentality that stigmatized the impure as immoral, Christianity was alone in insisting that humans were masters or stewards over nature and were free to rationalize its exploitation. At the same time, however, Europeans linked human health to the environment, where struggle was waged with an adversarial physical environment, the quintessential other, to improve living conditions for its populace. Greek thought was recruited to transmit this tension. Western thought retained Aristotle's assertions about the balances and mobilities of physical elements. Hippocrates drew on these balances to infer that environment was one of the key indicators of health. In the Italian Renaissance, physicians such as the Venetian Andrea Marini condemned tainted air as a health threat. Similar anxieties permeated most of northern Italy. Beginning at the end of the 17th century, such health concerns spread more widely. In Modena and Padua, Bernardino Ramazzini worked to identify poisonous spirits that manifested in wheat, comparing resulting symptoms in the plants after spraying various acid and alkaline solutions on them. In his famous 1700 treatise, De Morbis Artificum Diatriba, Diseases of Workers, Ramazzini adopted the same methods to study associations between workers and health hazards in various workplaces. This epidemiological data collection systematically revealed incontrovertible correlations between specific diseases and exposures to specific fumes, molds, chemicals, dusts, metals, and other agents in specific working environments. In effect, many artisans were being poisoned by the substances with which they came in contact in their trades. Among the 53 professions Ramazzini investigated, he denounced, for example, the awful stenches associated with retting hemp and tanning hides, comparing them with the far more visibly mortal hazards suffered by miners and metallurgical laborers. Though his theories on occupational health were translated and read across Europe, Ramazzini's body of work was hardly questioned before the 1830s. In Britain, the natural philosopher John Evelyn, an active founding member of the Royal Society, was also intent on establishing connections between health and air quality. His famous 1661 book, Fumifugium, or The Inconvenience of the Air and Smoke of London Dissipated, was the first to specifically engage with London's air pollution. Evelyn was critical of the extensive coal burning in and around London, which he argued was responsible for the problem. He recommended that all furnaces be removed from the capital. Evelyn's recommendations resonated with the newly restored English monarchy. King Charles II embraced such environmental reforms as an opportunity to renew the state and reaffirm his authority after a decade of republicanism. Charles and his emissaries called on scientific and medical expertise to tackle the array of epidemic and chronic diseases that afflicted the country and to get at the root of their origins. As a result, the 18th century reinforced the significance of medical investigations into environmental causes. And as Montesquieu linked social hierarchy to air quality in France, a sort of neo-Hippocratism emerged. In 1726, in his Elementa Physica, Elements of Natural Philosophy, the Dutch physician Petrus van Musschenbroek revisited Aristotle's theories of balance. The atmosphere is composed of air, vapors, and emissions. The latter two are composed of smaller volatile parts, separated from terrestrial bodies. Neither these vapors, nor these emissions are safe for respiration. There are no poisons so dangerous nor so pernicious as those that come from the vapors and emissions derived from burning organic substances. Doesn't burnt sulfur instantly kill all kinds of animals? Trapped in a sealed glass, heated copper emissions quickly suffocate whatever animal we place in the receptacle with it. The emissions from wood and peat charcoal are equally deadly. Many brewers have been found dead in their cellars, suffocated by the fermentation process. And don't we learn all the time of coal and metal miners who are killed on the job after they release such horrid emissions from the depths? Cited in Diderot's Encyclopédie, Van Musschenbroek's work expanded European curiosity about the environment. In 1751, the British Dr. John Arbuthnot, another member of the Royal Society, established further evidence of a direct link between air quality and human health in his essay concerning the effects of air on human bodies. 30 years later, the Frenchman Jean-Jacques Menoret de Chambord's essay sur l'action de l'air dans les maladies contagieuses won a prize from the French Royal Society of Medicine for drawing connections between artisanal waste and contagious illnesses. The 1776 creation of this new Royal Society of Medicine revived erstwhile interest in Hippocratic theories of environment and health. From its very inception, the Society opened inquiries that succeeded in advancing scientific notions of how the environment played a central role in the propagation of epidemics. This medical knowledge was widely shared and accepted throughout Europe, especially in Great Britain and in the Germanic states, where the links between illness and environment, air, and pollutants became accepted as incontrovertible fact. The key indicator of deleterious emanations remained bad smells. which prompted the scientific vocabulary around miasmas. A growing aversion to the stenches coming from swamps, marshes, stagnant waters, and animal and manufacturing waste spanned the second half of the 18th century. Miasma was understood as a vector for disease, contaminating air and soil, and harming animal and human bodies. Pollution from hemp retting was considered responsible for widespread epidemics, and by the beginning of the 1780s the Royal Society of Medicine launched a major inquiry into its dangers. In the same manner, blood and its vile, putrefied odors provoked increasing public horrors that helped to explain a general indignation toward animal slaughterhouses. Other studies on English and Italian cities traced in similar fashion popular fears of miasmas. As a result, urban inhabitants complained regularly against what they considered to be an affront to their health and comfort. That was the case in 16th-century Venice, where the writer Tommaso Garzoni castigated the city's tanners, members of a rank and stinky trade, for the excessive filth. Complaints of this nature multiplied in the 18th century. In Normandy, fishermen and coastal peasants alerted the Agricultural Society of Rouen to the pestilential smoke emanating from the caustic soda furnaces that lined the beaches. Soda production, which burned kelp, was essential for glass and soap manufacturers. According to those living nearby, the smoke had deleterious effects on surrounding trees, plants, and wheat, not to mention aquatic sea life. In Paris, frequent complaints from city dwellers led to the relocation of inner-city workshops that spat out bothersome and unhealthy odors and wastes to beyond the city limits. But this spurred new upsets in the outlying districts that inherited the polluting industries. In 1725, 7 plant oil factories, 1 pottery works, and 1 plaster oven were destroyed in Passy and Auteuil, communes just outside Paris, because the ovens emitted so much smoke as to irritate passers-by. By the end of the 1720s, inhabitants of Passy managed to stop the installation of a new glassworks intended for their village after it had been shut down in Chaillot. In the early modern period, protests from riverside populations against polluting factories raised concerns over the potential loss of vital resources. Defense of communal rights to forest, heath, and moor, and to bogs, marshes, and peatlands figured prominently in popular insubordination. Even if such protests were rarely very large, local inhabitants knew how to defend their rights against monopolies and polluters. Such complaints divided social protests into struggles for justice against the unjust, challenging monopolies against individual rights, and developing a kind of moral economy of the crowd, as described by the historian E. P. Thompson. In the Germanic principalities, the very first industrial factories provoked vociferous disputes. Numerous court grievances from 1789 recorded hostile contempt for industries that were perceived as being wasteful of resources, but also because of their malodorous emissions and threats to public health. In Lorraine, in the Book of Grievances from Daspich and Ebbingay, inhabitants complained about the terrible pollution from discharges from forge residues, mills, and copperworks, in the Fench. The river, they claimed, was infected by a mixture of murky water, yellow and full of iron rust to the point that even gardeners cannot water their gardens with it. Popular representation supplemented medical knowledge to develop new values and understandings of clean and dirty during the latter half of the Enlightenment. The alteration of elements was understood to be a corruption, and already, in Great Britain, the word pollution had acquired its contemporary meaning. In legal circles, it appears to have been adopted in 1804 for the first time in a Scottish case charging tanners with having altered a river with their waste. Pollution of the stream, and pollution of water, featured in the records. Linked to these social and medical perceptions, and in mirror reflection of social interests, nuisance laws became a particularly important regulation tool. Nuisance laws. The standard historical narrative states that pre-industrial societies were passive in response to their environment suffering from dirt and stench, but the record demonstrates that this was not the case. Rather, the regulatory measures they took against pollution were shocking in their rigor and impact, especially when compared with similar laws adopted after 1800 in Europe. Public health authorities were local. Whether municipal or judiciary, they enforced these laws under the juridical concept of nuisances, which encompassed any harm to others. This included what we could today call pollution, but also noise, fires, and other risks and inconveniences. The struggle against sanitation and environmental threats was grounded in part in a long-standing heritage of medieval law, but also in the conceptual evolution of pollution and its health risks. Limiting pollution through improved technology was never a mode of action against environmental nuisances. health authorities preferred banning polluting activities or exiling them to remote areas. In efforts to preserve good health, pre-industrial health authorities engaged in a range of prescriptive and harsh measures while demonstrating a capacity for negotiation in a world where neighborhood and interdependence were essential components of community survival. The threat of pestilence and epidemic were common enough features in provoking careful vigilance. Public hygiene was taken very seriously. Quarantines were commonplace, instituted through a series of codes introduced in cities in northern Italy at the end of the Middle Ages. Lazarettos, quarantine stations to isolate the sick and contagious, were implemented to create a kind of sanitary customs control before travelers and goods could debark in Mediterranean port cities, and followed the same kind of separation imposed on infection vectors. On the municipal level, and designed to check the worst pollution, methods of regulation were predominantly judiciary. In approaching nuisances as a legal phenomenon, the courts were typically left to resolve conflicts. In common law countries, nuisance laws were based on the maxim, sic uteri tuo ut alienum non ladus, which encouraged a freedom to benefit from one's property so long as it did not bring harm to others or their property. This maxim was at the heart of nuisance law dating back to the assize of nuisance from the 14th century, and it was frequently invoked in nuisance cases. Nuisance cases could be public, punishable by injunctions, fines, closures, or prison, or private matters settled by compensation for damages. In London, someone who wishes to make sulfuric acid or nitric acid will corrupt the air and affect the health of his neighbors should be brought to justice and suffer a penalty proportional to the damage he has committed. For the magistrate Nicolas des Essarts, who compiled the French Penal Code before the French Revolution, such guidelines were necessary. The English legislation contains a valuable principle for maintaining order, he wrote. Somebody who makes something that causes harm, or neglects to do something that the general good requires as being necessary, is guilty of an offense, which is called a nuisance. Because the principle of common law didn't exist in France, respect for residential property was a more intangible concept. Instead, a hybrid legal system, which integrated Roman law and local customs, interpreted nuisance laws as a function of neighborhood codes and responsibilities, which made up servitude law and followed the medieval principle, si servitus vendicita, inasmuch as a property owner may do as he wishes in his own backyard, he may not engage in works that inhibit his neighbor from enjoying the same freedoms, or that might cause his neighbor harm. As a result, smoke emissions in private yards were forbidden where servitude law did not explicitly state otherwise. Reflecting on the relationships between society, pollution, and the conventions that bind them, the law operated in a system where local oversight played an important role in emerging cities with expanding industries. Individuals were empowered to take action through grievances, petitions, or the local court's defense of the right of possession. In his impressive Traité de la Police from the beginning of the 18th century, the police commissioner Nicolas Delamere outlined the tenets of police jurisprudence. The work was widely admired across Europe and showed that local police worried about the potential harm emanating from some artisanal and industrial production methods. The general interest, the work showed, supported the importance of preserving public health. In 1784, the jurist Joseph Guillot explained the French legislative system's position with respect to civil codes of conduct. It involved arbitrating between the individual interest and the public interest, protecting the former but making sure it yielded to the latter. As much as possible, when an industry's outputs were considered locally undesirable, it was banned by public interest measures because its neighbors deserved reciprocal respect. It should not, therefore, be permitted to engage in activities which could render uninhabitable its neighbors' homes. Public interest as a method of engaging with pollution was equally a feature of English law. While some professions were deemed necessary, candlemakers, tanners, and brewers, for example, their necessary products could be manufactured in places removed from densely populated areas. The common law's standing on water and rivers was comparable to their treatment in nuisance and river property laws. Any activity that threatened to pollute a neighbor's water quality was carefully supervised and severely reprimanded. Distancing or removing causes of infection was the general rule, and it seemed that in pre-revolutionary societies the perceived link between industrial miasma and public health frequently succeeded in banning undesirable workshops and factories. As early as the 16th century, strict responses to pollution were already common in France. In 1510, for example, following a lumber shortage, forges around Rouen turned to coal to power their work. The coal fires triggered a local lawsuit. The court ordered the industries removed from the city just like other harmful artisans, dyers, leather curriers, etc. Similar fears emerged in England following lumber shortages there, too. After 1700 in Metz, local authorities consulted with neighboring communities before establishing a new metalworks. Meanwhile in Dijon, areas on the outskirts of town were designated for vinegar makers, and police commissioners in Lyon assigned similar zoning locations outside the city for certain professions, and did not hesitate to sanction artisans who contravened the new regulations. In Paris, the police maintained a careful eye on potential polluters. Over the course of the 18th century, they intensified their extradition of polluting industries to dedicated sites outside the city. Delamere devoted a whole chapter in his traité to removing professions that can contaminate the air from the middle of cities. Beginning in 1738, inquiries into Komodo and Inkomodo were imposed on tanners, dyers, butchers, animal guts were deemed particularly problematic, and other manufacturers. The inquiries, which turned to local residents and police expertise for input, increased police powers to prevent contaminations. As one commissioner recalled in 1773, there were several police regulations that order professions which employ foodstuffs and pharmaceuticals that can contaminate the air and harm public health to withdraw to districts removed from more populated areas in order to continue their work. By the French Revolution, Antoine François Prost de Royer, who served as Lieutenant General of the Lyon Police, could write without fear of being contradicted that every time that a warehouse, a trade, or any other operation might taint the air in a manner that threatens public health, the magistrate must ban or expel that practice. The commodity, the profits derived from it, count for nothing. All that matters, and everything upon which justice hangs, is clean air and public health. Salus populi, suprema lex esto. Similar processes were in effect elsewhere in Europe. In Venice, the archetypal industrial city of the Renaissance, health officials banished many industries from the city proper. For example, those glassmakers and tinters who produced the famous Turkey red were among the first to be expelled, in 1255 and 1413 respectively. When pestilence threatened, tanners were automatically forbidden to work at all. Throughout the 16th century, butchers, slaughterhouse workers, leather curriers, and even the city's mint, originally located in the Piazza San Marco, were moved outside the city limits into neighborhoods farther afield. Only the arsenal, which enjoyed distinguished status in the Venetian Republic, was exempted from such banishment. Similarly, London manufacturers of quicklime, glass, and alum, pioneers in coal use, were removed from the inner city because of the sulfurous odors resulting from the burning of coal. Certain banished trades re-established themselves in particular districts around the city. For example, tanners and leather artisans settled in and around Bermondsey, milliners could be found in Bridwell, tin glazing potters at Billingsgate and Bishopgate, while Southwark became the centre for various artisanal workshops, dyers, brewers, lime burners, glass and paint makers. Cities, such as Bath, Oxford, York, and Edinburgh, witnessed similar expulsions and the creation of areas dedicated to industry outside of town. Brickwork construction in the Netherlands was subject to city authorities. More often than not, brickworks were expelled to more isolated regions because of their coal smoke. Anvers, in particular, had an impressive collection of city ordinances, trials, and fines that attest to active pollution regulation. The European example was mirrored all over the world. In North America, English law governed manufactories, most notably those powered by hydraulic energy. Factories and workshops were strictly regulated and in general needed a permit from local authorities to be allowed to operate. This was the case in Massachusetts for potters working with kilns, as well as bakers and chocolate makers. Similar regulations applied to ironworks in Philadelphia. In New York, both rum distillation and quicklime manufacture, from the boiling of oyster shells, were banned outright from the beginning of the 18th century, because of fear that their emissions caused illness. Although specific studies do not exist, we know that similar trends were followed in cities in the Muslim world, whereby craftsmen were shunted to the outskirts of the city and more undesirable industries, curriers, blacksmiths, potters, dyers, were pushed beyond city limits. And in Asia it appears that the most polluting factories were pushed as far as physically possible from urban centers. In Japan, for example, in 1712, central authorities, shogun, ordered that ironworks in Osaka be built 2 kilometers from the city center because of their implicit risks and nuisances. In colonial India, the concept of nuisance was also embraced and applied until late in the 19th century. Here it was defined as any noise or smell considered a violation, danger, inconvenience, affront to the senses, which threatened life, health, or property. Pre-industrial European law clearly influenced authorities worldwide and gave them, in theory at least, the power to relegate industry and craftsmen whose wastes were released into the air, soil, and water. In these legal systems, therefore, the courts and authorities' governance predominated. Strict controls against manufactories that emitted unsavory odors indicated that public health was privileged over economic development. In one court case in Paris in 1768 against a nitric acid manufacturer, the Commissioner Le Maire, the right-hand man of the Lieutenant General, recalled that these vapors are capable of making people seriously ill. An establishment that poses such risk is not welcome in any residential area, especially in Paris, when that work can take place elsewhere. And since the protection of its citizens is the police's primary objective, and since there are a sizable number of regulations that aim to ban from the capital all sorts of polluting industries that damage air quality, such infractions should fall under police jurisdiction. This was evidently a trend. Numerous records point to artisans being called into police stations, frequently after neighbors complained about their emissions or waste. And because such infractions took on an increasingly legal character, appeals to sovereign courts were possible. In Paris, the Parlement of Paris was the nexus of power in such cases. It was not uncommon for the council to order the destruction of sanctioned furnaces listed in the Lieutenant General's rulings. Such cases were equally common in London. In 1754, a Londoner complained that one of his neighbors had converted his house into a small glassworks, which burned a substantial amount of coal. The smoke constituted a nuisance and produced noisome and filthy vapors, which destroyed the plants and 100 trees in the plaintiff's orchard. The complaint involved a demand for £500 in damages. The jury awarded him £40, less than 10% of his claim, but fairly stiff compensation nevertheless. Inasmuch as nuisances were regarded as public issues, actions in criminal court were fairly frequent. In Paris, in 1750, a nitric acid manufacturer was accused of being responsible for the illnesses in his neighborhood as a result of the acid's vapors emanating from his workshop. 24 witnesses testified before the court on the matter. The Lieutenant General, accompanied by the Crown Prosecutor, was present to confirm the existence of this threat to public order and public health. In Great Britain, numerous nuisance cases were entrusted to the King's Bench, the sovereign court. Criminal proceedings often followed suit. In North America, the penal system was frequently involved in industrial complaints. In the early modern period, pollutions were typically restricted to areas in close proximity to their source. They permeated both rural and urban landscapes but were essentially limited to transformations of organic matter that could be absorbed within the environment. Nevertheless, odors, fumes, and contaminated waters provoked fear that explained why citizens and authorities were reticent to live in industrial areas. With few exceptions, munitions factories, for example, nuisance laws responded to public concerns by adopting precautionary measures that privileged public health over economic development. By exiling and disseminating polluting practices to the rural landscape, early modern populations were generally protected from the pollutions emanating from their industrial world. However, new dynamics, stimulated and imposed by merchant capitalism and the acceleration of industrialization, undermined these processes. In some localized cases or for strategic products, new forms of pollution appeared and began reconfiguring the political and legal relations established between societies and their environment. 2. New polluting alchemies. The moral economy and environmental regulations established in the pre-industrial era began to unravel first in Europe. The spirit of the Renaissance created an intellectual movement that encouraged rather than prohibited environmental exploitation. Natural philosophy and science united under the premise of controlling nature. The mechanical arts, championed by Francis Bacon in England, René Descartes in France, and Gottfried Leibniz in the Germanic principalities, validated a new mode of approach to interacting with nature and anticipated the Enlightenment. The naturalists of the 18th century believed that nature existed to serve humankind and that humans could exploit the natural world well beyond the limits of mere necessity. Such rationale spurred the rise of industry and the material gains to be drawn from it after 1750. New polluting alchemies emerged from the expansion of global capitalism. Mining was one of the first. Already far removed from populous areas and situated at the outer limits of common law, mines were the laboratories where the rules governing pollution were gradually bent or mutated in the interest of profit. Protecting the environment seemed much less of a concern in this new industrial era. After the discovery of the New World, the extraction of precious metals in Latin America contributed to the birth of a world economy. New trading routes were forged, Maritime transport was on the rise, and the first capitalist institutions emerged. New frontiers reconfigured the distribution of production around the world. In 1500, Central Europe produced 85% of the world's silver, but within 50 years the New World was producing more precious metals than the rest of the world combined. Mining really took off during the second half of the 18th century. Peru, Bolivia, and Mexico dominated the world's silver market, while Brazil alone produced 80% of the world's gold extraction. Figure 2.1. The mine and refining factories at Potosí, 1585. Source: The Hispanic Society of America, Atlas of Sea Charts, K3. This watercolor on parchment is one of the oldest representations of the Potosí silver mine. In the background, the Cerro Rico, surmounted by a cross, dominates the city from which the miners and llamas begin their labors. The refining facility is showcased with Indian workers, grinding machinery, mercurial ponds, and stacks of ore and silver. The site in the southern highlands of Bolivia is now a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Mineral extraction, however, came at a high, polluting cost. Separating silver from ore required a great quantity of lead, while mercury was used to extract silver and gold. Lead and mercury mines were thus linked to gold, silver, and copper mining. The residual waste from these mining processes comprised extremely toxic heavy metals threatening long-lasting contamination. While these pollutions were at first confined to specific pockets of industry, they soon became more widespread as more industrial sectors took advantage of these material sources and the chemical and metallurgical operations that accompanied them. Coal as an energy source and other chemical products necessary to expand industrial operations accelerated widespread environmental alterations. By the beginning of the 19th century, the great divergence between Europe's attitude toward the environment and that of Asia grew ever wider. Mines and mining around the world. Metallurgic operations were no modern world invention. Metallurgies in copper, bronze, and iron had been in existence since 3000 BCE and contributed to the rise of ancient civilizations. The Chinese mastered iron metallurgy between 200 BCE and 200 CE. The city of Athens thrived thanks to the silver mines at Laurion, while the Roman Empire benefited from the silver and copper mines in Spain and the tin mines of Cornwall. In the 11th century, the Song dynasty in China enjoyed a considerable imperial expansion due to its access to an abundance of metal resources. Justifying the extraction of these minerals was in direct conflict with Confucian principles, however, which condemned the overexploitation of resources. Mining was subsequently halted because of the Mongolian invasion. The first large-scale pollution from mining took place in the Roman Empire. In his book Geography, Strabo reports that silver foundries in Spain were built with very high chimneys to minimize exposure to their lethal fumes. Lead, arsenic, and mercury were also mined and used by various craftsmen. Isotopic tracing of lead in river deposits and glacier ice caps show that vapors from these Roman foundries traveled as far as the polar regions. These metals not only poisoned the environment, and those who worked with them, but they could also have contributed to the decline of the Roman Empire. Central Europe, Saxony, Bohemia, Silesia, and Tyrol, was the mining capital of the world when the Americas were discovered. The smelting and refining of copper, silver, and gold took place through liquation and cupellation, with both processes requiring a lot of lead. The lead mine at Tarnowitz, near Krakow, was at a crossroads on the metal thoroughfares. Its towering smelting factories filled the air with so much smoke and stank to such an extent that it was compared to Mount Etna. In 1600, around 50 kilograms of lead were needed to produce a single kilogram of purified silver. The lead was never recovered. Between 1500 and 1800, the mines in Bohemia and Saxony produced 10 metric tons of silver annually. 150,000 metric tons of lead were released into the environment. To this day there are abnormally high levels of lead found in the boglands of this region. Mining was big business and received investment from the great financiers of the time, such as Jacques Coeur, the Medicis, and especially the Fuggers. Rules were bent to accommodate the industry, and the workforce was forcibly managed. In effect, the New World that put metallurgy at its epicenter transformed people's habits, beliefs, and the administrative structures that organized them. Social and environmental interests were made subsidiary to financial gain. The mine's financiers created the context for wide-scale environmental exploitation at the expense of other activities, leaving local peasants lamenting the despoliation of resources and landscapes. Mining's appetite was insatiable. The perpetual need for fuel meant that the mine's factories regularly had to relocate after they had depleted local resources through deforestation. Georgius Agricola's work, De Re Metallica, 1556, was in part a response to the contested views of mining at the time. Local and financial interests clashed over what might be properly regarded as an early ancestor of the environmental impact statement. A mine could not be opened without an inquiry into its practices and property, the potential pollution of groundwater and other waterways, the destruction of flora and fauna, or the impact of altering the landscape by new throughways to access it. Other points of contention stemmed from deforestation, the building of annexes to house more industry, and the danger of the collapse of the mines. Agricola knew his topic. He was at the time a physician and burgomaster in Chemnitz, the center of Saxony's mining industry. His seminal work on the techniques of early modern mining began with an earnest justification for mining, legitimizing even its most polluting activities. Even though he used terms such as pestilential and noxious to describe lead, Agricola stressed the social benefits derived from its application in metallurgy and how the metallurgical arts were critical to advancing chemical innovation. Indeed, around this time the alchemist Paracelsus, based in Carinthia, discovered the potential for metals to be used in therapeutic treatments. He, too, had ties to mining, and experimented with such toxic substances as arsenic, sulfur, copper, and mercury in the name of medicine. Some of the environmental problems associated with metal mining in Central Europe dissipated with the discovery of incomprehensible mineral wealth in the New World. Rich veins of gold and silver across the vast American continent enjoyed the added benefit, for financiers, of a region devoid of social and environmental regulations that inhibited exploitation. New World production rapidly surpassed production anywhere else in the world, with particular expansion throughout the 18th century. At Potosí, in Peru, modern-day Bolivia, at an altitude of more than 4,000 meters, the first major silver mine opened in 1545 and provoked a rush on precious metals. After only 50 years, this previously untouched and uninhabited area had evolved into a booming metropolis of 100,000 people, the most populated in the Americas, whose sole purpose was to extract silver from the mountainside. By the end of the 16th century, silver was extracted using a mercury amalgam. Known as patio, this process mixed the crushed ore with mud, salt, mercury, and iron or copper pyrites in great 2,500-liter reservoirs. The silver amalgamated with the mercury, and after several other treatments the mercury was evaporated off to leave a pure silver. It was an efficient process that greatly increased production. Production benefits involved the outsourcing of its costs. Mercury-based amalgamation involved the outrageous exploitation of people and environments. Appalling working conditions were only possible because indigenous peoples were forced to work for the Spanish crown under a system known as meta. Some 15,000 miners were conscripted into permanent, forced labor at Potosí. After a brief decline in the middle of the 17th century, mining production at Potosí grew to new heights during the 18th century. Between 1720 and 1820, 80 metric tons of refined silver were produced annually. Figure 2. 2a. Gold production, in kilogram, in the Americas, 1492 to 1801. Figure 2.2b. Silver production, in kilogram, in the Americas, 1501 to 1801. Source: John J. T. Pask, A New World of Gold and Silver, edited by Kendall W. Brown, Leiden, Brill, 2010, 188 to 191. As was the case at Potosí, mining in New Spain, Mexico, also depended on various practices to separate the valuable metals from other ores. Here, though, lead was also used. The extracted minerals were fused with lead monoxide, litharge, through a process called liquation, before the amalgamation process. Between 1600 and 1800, more than 300 mines were exploited. Production involved significant financial investment, a flawless management of mercury supplies, and forced labor. Between 1700 and 1750, New Spain produced twice as much silver as Peru, and 3 times as much by the end of the 18th century. A total of 40,000 metric tons were exported from America by the Spanish during the 18th century. Gold was also found and extracted in various regions across the Americas, mainly in Brazil from the 18th century onward. In 1692, deposits were discovered at Minas Gerais, and from 1720 until independence in 1822, 10 metric tons of fine gold were mined each year. This accounted for almost all gold production worldwide, even if illicit and contraband activities make such numbers underestimates. As with silver, amalgamation was necessary to separate the metal from its mineral, and mercury was the amalgam of choice. Inasmuch as gold and silver were the most coveted prize, mercury's importance to the extraction of the more valuable minerals should not be overlooked. In a quirk of historical chance, Spain already had access to ample mercury supplies at Almaden, the mine, in Arabic, which contained the largest reserve of cinnabar, mercury ore, in the world, with a particularly high metal content of as much as 20%. To stress the hazards associated with working in the mercury mines, Almaden's workforce consisted of convicts and those condemned to death. Roughly 65,000 metric tons of mercury were exported to the New World between 1558 and 1816, 47,000 metric tons in the 18th century alone. In 1564, another cinnabar mine was discovered at Huancavelica, in Peru. It was manned with 3,000 miners under the meter system, and produced 62,000 metric tons between 1571 and 1812. These two mines, under the strict governance of the Crown, supplied almost all of the world's mercury. After 1800, revolutionary wars, followed by Bolivarian wars of independence, put a stop to the mercury supply and led to a downturn in mining. Up to this point, however, mercury use constituted one of the most critical sources of pollution worldwide. First, cinnabar's extraction affected the miners, who were chronically poisoned and suffered from disorders of the nervous system. Observers at Huancavelica and Potosí likened these mines to human abattoirs, and added that working there was essentially a death sentence. Hence the need for forced labor. 2/3 of those mining mercury died as a direct result of their work. As for environmental damage, estimates suggest that 17,000 metric tons of highly toxic mercury vapors were emitted into the atmosphere at Huancavelica between 1565 and 1810. An additional 39,000 metric tons were discharged at Potosí during the same period. A total of 196,000 metric tons were released in Latin America between 1500 and 1800. 25% of all mercury vapors emanated from these two sites. For every 1 kilogram of silver produced, between 1 and 1.5 kilograms of mercury were effectively lost through evaporation in the patio method. Another significant amount was released into waterways during the cleaning and mixing stages. It would then convert to methyl mercury and work its way up the food chain. Ecotoxicology studies show that the remains of this pollution extend for several hundred kilometers around these mining sites, both downstream and in the air. The entire mining system in the New World depended on exploiting new frontiers, capitalist investment, state involvement, forced labor, and exorbitant levels of pollution. Because mining knowledge, techniques, and capital all circulated, it should come as no surprise that other mining centers followed a similar trajectory. In Sweden, Stora Kopparberg, the mountain of copper, located in the boggy, wooded middle of the country, accounted for 2/3 of Europe's copper supplies in the 17th century. The metal was extracted from its ore through a process called fusion. The ore contained a lot of sulfur, resulting in the emission of sulfurous smoke during fusion. After the mine's copper production peaked in 1650, when it produced 3,000 metric tons of copper, or 20% of the world's copper that year, its yield declined during the 18th century. In Japan, mining at Ashio and Beshi, situated in uninhabited, mountainous regions, produced more than 1,500 metric tons of copper annually in the 17th century, during which they dominated copper mining in Asia. As in Sweden, though, the Japanese mines experienced a decline in the 18th century. The ores contained sulfurous pyrites, which polluted air and water with sulfur dioxide to such an extent that authorities exempted local victims from taxes in 1702. These declines were in part due to the growth of mines in Russia, China, and Great Britain. Peter the Great's embrace of relations with Western Europe ensured a vast market for Russian iron, copper, and silver after 1697. In order to operate the large Nerchinsk mining center in the Altai Mountains in Siberia, massive quantities of refined lead were transported from the Ukraine, 5,000 kilometers away. In China, a similar logic of pioneering frontiers enabled copper and silver mines at the periphery to prosper. Thus, while silver mines at the center of the Qing Empire were closed as the result of an imperial decree in 1435, a systematic exploitation of ores began in 1740 using the liquation and amalgam method, which linked it to the vast mercury mines in the neighboring province of Guizhou. Under the control of the military, production, difficult to quantify, had a similar environmental impact as those mines in the New World. Great Britain's story is somewhat different. After 1750, Great Britain became a great mining power, but its wealth did not derive from extracting precious metals. From the 16th century, under Elizabeth I, the state played a fundamental role in encouraging the introduction of German mining techniques. In 1569, a royal decree relating to the mines and smelters in Keswick, Lake District, in the north of England, granted the private operator of a mine the income from his work. The subsequent boom in British mining could be explained in part by this combination of liberal exploitation, encouragement, and state management. Whatever the reason, Great Britain dominated the tin mining and refining industry, carried out predominantly in Cornwall and Devon in the 18th century. Thanks to its expertise with explosives and mine shaft water pumps, it also led the way in worldwide copper production, the majority of which was refined at Swansea, in Wales. After 1778, copper became the most durable option for constructing the fairing of ships. Britain's was the most powerful fleet in the world on the high seas. Demand for copper continued to soar to ensure its supremacy. Production increased from 1,000 metric tons per year in 1730, to 2,500 metric tons during the 1760s, and again to 4,000 metric tons by the end of the century. Of course, this rise in production meant that complaints about air pollution also increased, especially around urban smelting plants. Several common law trials ordered these factories to relocate outside of city limits. This occurred in Liverpool in 1770 and in Wales in 1796 and 1809. Britain's impressive power in the metal industry during the 19th century was already forged under a cloud of smoke. In general, every mine, even the smallest, in some way damaged the environment around it. This was the case at the lead and silver mines at Huelgoat and Palawan in Brittany, where the waterways had been polluted, probably with arsenic and sulfur. Harvests in the surrounding areas had been destroyed, and after a lengthy trial between 1773 and 1776, the judge ruled that the farmers be compensated for their lost crops. In Norway, a traveler in 1799 described a similar dilapidated landscape around the copper mine at Roux. The furnaces are near the city. One can see the mounds of ore which are to be burned and which, upon combustion, produces a quantity of very fine sulfur, but nobody bothers to collect it. It covers all the heaps that smolder. The vapors frequently descend towards the city and fill the streets, which affects the respiration of its inhabitants. On passing by these piles on horseback, we found that these emissions were no less overwhelming than those released from Vesuvius crater after an eruption. A doctor from the city confirmed that these gases produced the most pernicious effects. The mine's manager explained that the sulfur is not collected because it would be too costly to do so. Dark satanic mills, and the British Enlightenment. The mine operators of the early modern period flung themselves wholeheartedly behind the new spirit of capitalism that swept Europe. The exploitation of nature driven by market demands, the intensification of human labor, the concentration of capital, the role of the state, imperial domination, and the ability to turn a blind eye to the deleterious effects of production all took place underground and in the centers that financed mineral extraction. From the 1750s, industrialization became an integral part of this new world that championed economic autonomy over other social phenomena. What Karl Polanyi called the Great Transformation destroyed a number of forms of social organization and justified, for many sectors, economic progress, even though it benefited only a limited few. This new spirit took hold primarily in Europe, whose population grew from 140 million to 190 million between 1750 and 1800. An extensive amount of literature has been written about the First Industrial Revolution. Historians continually discuss the intensification of work, how demand influenced production, technology, economic institutions, and ecological restraints. They also considered how ideology and culture influenced the practical aim of the British Industrial Enlightenment, which groups like the Quakers embodied perfectly. The transition from proto-industrialization, where agrarian workers were hired to work as part of the production line, to urban-based manufacturing was put into perspective. On reading this research, it is clear that debates on the exact reasons that led to industrialization and the rate at which it developed have never been definitively settled. However, even if many theories exist surrounding the causes for industrial development, there is a general consensus that the birth of the industrial world took place in Great Britain between 1750 and 1830. It is also worth noting that no histories of the road to industrialization put pollutions at the center of their research or narrative. In fact, the majority of them completely ignore the issue. It is as though industrialization was normalized along with its sources of pollution. The two great industrial sectors were textiles and metallurgy, and each produced its fair share of pollutants. The cotton industry was dominated by Great Britain and its empire, and production rose tenfold between 1770 and 1790, and again between 1790 and 1802. Such dazzling progress ran concomitantly with significant technical innovations in spinning and weaving, which resulted in intense capital investment, larger factories driven by hydraulic mills, and soon, steam engines. All this ushered in the factory system. At the end of the 18th century, Great Britain boasted 700 spinning mills. While many employed fewer than 50 laborers, others operated on a much grander scale. One example, Robert Owen's textile mill at New Lanark, near Glasgow, employed 1,700 workers in 1816. By 1821 in Manchester, 11 spinning mills were 7 stories high, most of them run on steam. The mechanization of the textile industry developed alongside other industrial sectors, and created a demand for metal, notably iron and copper. Throughout the 18th century, industrial iron production depended on the quality of the available combustible fuel. Ores had to be melted in blast furnaces along with the burning fuel, which eliminated coal as a combustion option because it contained too much sulfur. In 1710, however, Abraham Darby Sr. succeeded in removing the sulfur content from coal to produce coke. He did this at his forge in Coalbrookdale, near Birmingham, and overnight enhanced the potential of all blast furnaces. His son and grandson, Abraham Darby II and III, further refined the technique of the coke-making process, which generated a marked improvement in the quality of British iron production. As a result, from 1760 onward wooden rails in mines were replaced with steel rails, and in 1779 the first metal bridge in the world was built across the Severn, fittingly near the Coalbrookdale factory. Consequently, in 1784, Henry Cort invented a process called puddling, in which the cast iron is decarburized, carbon is removed, in a reverberatory furnace. From that point on, iron was a viable commodity, frequently replacing copper as the material of choice. The amount of iron produced in Great Britain doubled between 1786 and 1796. By 1820, British iron production had reached 400,000 metric tons annually. Whatever the progress, advances in the metallurgical and textile industries provoked a sense of shock, because of the excess waste they produced. In 1776, the well-known agronomist, Arthur Young, visited Coalbrookdale, where he described the surrounding countryside as too beautiful to be much in unison with that variety of horrors art has spread at the bottom. The noise of the forges, mills etc. with all their vast machinery, the flames bursting from the furnaces with the burning of the coal and the smoke of the lime kilns, are altogether sublime and would unite well with craggy and bare rocks, like St. Vincent's at Bristol. 2 years later, the painter George Robertson visited Coalbrookdale and depicted the same contrast between the sublime and the horrific in 6 paintings. John Wilkinson's cannon factory, abutting Abraham Darby's, his former associate's ironworks, served as horrific archetype, spewing its infernal smoke and masking the sky. One of Robertson's paintings was a rendering of the factory's interior. The whole atmosphere was lugubrious, giving an apocalyptic vision of the industry. Philippe Jacques de Lautherberg's 1801 painting of the coking plant, forge, and steelworks at Coalbrookdale offered an even bleaker portrayal of the industrial landscape. Once again, the air appeared filled with warm colors and smoke fumes, simultaneously sublime and infernal. Such depictions gave life to the shock of industrial depredation, the terror of which had been discussed by the first generation of Romantic writers. In her 1785 poem, Coalbrookdale, Anna Seward denounced the tribes fuliginous, that, invade the soft, romantic, consecrated scenes, through thy coy dales, while red the countless fires, with umbered flames, bicker on all thy hills, darkening the summer's sun with columns large, of thick, sulphurous smoke, which spread, like palls, that screen the dead, upon the sylvan robe, of thy aspiring rocks. The next part of the poem offers an interesting semantic play on pollute, where Seward gives the term a double meaning. On the one hand, she invokes sexual connotation, with the rape of the countryside. On the other, she observes environmental change in pollute thy gales, and stain thy glassy waters. It warrants noting that Seward's poem likely marks the first express link between pollution and the new excretions of the industrial world. William Wordsworth denounced the new industrial system in much the same vein in his collection of poems The World is Too Much With This, 1807. He lamented the loss of the traditional English countryside, consumed by industry's voracious appetite. William Blake's Dark Satanic Mills, from his poem Jerusalem, 1804, resonated deeply. It was inspired by the first steam-powered grain mills, which appeared near his home in London in 1785. Coal-fired power, stresses on the environment. Coal and its black plumes of smoke over England became an entrenched, iconic symbol of the Industrial Revolution. This sedimentary rock, resulting from the degradation over geological time of the organic matter of plants, is known by many names depending on its carbon content. Peat contains less than 50% carbon, lignite around 75%, and industrial coal as much as 90%. The combustion of these various fuels produced substances that are more or less toxic. Carbon dioxide, sulfur oxide, and nitrogen oxide, all of which acidify the air, soot, elemental particulates such as cadmium, arsenic, mercury, bitumen, and other volatile organic compounds spread far and wide across the physical environment. Historically speaking, coal was exploited most in Asia, most notably in China, where its use was mastered in metallurgy in the 11th century. However, in 1078 an imperial order banned all mining activities because mining in and of itself conflicted with Confucianist ethical beliefs. This ban combined, with the Mongolian invasions, put a halt to further advancements in the mining industry. Although coal was still mined in the early modern era, its quantities were limited. In Japan, the demand for coal only developed in the 18th century, and even then its consequences instilled fear. For a long time, coal use remained relatively rare in Europe as well, confined to specific locations like Great Britain and the Liege Basin in Belgium. In Liege and in the vicinity of its zinc and copper mines, the alloy of which produced brass, outcropping coal deposits helped the region gain preeminence in military production and in a number of other metallurgical sectors during the Renaissance. Coal was also used in Holland starting in the 17th century, where it was burned with peat, which also emitted highly polluting particulates. But coal was most widely used in England, where Newcastle upon Tyne was the principal producer until the middle of the 18th century. Where some 30,000 metric tons were extracted annually around 1570, that quantity had increased to 2 million metric tons by 1800. The Tyne estuary was constantly filled with coal ships, inspiration for the term sea coal, which supplied the combustible rock to the continent for use in industry, or to London, where it was mainly used for heating. Blacksmiths and locksmiths were, for some time, the only artisans who used coal. But furnace innovations expanded industrial possibilities. The reverberatory furnace was one such development. Invented in Wales at the end of the 17th century, it isolated the combustible fuel and the sulfur produced from the refined metal, to produce much purer forms of lead, copper, and tin. In 1700, 1/3 of English coal was burned in industry, in lime factories, in salt manufacturing, which consumed 7% to 10% of all coal production, and beer breweries. In the 18th century, wood scarcity and its consequent higher cost made the exploitation of coal deposits even more profitable. New extraction methods yielded greater quantities which, in turn, encouraged greater industrial applications, in glass, soap, and tile factories, brickworks, the treatment of alum, sugar refineries, and in specific textile operations, washing, drying, dyeing, etc. Only the iron industry resisted coal, until the coking and puddling processes were developed. From that point it held a virtual monopoly as a combustion source in British industrial manufacturing. Increases in its production and consumption were considerable. The amount of coal consumed by the iron industry rose from 21,000 metric tons in 1750 to 5.5 million in 1830. Coal became the dominant fuel in Great Britain, as well as in a few pockets on the continent. Its consumption continued to rise, from 2.7 million metric tons in 1700 to 5.2 million in 1750, to a staggering 15 million metric tons in 1800. Put into perspective, coal production increased 500% between 1750 and 1830. This boom paved the way for British expansion, established the Great Divergence between Europe and Asia after 1800, and ushered in the age of fossil fuels. This progress also prompted coal burning to power steam furnaces. Based on Robert Boyle's scientific experiments on atmospheric pressure in England in the 1660s, and Denis Papin's theoretical work on pistons in France around 1680, the Englishman Thomas Savery put theory into practice by adapting their principles to enhance mining in 1697. Savery invented the steam pump, which was used to extract water from mines. Inefficient and dangerous, it was improved upon by Thomas Newcomen in 1712. His atmospheric engine proved popular, 300 were produced between 1733 and 1773. Newcomen's noisy pumps were contained in engine houses that dotted the landscape in Devon and Cornwall. They were instantly recognizable by their signature smoke plumes. Newcomen's engine was made even more efficient by James Watt. In 1769, Watt separated the condenser from the furnace, which enhanced the power of the machine in wet mines. Working with Matthew Boulton in the Soho foundry in Birmingham, Watt found ways to increase power and efficiency in Newcomen's design before installing his first steam engine in the Wilkinson Forge near Coalbrookdale in 1776. It was an instant success. Soon after Watt and Boulton filed their patent, their engines were supplanting Newcomen's pumps. By the end of the 18th century, more than 1,000 steam engines were in operation in the British Isles. In 1830 they began to replace both hydraulic wheels and horsepower in the textile industry. 3/4 of the cotton produced in Great Britain was produced in steam-powered spinning mills. The steam engine radically transformed transportation as well. Between 1802 and 1814, Richard Trevithick, in his mines in Wales, and George Stephenson at Killingworth experimented with steam locomotives running on rails. In 1830 the Rocket transported passengers between Manchester and Liverpool. It was the first railway to rely exclusively on steam power. In this manner, the railway age followed hard on the heels of the fossil fuel renaissance. The combination of coal and steam freed Britain of the energy limitations imposed by biomass. Prior to 1830, renewable energy sources still dominated, even in Great Britain, and one could argue that rivers and hydropower had forged the path to the Industrial Revolution. In hindsight, the steam engine's impact is nothing short of startling, but its growth masked the still minor role it played in many industrial sectors and the widespread resistance that rose up against its expansion. Nevertheless, coal-fired power, added to older forms of energy production, ensured an ever-growing industrial sector never dimmed for want of fuel. Although Watt and Boulton received only 110 orders from abroad between 1775 and 1825, there were nearly 60 steam engines in Belgium in 1790, most of them for mining operations. In 1800, between 60 and 70 were in operation in France. This number rose to 625 by 1830. In the United States, although many engines were fueled by wood before 1820, the new nation could boast 500 in 1825, then 3,010 in 1838. In other words, the steam engine's rise to glory in the 1830s coincided with the ascension of the railroad and the advent of big industry. As a new energy source, coal was flexible, reliable, independent of natural conditions, and applicable to many industries. But its emergence also upset numerous social and economic norms, and quickly provoked complaint. Pollution from mining meant that multiple court cases followed the opening of the first coal mines. Such was the case in Newcastle, in the first half of the 17th century, where 80 hectares of land had been devastated, the air polluted with sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxide, and the waterways contaminated with heavy metals. The emissions provoked fear. In smoke-filled London, the epidemiologist John Graunt drew a correlation between rising death rates and declining air quality. In France, dense fumes, opaque, sulfurous, and bituminous, combined with foul odors to breed unsettled anxieties. Outbreaks of consumption in London and the Liege region were attributed to coal burning. Paris imposed a general ban on the burning of coal. Only blacksmiths were exempted. In 1778, when a steam engine was built for the purpose of pumping water from the Seine, the king ordered that it be installed as far away as possible from the Tuileries Palace after the Faculty of Medicine warned of the sulfurous gases that it would emit. In Japan, coal smoke was also considered noxious and a threat to human and cultural health. There were protests around the coal mines in Kyushu. The rise of coal as a source of fuel was contentious, but acclimatizing to the new reality was inevitable. During the 1780s, wood shortages in Austria and the region around Charleroi in Belgium, as in Paris and Barcelona, enabled the British coal boom to establish a beachhead across the English Channel and spread its tendrils throughout the continent. Governments offered incentives to industry to use coal, with exemptions and special authorization being afforded to those who complied. Many entrepreneurs falsely promoted coal as a benign energy source simply by ignoring medical warnings and asserting its safety. To render coal burning more tolerable involved refining it into coke, as the British had learned and done, but this refinement was delayed in continental Europe until after 1820. As a result, coal's acceptance came only after a slow process of acculturation that met with frequent opposition. Home to the oldest and most extensive coal-fired industries, Great Britain also suffered from the most polluted air. Black, smoky, and sooty Staffordshire received the dubious distinction of being nicknamed the Black County in the 1820s. Georg May described the county in apocalyptic terms. The fields are covered with soot and the air polluted with smoke, with little being able to grow here. It is difficult to find a green leaf on any tree or bush. Some parts of the district look as though they have been laid waste by a destructive fire. In 1828, the young writer and follower of St. Simonism, Gustav Deichthal, commented in Newcastle that the sky is darkened from the smoke of the steam engines and by the coal dust burned on tiles in the mines to eliminate it. These plumes of smoke were the signature feature of industrial Great Britain. Grease in the wheels. Industrial development also generated numerous byproducts. It multiplied traditional chemical operations and resulted in the advent of a more concentrated and expansive chemical industry. In general, organic products were replaced with more polluting mineral substances that had the benefit of rendering greater efficiency in industrial production. For example, gentler organic acids, previously used widely in tanning and dyeing, could not compete with nitric and sulfuric acids. A rise in demand drove this transition and intensified production. Traditional crafts increasingly adopted more and more powerful chemicals in their operations to accommodate this pressure. After 1750, crafts such as pottery, porcelain, wallpaper, gilding, and hat-making acquired a more industrial dimension by using chemicals that had been previously prohibited. For example, commercial pressures dismissed concerns about using mercury nitrate in the drying of rabbit and hare skins for the purpose of making felt hats. While mercury use remained forbidden in France, competition with British hatmakers meant that French milliners circumvented these restrictions by employing mercury as part of a secret composition. Mercury was also used in other craft workshops such as glass and window silvering, and metal gilding. As an obvious consequence, the quantity of mercurial gases emitted into the air increased markedly between 1780 and 1830 wherever this work was carried out. The high rate of illness amongst watch and jewelry makers in Geneva led the city's Society of Arts to investigate if the cause was related to the amalgams being used in these crafts. By the end of the 18th century, toxic minerals had found their way into pigments used to decorate porcelain, earthenware, and wallpaper. Reds were made with cinnabar, composed of sulfur and mercury, vermilion, from mercury, and minium, lead oxide, greens from verdigris, copper oxide, yellows were drawn from antimony or massicate, another lead oxide, or orpin or orpiment, from arsenic sulfide, while most whites came from ceruse, a carbonate of lead, bismuth, or tin. These colors were prepared for use first by crushing the metal composites before either adding acid to them or heating them over intense heat, which produced harmful fumes. The grinding processes produced a fine powder, which caused often lethal occupational diseases. During the 1780s, various learned societies took an interest in this sudden rise in illnesses among these workers. The French Academy of Sciences launched a competition to investigate the insalubrious arts, which included metal gilding, hat-making, tinsmithing, the grinding of colors, and tank and pipe cleaning. Studies were also initiated by the Society for the Encouragement of National Industry, SAIN, after 1803, as well as by the Institut de France after 1819. The most interesting transformation took place within the chemical industry itself. Alum is the obvious choice to demonstrate how the mining and chemical industries amalgamated from 1750 onward. Alum was used in metallurgy but was primarily used as a mordant for colors in the tanning and dyeing industries. It is a compound of aluminum sulfate and one or more other minerals found in veins of alunite or schists of pyrite. Alum was used worldwide, but up until the beginning of the 19th century, the Papal States dominated its production by controlling the toll for mine in Italy. England also laid claim to deposits rich in alumina on the Yorkshire coast, which were mined heavily by order of Henry VIII after his break from the Vatican in the 16th century. The resulting industrial complex in the region, which became the birthplace of the English chemical industry, devastated the coastline over the course of the 18th century. In a similar vein, and with comparable environmental consequences, Sweden concentrated alum's extraction industry in the southeast of the country. Alum production involved heating the mined rock in huge ovens to up to 600 Celsius, sometimes for months on end. Other operations such as maceration, washing, concentration, and crystallization emitted huge amounts of smoke that bothered the locals living nearby. When schists of pyrite were involved, urine was employed in great measure, around 200 metric tons per year in Yorkshire in the 18th century, before being replaced by ammonia, a byproduct in the distillation of coal, after 1820. Because pyrite contains both sulfur and sulfuric acid, unwanted sulfates emerged from the process. Its acidic gases became a major source of pollution in nearby rivers. In Swedish factories, schists containing large amounts of coal were also used as a source of combustible fuel after 1810. They contained, however, a lot of sulfur and 5.8 milligrams of cadmium per kilogram. Almost 5,000 kilograms of cadmium were released into the environment between 1726 and 1840, traces of which can still be detected today. Alum and the pollutions it produced marked the birth of the chemical industry. During the 1770s, the French chemist Jean-Antoine Chaptal, building on the research of his German counterpart Andreas Markgraf, found a way to produce synthetic alum by mixing sulfuric acid with clay and potash. It was first produced in Paris in the Javel factory beginning in 1780, and subsequently in the Chaptal factory in Paris after 1797. At the end of the 18th century, France was importing 1,410 metric tons of alum and 970 metric tons of sulfates. By 1830, however, France was producing 7,175 metric tons of synthetic alum and 1,414 metric tons of sulfate, enough to make it self-sufficient on both counts. At the beginning of the 19th century, synthetic alum was also produced in Yorkshire, most notably in Ravenscar, a village completely transformed by the new industry. In the main, the chemical industry structured itself around the production of acids. They were necessary components in a great number of metallurgical operations, such as refinement in coin making, scouring, the scraping and cleaning of minerals, and so forth. Acids were also required in the textile industry, from bleaching to acid baths to aid in fixing colors on cotton. Which is to say that acids became imperative, indeed, defining, contributors to industrialization. The intensity of their concentration was also increasingly important. Countries that could produce stronger acids had an undeniable economic advantage. These stronger acids were in stark contrast to the weaker, often organic acids that had been in use up until 1750. The more corrosive the acid, the faster it worked. Speed fueled market efficiencies, but at a cost. The harsher the acid, the greater damage it imposed on the environment and human health. In the 18th century, three acids were of particular importance: nitric acid, aqua fortis, sulfuric acid, vitriol oil, and hydrochloric acid, muriatic. Up until the 1770s, nitric acid dominated industrial operations, and because it was difficult to transport, it was manufactured throughout Europe. Its manufacture was so polluting, however, that it was made in outlying suburbs, and only where demand was high. The chemical reaction of distilling clay mixed with saltpeter over intense fires took hours in sandstone pots, which were prone to cracking. The distillation process emitted thick clouds of gas throughout the neighborhood. In the first half of the 18th century, sulfuric acid was obtained from the combustion of sulfur or pyritic ores, and the resultant condensation of gas in glass globes. The process was costly and the equipment fragile. All of this changed in 1746, when John Roebuck from Scotland, an associate of Watt's in several industrial operations, succeeded in condensing the gas inside boxes lined with lead. These lead chambers meant that sulfuric acid could be produced in much greater quantities than before, and greatly increased its value and importance. The sulfuric acid produced after concentration was exceptionally strong, at 65% proof. This great innovation was made possible because of recent advancements in Great Britain in lead's use as a liner. At the same time, these lead chambers were rarely airtight and thus posed a threat to surrounding areas. Finally, hydrochloric acid was the least well understood of the three acids, before 1830. It was also the residual byproduct of one of history's most polluting processes, the manufacture of artificial or caustic soda, sodium hydroxide. Pivotal to soap making, where it was combined with fats, and in glass making, where it lowered the point of fusion of quartz glass, artificial soda underwent production mutations similar to those of alum. The similarities consisted of the transformation from a plant-based soda, derived from burning algae or saltwater plants, into an artificial or synthetic soda through a process of double decomposition of sea salt with sulfuric acid. Named after its inventor, the Frenchman Nicolas Leblanc, this Leblanc process was created in 1790 and used throughout the 19th century. The harmful effects of caustic soda's production were nevertheless quickly experienced in France, until 1825, the only country engaged in its manufacture. Quantity and severity of the pollution mixed in equal parts throughout the surrounding landscape. For each unit of caustic soda produced, a quarter unit of the hydrochloric acid used in its production was discharged into the atmosphere. Before 1830, little was done to recoup or repurpose this waste. All around Paris and Marseille, the two major production centers in the world, acidic vapors destroyed crops for a radius of several kilometers. Hydrochloric acid was also used in producing chlorine, whose bleaching qualities were brought to the fore by the French chemist Claude Louis Berthollet in 1785. Thanks to the effectiveness of Berthollet's methods, chlorine was adopted mainly in the bleaching or discoloring of textiles, wool, and cotton, as well as paper. In Paris, potassium hydroxide was added to the mixture in order to reduce the corrosive effects derived from the production of Javel acids. The result was the famous eau de Javel, Javel bleach, first produced in 1788. Consequently, France pioneered the way in manufacturing bleach, and British industrialists looked to France for guidance. In order to round out this picture of the birth of the chemical industry, some discussion of sal ammoniac, ammonium chloride, used in dyeing and metallurgy, is warranted. It was formerly imported from Egypt, but Britain and France became self-sufficient at the end of the 18th century. Sal ammoniac was obtained by the distillation of bones and rags with calcium sulfate. It produced some of the most intolerable odors of the new chemical age. Its pyroligneous residues infiltrated soils and contaminated water tables. In France, Antoine Baume launched his sal ammoniac production, 1766-1787, before another chemist, Jean-Baptiste Payen, founded a large factory in 1797 on the plain of Grenelle near Paris. For a century, Payen's factory was one of the world's major black marks in industrial chemistry, a standalone warning against the transgressions of the new industry. Regardless, new industries fed each other and became entrenched by their necessity. Demand for sal ammoniac grew with the emergence of lighting gas production from coal distillation. The distillation of coal to extract the flammable gas produced a lot of highly polluting residues, not only coke of poor quality and ammonia, but also bitumen, tar, sulfur, volatile compounds, and heavy metals escaped into the environment. The technology, anchored in the interplay between scientific chemistry and coal energy, was acquired simultaneously in England and France. The first plants were established in 1812 and 1817 respectively. Immediately after the factory's installation, toxic residues, smoke, unpleasant odors, contamination of wells and groundwater, became the subject of recycling attempts, but most efforts had the effect of simply shifting the problem elsewhere rather than resolving it. But again, industry was becoming entrenched. Because the supply of lighting gas can only be conducted through expensive pipelines, it became an exemplary sector, despite its multiple pollutions, that reflected the progressive insertion of industry into the city during the 1800s. Making the industrial city, inasmuch as early industry occurred in rural areas, and prior to 1830, biomass and waterways were the two principal forms of power for industry, a new kind of city gradually appeared on the landscape. New, smoke-filled cities, designed specifically for industry, imposed themselves in northwest Europe. However, it was not until the middle of the 19th century that a veritable growth in these cities became noteworthy. In the United States, for example, despite the spread of steam power, the majority of factories continued to use hydraulic energy, conforming to the pastoral vision of production. Before 1840, industry remained fundamentally rural. The first great American complex, at Lowell in Massachusetts, relied wholly on hydropower in 1833. The scene was quite different in Britain. During the 1780s, Anna Seward observed the growing problem of urban pollution in her poem, Coalbrick Dale. Grim Wolverhampton lights her smouldering fires, and Sheffield smoke involved, dim where she stands, circled by lofty mountains, which condense her darkened spiral wreaths to drizzling rains, frequent and sullied, as the neighboring hills ope their deep veins, and feed her caverned flames, while to her dusky sister, Ketley yields, from her long desolate, and livid breast, the ponderous metal. London had adopted coal in the 17th century and was without a doubt the most polluted city on the planet, due in large part to household use. In 1680, an anonymous author wrote a pamphlet in which he deplored the smoke, employing the words polluted and polluting. While the reference was clearly directed at the city's air quality, it also implied connotations of the stained and polluted moral values and ideals of the elite who profited from the creation of such filth. During the 18th century, London attracted more diverse workshops and factories to its surrounding neighborhoods. It thereby tripled its use of coal between 1700 and 1800 and became known as the Smoky City. On a visit to London in 1739, the historian and geographer Thomas Salmon commented that London produces so much filth and so many disgusting vapors from artisanal furnaces that it is impossible that this air is actually breathable. He also identified numerous respiratory illnesses suffered by Londoners. After 1750, there was an increase in the number of trials pertaining to the contamination of the air by factories. In 1772, John Evelyn's Fumifugium, 1660, was republished, with the editor emphasizing the fact that there had been a sizable rise in the number of factories since its first publication. In addition to the pre-industrial polluters who had sullied the landscapes, Evelyn wrote about a century earlier, the brewers, the dyers, and the soap makers, glassworks, metal foundries, sugar refineries, and fire pumps all along the Thames added to the litany and severity of environmental contamination afflicting London. Pollution was bad enough that the city's elite migrated to the West End, upstream, abandoning the dirtier industrial zones to the south and the east near the port. Retrospective analysis of the atmospheric air quality in London revealed very high levels of pollutants. Levels of sulfur dioxide rose from 20 mg per cubic meter, milligram per cubic meter, in 1575, to as much as 40 mg per cubic meter in 1625, 120 mg per cubic meter in 1675, 260 mg per cubic meter in 1725, and 280 mg per cubic meter in 1775. The concentration in London between 2000 and 2010 was 2 to 5 mg per cubic meter, while current Chinese levels hover around 60 mg per cubic meter. Similarly, levels of nitrogen dioxide rose from 7 mg per cubic meter in 1625 to 40 mg per cubic meter in the middle of the 18th century. This is the current standard in Europe, already elevated due to automobile emissions. Also, fine particle levels sat at 60 mg per cubic meter in 1675 and 130 mg per cubic meter in 1725. Current maximum permitted thresholds are 40 mg per cubic meter, and London reached a maximum of 28 mg per cubic meter in 2011. Even if these measurements were not overly precise, there can be no doubt that the advent of coal meant London in the 18th century rivaled and exceeded the worst pollution levels in contemporary Asia. At the end of the 1810s, tensions flared further when William Friend strongly denounced the harmful smoke which was poisoning the city. In the pamphlet here, Friend compared factories to volcanoes, and lamented the metropolis's shift in priorities away from common sense and avoiding harm. By 1819, enough criticism of London's air quality led to the formation of the first parliamentary commission whose job it was to attempt to tackle the hazard. Manchester emerged as the prototypical British industrial city. It differed from London inasmuch as its growth depended entirely on the textile industry. In 1745, its population was only 17,000, but by 1816 it had grown to 100,000. Hundreds of spinning mills sprang up in rapid succession along the Irwell River and its tributaries. In 1782, the first steam engine was installed in one of the mills, and by 1794 4 mills were running on steam. This move away from hydraulic power meant that factories moved to the city, which was quickly overcome with smoke and other air pollutants. The scientist Thomas Percival published a report denouncing the rise in air pollution, which led authorities to intervene. In 1816, 82 spinning mills powered by steam consumed 50,000 metric tons of coal. This did not take into account mechanical workshops, foundries, sugar refineries, or chemical producers. On a visit to Manchester in 1835, Alexis de Tocqueville gave this eloquent description of the city. Surrounding this asylum of misery, its fetid and muddied rivers run slowly, tinted myriad colors by local industry. It is the sticks of this new hell. Look up, look around and see the immense palaces of industry. Can you hear the furnaces and the whistling of the steam? These vast buildings prevent air and light from reaching human dwellings, over which they tower and which they surround in a perpetual fog. A thick and black smoke covers the city. The sun looks like a disk without rays. It is in the middle of this cesspit that the grandest river in human industry is sourced and will fertilize the world. From this filthy sewer, pure gold runneth forth. It is there where the human spirit attains perfection and goes to die. Oh, that civilization can produce these marvels and that civilized man can be reduced to a savage. In Staffordshire, at Stoke-on-Trent, pottery took hold after 1750 to such an extent that the urban district between Manchester and Birmingham became known as the Potteries. By 1800 it was the largest pottery producer in the world. In order to solidify and finish the various clays, a lead glaze or enamel was applied. With more than 500 immense furnaces burning coal at more than 1200 C, combined with the use of lead in production, the area became a hotspot for lead poisoning. Comparable cases were found on the continent in Belgium and France. In Wallonia, on the Sambre and not far from Liège, Charleroi headed down the path to industrialization in the 1730s. It had an abundance of coal to be mined, which resulted in the landscape becoming disfigured, the phreatic tables being contaminated, and plumes of smoke contaminating the air. A relatively small town in terms of population, 30,000 in 1830, the number of factories in Charleroi turned it into a veritable industrialized district, where metalworking stood side by side with glass producers, soap makers, brewers, dyers, tanners, brickworks, and myriad other crafts. Authorities were thoroughly committed to the area's industrial growth, and the locals, enjoying not a little prosperity, raised few complaints. At the beginning of the 19th century the mayor, Barthélemy Thomas, was both a doctor and a factory owner. It was common at the time for medical commissions to agree on the benignity of industry, particularly the chemical industry. On the spectrum of cities undergoing industrialization, Paris offered a very different case. Before 1770, Paris was a densely populated, enlightened capital that fostered a political, cultural, financial, religious, and commercial culture, rather than an industrial one. But in the 18th century Paris became industrious and frenetic, an industrial hub, according to the editor of Annales de l'Industrie in 1817 and 1823. In 1822, in a medical topography of the city, Dr. Claude Lachaise described the prevalence of the city's smoke and acidic vapors. Gone was the romantic Parisian ambience countenanced by Menoret de Chambeau as recently as 1786. At the same time, Dr. Alexandre Parent Duchatelet reported on the death of the Beaver River, which had been transformed into an urban sewer. In a short amount of time dozens of factories had sprung up along its banks, reconfiguring its natural course through the city, and ultimately poisoning it with the pestilential waste they emptied into it. To properly understand the manner in which Paris, and many other cities besides, devolved into such dangerous and industrial places is to investigate the political mechanisms of this transformation. Asterisk. The new, dynamic economies that profited from and invested in mining, steam power, and the chemical industry, brokered an inextricable bond between modern capitalism and hitherto unseen levels of pollution. Certainly these pollutions were still mostly limited to very specific areas, and often located on the outskirts of more populated cities. They did not, could not, and increasingly stopped trying to conform to the environmental standards of pre-industrial France. This foretold a new normalcy, which was only accepted slowly and grudgingly in many quarters. However, as with all pioneering advances, the headlong rush to adopt innovation led to rethinking contemporary inhibitions, and no number of safeguards could stymie the deleterious consequences of progress. Under the pressure of economic development, attitudes changed and policies shifted to respond to new nuisances. The only option was to make way for the great industrial transformation. In a period of revolutions, legal and political evolutions rendered pollutions acceptable, and even desirable. 3. The regulatory revolution. Amongst the new products that transformed the pollution narrative, mineral acids played a pivotal role. These inorganic acids have received little attention from historians interested in the Industrial Revolution, who focused mainly on steam energy or the mechanization of textile manufacturing. Yet, if the world of industrial pollution witnessed a major upheaval around 1800, it was largely because of the radical expansion of production of these acids. Thanks to the development of the lead chamber at the end of the 18th century, greater volumes of acids were produced. Global production of sulfuric acid increased from 75 metric tons in 1770 to 800 metric tons by 1830. As it was used more and more in the textile sector and in the manufacture of chemical products, sulfuric acid became a global marker of industrial and economic development. As quantities grew, so too did sulfuric acid's propensity for leaking corrosive vapors out of factories and into the surrounding environment. Just as landscapes surrounding mines, coal-consuming cities, and other pre-industrial manufacturing had become impoverished, the development of industrial chemistry produced new sites of localized pollution. Before 1830, acid production was concentrated in Great Britain and France. The first lead chamber in the United States was operational in Philadelphia by 1793, but acids were not produced in any great quantities until after 1820. The Netherlands also witnessed early flirtation with acid manufacture, 1774, but its production was sporadic. Elsewhere there was no activity at all. The German principalities did not begin production until 1837, in Berlin. The controversy that emerged in the 1760s over the safety and legitimacy of its production primarily took place, therefore, on either side of the English Channel. French cities, less familiar with accepting the coexistence of industrial pollution and urban living, were particularly sensitive to this debate. Over the course of several decades, opposition to the new chemical manufactories challenged the safety and legitimacy of the affront to the environment and human health, both within the factories and in the surrounding community. Figure 3.1. Chaptal in front of his sulfuric acid factory, Louis Boucher, 1801. Probably posing in front of one of his sulfuric acid factories, the chemist and industrialist Chaptal embodied the conversion of scientific and political elites to industrialism. Accused of pollution both in Montpellier and in Paris, Chaptal contributed to defining, as expert and man of the government, new environmental regulation favorable to the chemical industry. The French legislation, which he helped inspire, subsequently spread across continental Europe in the 19th century. These debates were exacerbated by the revolutions on both sides of the Atlantic, which constituted especially rich moments for revamping the law, the economy, and the social contract, and which accelerated political economy transformations already underway. In France, where the institutional disruptions were particularly important, relationships between society and environment were reinvented. The problem of pollution was debated with ever-sharpening acuity, and new solutions were ever more extreme. The Imperial Decree of 1810 on insalubrious establishments marked a successful and radical transformation of the law. This was the world's first law on industrial pollutions, which sealed a new pact between industry and its environment, but also contributed to accepting and entrenching pollutions as an inevitable part of the new modernity. New chemistry and the birth of public hygiene. Capable of causing severe illnesses. Dangerous, incites blood in the coughspittle. Lethal, suffocating. Such late 18th century descriptions of the acid vapors emanating from factories came from laborers, police commissioners, and the Parliament of Paris, the sovereign judiciary court. Similarly, in 1757 the British Supreme Court, the King's Bench, called the gas emissions from a sulfuric acid factory in Twickenham, the London quarter where Joshua Ward established the first such factory in 1736, noxious. Like many other workshops that created nuisances, acid production was prohibited within the city limits. Whereas fear and reticence shaped the early modern construction of laws surrounding nuisances, a new perspective emerged during the final third of the 18th century. The decisive turning point in Europe emerged from the chemical studies of Louis Bernard Guyton de Morveau. When Dijon's local authorities implored him in 1773 to disinfect one of the vaults in the city's cathedrals, Guyton tested out hydrochloric acid vapors. He reused this method a few months later in a prison. These experiments were regarded as major victories against the hazards of infection and had an immense impact. For Alan Corbin, this disinfection constituted a decisive step in the cultural transformation of olfactory smells. Up to this point, the battle against miasma and pestilence was fought with vinegar-based and other aromatic compositions used against putrefaction, or fire to cleanse. By the following year, the physician Félix Vicq d'Azer prescribed these kinds of fumigations to treat epizootic diseases in the south of France, while Étienne Mignet de Montigny and Philibert Trudaine de Montigny, both members of the French Academy, recommended similar practices to arrest the spread of contagious livestock diseases. In his two dissertations on the waters of the Seine, 1775 and 1787, Antoine Parmentier, scientific counsel to the Lieutenant General of Police for Paris, asserted that acid and alkaline vapors contributed to clean air by neutralizing the miasmas dispersed in the atmosphere. Recruited to write the Chemistry section of the Encyclopédie Méthodique, 1786, Guyton praised acids, the key of chemistry, without bothering to pause and consider their more dangerous applications or inherent risks in the laboratory. In 1801, having risen to the French Academy and become a public figure in the consulate, Guyton published his Traité des moyens de désinfecter l'air, treatise on means of disinfecting the air, in which he attempted to demonstrate the superiority of his disinfection methods. His colleague and fellow chemist, Jean-Antoine Chaptal, at that point Minister of the Interior, was quick to distribute the work throughout the prefectures. Subsequently referred to as Guytonian fumigations, Guyton's acid vapor method spread throughout Europe. In Spain, the state encouraged their adoption in the fight against yellow fever in Cadiz and Seville. In Great Britain, the Scottish physician James Smith carried out nitric acid fumigations in 1780 in response to an epidemic. The Royal Navy repeated the exercise in 1796. Controlling pollutions through disinfection, rather than preventing them outright, marked a critical feature of the chemical revolution that crested in the 1770s. Throughout Europe, its pioneers, from Henry Cavendish and Joseph Priestley in Great Britain to Carl Wilhelm Scheele in Sweden, and especially Antoine Laurent Lavoisier in France, introduced the foundations of modern chemistry with their work on combustion, air, water, and the conservation of mass. In 1789, Lavoisier wrote his seminal Traité élémentaire de chimie, elementary treatise on chemistry, 2 years after proposing the new classification of elements for the Enlightenment, alongside Antoine de Fourcroy, Berthollet, and Guyton. The classification formalized a new language for understanding chemistry and its components. These new chemical discoveries, not least the new method of seeing chemical work, encouraged greater convergence and collaboration between chemistry, medicine, and pharmacology. As a result, Chaptal, Berthollet, and Fourcroy, physicians before converting to chemistry, became captivated by the new work's potential industrial applications and developed a number of acid and chlorine-based substances in the interest of marrying manufacturing activity and public health. A kind of pre-public hygiene movement, integrating neo-Hippocratic medicine and the new chemistry to clean up urban spaces, accompanied this transformation in medical and scientific knowledge. Paris, La Ville des Lumières, fought to eliminate putrid miasmas that emanated from its environment, be it stagnant air or water, swamps, wetlands, riverbanks, narrow streets, and densely populated spaces, theaters, prisons, ships, workshops, and hospitals. In order to eliminate bad odors, a key indicator of pollution, new artificial ventilation systems and methods to dry out humid spaces were devised. But chemical treatment became increasingly common. In Paris, the chemist Alexis Cadet de Vaux promoted quicklime to disinfect garbage dumps and horse slaughterhouses. He also experimented with sulfuric acid and hydrochloric acid as disinfectants in dumps and landfills. At the beginning of the 19th century, Parisian authorities encouraged the establishment of caustic soda plants next to organic matter waste sites so that the hydrochloric acid could annihilate miasmas. Increasingly, chemists started working with chlorine alone as a purifying agent. However, these processes were immediately met with opposition. In one of the first chlorine bleaching attempts in the textile industry, the industrialist O'Reilly testified, "The poor workers suffered cruel pain from the powerful vapors. I saw them rolling on the ground in agony. Frequently even serious illnesses followed from these first exposures to muriatic acid, hydrochloric acid." By the 1820s, the chemist Antoine Labarrique sought to diminish the product's more corrosive qualities by adding lye. Labarrique managed to remove the butcher's odors by immersing the unused animal entrails in sodium chloride tubs. The great disinfection campaign that followed was not exempted from controversy surrounding chlorine's purported innocuous qualities. At the minimum, however, the debate supported the notion that chlorine and chlorine-related products be manufactured under the direction of eminent chemists, even if that work should take place in the heart of the same cities that had once evicted polluters to their outskirts. As disinfection became entrenched as a public health practice, chemists emerged as the unquestioned experts in evaluating sanitary hazards, whether the risks pertained to the copper pots used in distributing milk, lead counters used by wine bottlers, the varnishes that coated kitchen utensils, the effects of cemeteries on the still-living population, and especially emissions from manufacturing. In 1778, the French Royal Society of Medicine entrusted the chemist Pierre Macquer with the task of evaluating the ambient toxicity of an antimony factory, and in 1783 Fourcroy was asked to determine whether a Rouen sulfuric acid manufacturer's activities threatened to degrade the environment and pose a health threat to nearby inhabitants. Chemical expertise tended to favor industrial expansion, and chemistry bounded the debate in ways that opponents of the new techniques, lacking facility with this new language and practice, found themselves hard-pressed to make their objections heard. When a similar new factory was proposed in Paris in 1778, authorities could argue that it is understood in medicine and chemistry that the evaporation of sulfur, rather than being detrimental to health, is in fact a boon. It purifies dirty air. It prevents epidemics. It even fortifies the lungs. Industrial operations throughout Europe found chemists indispensable. Chemists were inextricably involved in all manner of works to compose and transform matter in the factory, and in the combustion or disposal of wastes, or in creating new products and generating value from that waste. In Prussia, they assisted in porcelain manufacture, furnace construction, and in developing new dyes and pigmentations. In St. Petersburg, investments were made in military and medical institutions where new chemical research sites were built specifically for chemists to expand chemical knowledge, working independently from traditional artisanal knowledge. In the Habsburg Empire, they acted as prime movers at the mining academy as experts in copper works. Absent any formal or professional accreditation, the title expert was loosely attributed to any individual on whom judicial courts could call to testify under oath. Increasingly, experts were designated as anyone who could make a technical evaluation of industrial practices or on their relationship to health. Chemists and chemical experts came from a class of, almost exclusively, gentlemen of means, who else could afford to experiment with matter, most of whom were also part of a moneyed elite. Their expertise and their economic interests were rarely far apart. Macquer and Berthollet were members of the French Bureau of Commerce. And while Guyton promoted his beloved acids in his 1801 treatise, he was perfectly aware of their commercial value, independent of any sanitary concerns. But if it is possible, without danger, to restrict the prohibitions, to shorten the duration of the sanitary trials, how can we refuse to deliver trade from these obstacles? A few hours of fumigations, of the goods, by sulfur combustion, by the emission of simple oxygenated or muriatic acid gas, according to the circumstances, will infallibly give a more secure guarantee than a month of exposure to the open air, regardless of the nature of the contagious virus. What is the cost they would incur in comparison with the benefits that would result? Removing older regulations that had protected public health against epidemics, quarantines, isolation, destruction of infected goods, the new project of pre-hygienism encouraged the active pursuit of commerce and wealth in multiple countries. The art of governing pollutions. Political economy and civic administration actively promoted chemistry as a means of creating a new balance of power between industrialists and their environment. More than anyone else, Lavoisier embodied this convergence. The greatest chemist of his time was also an administrator and beneficiary of the Firme Générale, in charge of the collection of taxes, 1768-1791, and Gunpowder Commissioner, 1775-1792, where he encouraged new methods of manufacturing saltpeter with artificial nitrates. As a member of the Académie des Sciences, Lavoisier also participated in drafting multiple scientific reports, some of which were related to public health, public hygiene, featured in the subtitle to volumes 3 and 4 of his complete works, published in the 1860s. More generally, Lavoisier was regularly consulted on the establishment of new factories. Allied closely with the new liberal economy in France, Lavoisier and other physiocrats countenanced a new epistemology that situated the emergence of public hygiene at the junction of chemistry, political economy, administration, and statistics. From the end of the 17th century, the emerging political economy was concerned with the development of resources and the well-being of the population. When the English economist William Petty formulated his political arithmetic, he was dependent upon John Graunt's demographic and epidemiological studies. At the end of the 18th century, liberalism and the rise of statistics were the dominant lenses through which public health was understood. Social amelioration and economic benefit were concomitant goals in the new art of government. According to large surveys on population and wealth in France conducted by Turgot, Jean-Baptiste Moreau, Louis Messens, and Lavoisier, social and economic well-being were mutually constitutive. The transition was even more notable in Great Britain. After 1760, doctors such as Thomas Short distanced themselves from Graunt's correlations between dirty air and mortality. Instead, they promoted the idea that morality was a more crucial indicator of mortality than stale air. More generally, with Adam Smith, who published The Wealth of Nations in 1776, and Jeremy Bentham's utilitarian thinking of the 1780s, the economic imperative began to assert itself as the most influential gauge of social progress. Despite its diversity and weakness before 1830, liberalism accompanied a new theodicy of natural law and soft commerce. For the new physiocracy, this, government by nature, as for other forms of emerging liberalism, free trade and private property ensured national progress, and the unrestricted circulation of materials established the most perfect order. This new art of governing obviously introduced major changes in the regulation of nuisances. First of all, regulation was regarded as a hindrance to the proper functioning of society. As the French trade intendant Isaac de Baquelin argued in 1768, regulations are almost always harmful. They interfere with the manufacturer's industry, hinder competition, stifle genius, enslave, and abase. All regulations are absurd and harmful. Critics of French regulatory control invoke the English model to demand more autonomy from systemic authority and oversight, police or judicial, and to establish a new social order. The Turgot government, 1774-1776, in France constituted the first large-scale attempt to free society from its privileges and routines, as well as a host of old regulations, including those dealing with pollution. In addition, liberalism inspired a reflection on manufacturing techniques, and invited the opportunity to break down traditional artisanal practices and their institutions in the name of economic growth. The division of labor promoted by Adam Smith was bolstered by Enlightenment reason and permitted the conceptualization of a new manufacturing order that Diderot and Alembert's Encyclopedia, 1751-1772, illustrated by championing streamlined workspaces. Reason, efficiency, and technical proficiency were the key elements of the new manufacturing industry. In this vision of manufacturing production, work was classified and divided according to an impermeable mechanism that separated the artisanal world of labor from management driven by scientific expertise. From simple curiosity, scientific discoveries acquired practical utility. Michel Foucault famously showed how much this new endeavor was at the source of a new biopolitics, or an expression of power that no longer dealt only with land and territory, but also with the lives of populations, bodies, and the environment. The new industrial epistemology profited from discrediting the old regulations that were rooted in the artisanal world and by perceiving their enforcement as archaic and corrupt practices. Engineers and chemists contributed to the practical realization of the liberal project of remodeling the environment according to human needs under the control of the state. Engineering and mining schools were created in every Western state. Chemists were recruited to collaborate. Their task, for instance, involved optimizing the production of precious metals and mercury, with the Royal Academy of Mines and Metallurgy, 1778, in Spain. In North America, as in overseas empires, mining expertise marginalized indigenous knowledge. In Sweden, the Bureau of Mines brought together chemists in the service of industrial development, who found themselves at the end of the 18th century at the heart of the Enlightenment project. In Lyon, chemists provided support for administrative authorities determined to encourage industry. An historical paradox. Liberalism strengthened the government through administration, because to dismantle the old regulations, voluntarist policies were necessary. Colbertism in France and cameralism in German principalities developed administrative practices that replaced, at the end of the 18th century, ancient local case law. Scientific expertise was an essential cog in this transformation. The German doctor Johann Peter Frank, for example, determined a public health program, with its monumental system Eine vollständige medizinische Policy, complete system of medical oversight, 1779-1827, in 9 volumes, which outlined state-controlled medical vigilance that maintained a discipline of the masses. To regulate the urban environment, London and Paris moved gradually toward more centralized authority. After several unsuccessful attempts at administrative rationalization, London managed to create unified health infrastructures. In 1796, with the help of Jeremy Bentham, the Scotsman Patrick Colquhoun set up the Thames River Police, a management body designed to maintain order over port and river practices on the Thames, including nuisances. In Paris, the desire for centrally administered social control was even more substantial. Beginning in 1777, the new Quarry Inspectorate, an administrative organ under the sole direction of the Lieutenant General of Police, acquired the role of securing the urban environment from the collapse of quarries of stone and plaster, which removed the judicial courts from the traditional role of oversight. In addition, in 1780, the pharmacist Cadet de Vaux headed a newly created health inspectorate whose authority bypassed traditional police jurisdiction. Government-led initiatives to improve the environment were rarely unconcerned with economic interests. For example, when water quality was fiercely debated after 1760 in London as in Paris, the technical priorities for drawing drinking water for residents turned toward the use of fire pumps, which were often financed by senior administrators or notables who sought to gain economically from the state-supported infrastructure. Public risk assessment became a source of private profit. In the name of a necessary capital-intensive modernization of the equipment structures, water pollution was exploited and, in so doing, largely marginalized as a key issue. Gradually, these kinds of developments resulted in a greater tolerance for pollution, justifying its ubiquity in the name of economic liberalization and expanding wealth. In 1772, the most important trial over industrial pollution of the Ancien regime began in France. Neighbors of the manufacturer John Holker's vitriol plant in Rouen accused that acid gas emissions escaping from lead chambers were threatening their health and destroying the surrounding vegetation. After several months of proceedings, Holker, supported by Philibert Trudaine de Montigny, head of the Bureau of Commerce and member of the Académie des Sciences, obtained an evocation from the King's Council, a peculiarity of French law which moved judicial oversight of the case from the court to the central administration. In the council, Trudaine argued on Holker's behalf against the minister and former lieutenant general of Paris, 1757-1759, Henry Leonard Jean-Baptiste Bertin, who was a great connoisseur of police practices. Bertin's belief was that one can hardly bring into the Department of Finance objects which concern only the police. But economic interests prevailed. In September 1774, the plaintiffs were dismissed and subsequent complaints against factory operations were forbidden. Figure 3.2. Lead chamber, 1812. Source: Rougier, Mémoires sur la fabrication de la soude artificielle, Mémoires publiés par l'Académie de Marseille, Volume 10, 1812, 177. The decision marked an important precedent and encouraged the establishment of a second French sulfuric acid plant, in Paris, a few years later. Another Parisian trial relating to a nitric acid factory, 1773-1774, testifies to the shift in regulations that occurred during this period. Breaking with custom, the Lieutenant General did not call on the police commissioners of the district, but rather turned to medical experts for testimony. In their report, the latter denied the insalubrity of the acid vapors and denounced the judicial harassment against artisans who they interpreted as the real victims. Similarly, in 1775, the Orléans police refused to establish a sugar refinery inside the city for health reasons. The Parliament of Paris ratified the decision, but the case was evoked in the King's Council, who decided, on the economist and statesman Anne Robert Jacques Turgot's recommendation, and in the name of remaining competitive with foreign industry, that the refinery should be established. The neighbors of the factory noted to this effect that the dogmas of freedom contradicted and superseded police regulations. Elsewhere in Europe, while the shift in jurisprudence was equally perceptible, it tended to be less radical. In Great Britain, in more than 30 years as Lord Chief Justice of the King's Bench, 1756-1788, William Murray, Earl of Mansfield, took into account the changes brought about by urbanization and increasing industrialization. His decisions in favor of production imperatives increased over the course of his career. In a 1776 judgment against a sal ammoniac manufactory in London, Mansfield acknowledged the inconvenience posed, but argued in favor of inventive ingenuity and the importance of the manufactured products for the country and its independence. In Brussels, disputes over acid manufacturing concluded in similar kinds of arbitration. In 1786, the police tried to close a factory after neighbors complained and the College of Medicine confirmed its hazard, but the Privy Council of the Austrian Netherlands, which represented the central authority, opposed and overturned the police action. In Barcelona, the Royal Court of Catalonia faced many protests caused by nascent industrialization. In its arbitrations, it, too, became increasingly sympathetic toward the imperative economic activity. It advocated the introduction of coal, following the guidelines and recommendations laid out by French chemists. Environment in revolution. The period between 1760 and 1840 is typically remembered as the Age of Revolutions, or the wave of Atlantic revolutions. This revolutionary period built the foundation of the modern world. It ushered in newfound interests in and movements for civil and political rights, liberalism, and industrialization. These major socio-political upheavals also had a significant impact on the environmental regulation of pollutions, because it established a new legal culture that consistently favored resource and territory expansion and exploitation at all costs, whether that meant in wetlands, forests, mining, or industrial manufacturing. Whatever the historiographic debates about the significance of the Atlantic revolutions on subsequent relationships between industry and environment, and inasmuch as the period has undergone considerable and various scholarly efforts to reconcile radical economic development with protecting the public from harm and the struggle against an emerging environmental crisis, this period marks the undisputed and unmolested ascendance of the liberal and industrial worldview. In North America, the founding fathers of the United States engraved into their political project an agrarian ideal, but they framed that vision around an explicit notion that nature, all of it, was to be exploited and improved upon through the rational organization of society and work. In particular, Thomas Jefferson, a great admirer of Bacon, Newton, and Locke, designed his Monticello property with a symmetry that permitted the control of nature and its surroundings. The American Declaration of Independence, 1776, constituted the very essence of this scheme. Reason and natural law were beacons by which humanity could settle and cultivate the world. American naturalism subscribed to the notion that the environment should be tamed and improved upon through human work. On pristine landscapes, American industrialization could develop along new, rational principles combined with an inherent pioneer spirit without the hindrances of old world regulations, even if British common law served as primary inspiration. The American War of Independence, 1775-1783, made industrial mobilization necessary, the momentum for which did not dwindle with the foundation of the United States. Reflections on wilderness were one of the consequences of the shock of human intervention and expansion into new territories. New opportunities, new resources, new wealth abounded. Bit by bit, as the frontiers stretched westward, the pioneering, agrarian ethic of the Jefferson ideal shifted in favor of a world motivated by markets and industry. The independence movements in Latin America, 1808-1826, followed the same pattern. The emancipation from the Spanish Empire paved the way for new states and governments, based on the British model, to embrace liberal modernity based on the Enlightenment spirit. Nature needed to be seconded to economic need, which adapted as elsewhere to forms of slavery to produce vast quantities of coffee, sugar, and cotton. But institutional changes in France were unquestionably the most radical. Whereas the rural cahiers de doléances from the spring of 1789 suggested popular apprehension toward the expansion of industrialization, urban populations insisted that furnaces and workshops manipulating putrefiable materials be kept well outside the cities. In Paris, the new municipal authority tried to eradicate nuisances, but beginning in 1791 revolutionary legislation freed industry from the regulations that controlled its pollutions. The trade associations, thanks to Pierre Dallard's law, the Bureau of Commerce, the Office of Manufacturing Inspection, and procedures surrounding patent letters, authorization that came from the King's Council, were all abolished. Preventive commodo and incommodo inquiries were also removed, and the Constituent Assembly decreed that tribunals were competent to rule on damages caused to property. The result was that industries were thereafter free to establish their works wherever they pleased and employ whatever methods best suited them. However, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen upheld future legal intervention in arbitrating nuisance cases. Freedom, it asserted, consists of being able to do whatsoever does not bring harm to others. In this way, the exercise of an individual's natural rights is unlimited so long as it does not infringe upon another individual's freedom to enjoy the same rights. These boundaries can only be determined by the law, Article 4. If the law was to ultimately decide, it was in accordance with the notion of public utility, associated with the growth in trade and production, meant to offer employment and resources to the populace. When in 1791, the Académie des Sciences inspected the pollutions emanating from a sal ammoniac factory near Valenciennes, the commissioners concluded that public interest in preserving the industry was worth some environmental sacrifice. It is up to the local residents to determine if it would be more convenient to put up with the odor as a balance against the advantages of an establishment that can furnish work for many laborers and access to goods that benefit their country. At the onset of war in 1792, the European countries mobilized with an unprecedented ferocity that constituted a forced march toward rapid industrialization. Great Britain's production of coal, iron, and textiles all increased tenfold. In France, military imperatives compelled a massive industrial shift to which the period's great scientific savants, Lazare Carnot, Fourcroy, Guyton, Claude-Antoine Prieur, Chaptal, Berthollet, Jean Darcet, Gaspard Monge, Jean-Henri Hassenfratz, and even Alexandre Vandermonde, were recruited. Hatters transformed their workshops to produce varnished helmets for the army. The need for uniform buttons marshaled copper acid works. Textile manufacturing was recruited under the direction of the Supply Commission to make canvas, flags, and military uniforms. The Gunpowder and Saltpeter Agency, directed by Chaptal, centralized gunpowder production and hastily built a massive gunpowder factory in Grenelle, a district of Paris. In an even more direct manner, the arms industry flourished in the capital, where in the fall of 1793 the manufacture of Paris constituted a vast, bustling, and nebulous collection of military factories working under Guyton's authority. Such were wartime preoccupations that, in all cases, preventing nuisances was relegated to an afterthought. Instead, the physical environment was conscripted to conduct war, to justify violence, and to engage in dangerous industrial production. On August 31, 1794, the gunpowder factory at Grenelle exploded, killing 600 laborers and injuring another 1,000. A few key forms of military production, such as in the use of leather, highlight the disruption of existing nuisance regulations. Beginning in the fall of 1793, as the revolutionary government searched for the fastest method of mass-producing materials for the rapidly growing army, it enlisted chemists to perfect the art of tanning. Armand Seguin, a longtime collaborator of Lavoisier's, proposed a revolutionary tanning method, which accelerated the process considerably by employing a concentrated sulfuric acid solution instead of the older, milder, organic tanning acids. After a laudatory endorsement of the practice to the convention from Fourcroy, an industrial tannery was built just outside of Paris, but it released significant quantities of its acid into the Seine. Copper, used in making bronze cannons, proved to be another essential war material. A massive manufactory, which housed 1,000 laborers, was established on the Isle de la Cite right in the center of Paris, where it used copious amounts of acids to refine the metal under Fourcroy's and Guyton's oversight. Such was the scale of wartime industry and the quantities of new chemicals in use. Never had so many acid fumes been discharged right in the heart of the city. One trial illuminates the spirit of the new, revolutionary regulations. In 1793, the National Convention was forced to react to the shutting down of a minium factory, which used lead tetroxide as a pigment. The municipality of Bercy sealed the factory's doors because of pollution emissions. But Fourcroy insisted that its production constituted a national utility, and Guyton was tasked with an expert mission to remediate the plant. The lead contamination of surrounding vegetables and livestock was incontestable. 3 cows had died as a result. The whole affair contradicted traditional law enforcement. Whereas the municipal authorities demanded that the factory be distanced from populous areas, the government, supported by scientific experts, sought technical measures to maintain its place and practices. Even if the convention finally concluded that the factory should be destroyed, the proprietor was generously compensated and encouraged to improve his manufacturing processes with the assistance of the chemist Nicolas Deur, which permitted him to rebuild his factory again in the center of Paris. Whereas technical improvement, under the cover of chemical expertise, was hitherto only intended as a strategy for eliding controls that inhibited sulfuric acid factories, such cases methodically paved the way for countering legal prohibitions. A law for protecting the polluters. Once Napoleon Bonaparte came to power in 1799, France transitioned into a more authoritarian and centralized form of politics. The size and power of the state sought to eliminate obstacles that restrained economic growth, providing particular support to the chemical industry. In Paris, dozens of factories were opened both within the city and around its periphery. Chaptal's sulfuric acid and alum factory received considerable attention as a site of pollution. Since its construction in 1798, it provoked complaints and protests because of unhealthy fumes. Member of the Académie des Sciences, chemist, entrepreneur, and state councillor, Chaptal had in the meantime become Minister of the Interior. Year after year, he rejected every complaint against his factory. In 1803, local inhabitants called upon the justice of the peace to act, but Chaptal blocked even legal actions. He became a symbol of the unprecedented and inextricable connection between science and authority. The creation of new administrative structures based on these principles served as a critical historical pivot in French pollution regulations. Just before he became Minister of the Interior, Chaptal wrote an essay on the development of the chemical arts, which was both a treatise on industrial applications of the latest chemical discoveries and a guide for chemical entrepreneurialism, which he fostered and encouraged after he was appointed minister. Throughout France, resistance to polluting chemical factories threatened and compromised the march of industry. After Chaptal was replaced as Minister of the Interior in August 1804, authorities considered a national response to the recurring popular resistance. The new minister interrogated the Académie des Sciences on the factories that emit nasty odors and on the danger they might pose to public health. The report was entrusted to Guyton and Chaptal. Predictably, the two chemists concluded that public health complaints of polluting factories were not valid. They distinguished between industries whose processes required the potentially harmful decomposition of organic materials and those that emitted fumes and gases from fire-based practices, particularly sulfuric acid workshops whose emissions they only considered bothersome but nothing more serious than that. Reversing the traditional order, Chaptal and Guyton called for central authorities to protect industrial works. Any constraints on their work would be, they claimed, an unjust, vexing, and detrimental deterrent to manufacturing that would not remedy the harm derived from its operation. They defined instead a new approach. Faced with the arbitrariness of a simple police magistrate, the prejudice and ignorance of public opinion, or the jealousy of competitors, never mind the challenges inherent in the chemical practice itself, protecting public health was less important than protecting the chemical industry. It is thus of the highest importance for the prosperity of chemical advancement that one finally poses limits which leave nothing more to the arbitrariness of the magistrate. How could an industrialist agree to invest significant capital, they reasoned, if he might have to stop production following a neighborhood complaint and a police order? In the short term, the report did not translate into new and coherent pollution legislation. Local structures continued to take charge of the management of industrial pollution at the turn of the 19th century, with a new orientation, the establishment of medical inspection committees. On the other side of the Channel, in Manchester, the British city most affected by industrialization, the municipal authorities changed the practices inherited from the ancien regime and created the Board of Health in 1796, and a new office of the police commissioner responsible for the health aspects of industrialization. A nuisance committee was also created in 1800 to manage steam engine fumes. Following similar inspiration, Chaptal created a health council in Paris in 1802. Scientific expertise was paramount and directed the prefect to guide the local authorities. Almost every member of the academy was a chemist or doctor who had previously promoted acids, chlorine, and artificial soda. Parmentier, first president, Charles-Louis Cadet de Gassecourt, Deur, Jean-Pierre Darcet. Its main leaders were also members of the Annales de Chimie and the influential Society for the Encouragement of National Industry, SAIN, created in 1801 by Chaptal, and of which Guyton, himself vice president, presided over the Chemical Arts Committee. A decree from the police prefect in 1806 reinforced the process through which scientific management rather than police authority administered the task of inspecting and monitoring polluting factories and workshops. Leaving oversight to the chemical savants, gave authority to the scientists of the Health Council, leaving the police commissioners the simple task of conducting commodo and incommodo surveys, which were re-established but reduced to simple neighborhood inquiries. Very quickly, the Paris Health Council took charge in resolving the pollution emanating from artificial soda factories. Since 1800, trouble persisted in the immediate vicinity of Paris, Gentilly, Belleville, Saint-Denis or Nanterre, but most of the works were headed by members of the Health Council, or their chemistry colleagues from the Academy. After 1809, the pace of production increased sharply in response to the British continental blockade, which cut off France's supply of vegetable soda. To stimulate the production of synthetic soda, manufacturers were exempted from the salt tax. The total destruction of crops and orchards for miles around each factory provided irrefutable evidence of the irreversible damage caused by hydrochloric acid vapors. The resurgence of pollutions forced the minister to order a second report from the Académie des Sciences. The composition of the new commission still reflected the face of manufacturing. Beside Chaptal and Guyton, Fourcroy and Nicolas Vauquelin were also heavily invested in the chemical industry in the center of Paris. But, at the marked insistence of the minister who demanded some balance between the manufacturer's interests and the interests of local residents, the report's conclusion called for a compromise. It proposed establishing 3 classes of industry, based on their degree of hazard, and the chemists suggested instituting administrative authorization surveys before proceeding with upstream developments. These conclusions were reprised in the decree of October 15, 1810, which revisited the problem of factories or workshops that spread an unhealthy or uncomfortable smell. Before being able to operate, the classified industries were required to ask permission from the administration, which then triggered preventive surveys combining the consultation of commodo and incommodo with the scientific advice. The most harmful factories, first class, rested under the authority of the Council of State. The other factories were beholden to local prefectures. As a result, the new law confirmed the preeminence of administrative over criminal justice. Police or correctional courts were not recognized as competent to judge the legitimacy of facilities already accepted by acts of public administration. Although Article 471 of the Penal Code reiterated penalties for environmental risks resulting from pre-revolutionary policy, already mentioned in Article 60 of the Law of 3 Brumaire IV, the decree bypassed it by its Article 11, which left only the possibility of going to civil court and suing for damages. Procedures that could have been addressed by the criminal justice system were limited to litigation in the Council of State or Prefecture Councils, which could lead to the administrative closure of the factory. Article 12. The Restoration regime reformed the law in 1815 but kept the essential provisions. This legislation drew to a close 20 years of debate on the modes of nuisance regulation. It validated, ratified, and entrenched the move away from police authority in nuisance cases that manifested in the 1770s, elevating administrative oversight, grounded in economic liberalism, to protected status within the law. It also upheld the new regime's authoritarian politics, both internally and with an eye on expanding empire through conquest. If, between 1797 and 1800, the population could still gather in the street in demonstration against the nuisance-related improprieties of a local copper button factory and collectively call on the police commissioner to shut it down, a faint echo of the sans-culottes protests from the Revolution, by 1811 the army was called on to intervene and protect industrial establishments against such citizen protests. This was the case at the Payen-Sal ammoniac factory, where neighbors complained that their wells had been contaminated by residues from burnt organic matter. Seemingly above the law, and sharing scientific and economic interests with industrialists, the Health Council's support for such interventions was unambiguous. Until 1817, the Health Council was the only permanent forum for public health, which gave it a degree of national prominence. It served subsequently as a model for other councils created in the provinces to arbitrate industrial pollution issues, in Nantes, 1817, Lyon, 1822, Marseille, 1825, Lille, 1828, Strasbourg, 1829, Troyes, 1830, Bordeaux, 1831, Rouen, 1831, and Toulouse, 1832, placing industrial and pollution's authority everywhere in the hands of scientists rather than police commissioners. The industrialist spirit of the Paris Health Council rested in its enthusiastic support for economic development. While its taste for economic liberalism was no doubt genuine, its collusion with the business world was a critical motivation in many of its decisions. The chemist Jean-Pierre Darcet is a good illustration of the invested interest shared between authority and industry. Himself an industrialist, and gold medal awardee for the production of soda using the Leblanc process at the Exhibition of Industrial Products in 1801, Darcet was also one of the chemists appointed to the Mint of Paris, where he regularly met with Guyton and Berthollet, two of the three administrators of this laboratory where the alliance between science and administration became embedded. In his factory in the Rue de Montreuil, Darcet produced soap and other chemical products, and in that of Nanterre, artificial soda, while after 1816 he was co-director of the Chaptal sulfuric acid plant. Darcet also held senior positions in the Society for the Encouragement of National Industry, SAIN, the General Council of Manufactures, as well as the Ministry of the Interior's Advisory Committee on Arts and Manufactures to advise the minister. Believing fundamentally in the benefits of industry for society but perceiving the incompatibilities between the harmfulness of certain industrial sectors and public health, which he did not deny, Darcet prioritized searching for technical improvements over pollution control or prevention. In one of his reports, in 1815, he anchored his decision to the decree of 1810, by arranging the same factory in the first, second or third class, according to the quality of the processes employed therein, the government will undoubtedly contribute greatly to the improvement of our industry, and render the neighborhood of our great manufactories less unhealthy and less disagreeable. His authority in the Health Council between 1814 and 1830 made technical improvements to the hygienist's credo. With the Dr. Alexandre Parent Duchatelet, to whom he was a sort of mentor, Darcet guided Hippocratic medicine's mutation toward a social medicine that was attuned to the need for reform but captivated with the industrial world and its benefits. Henceforth, occupational diseases were no longer attributed to work. Instead, sex, age, low wages, or the immorality of the working classes became the primary indices for measuring health. These were markers to which the industrial system could respond. The foundations of a new world. Like the Civil Code, Napoleonic legislation on nuisances spread across the European continent, albeit unevenly and with strong national variations. For example, in the annexed Netherlands, which included Belgium before 1830, it became legally binding in 1811. After the fall and retreat of French imperial influence, application of the decree became somewhat uneven. However, in 1824 a Dutch royal decree adopted the main provisions of the French legislation with a slightly less repressive scope, leaving local authorities with more power to order the closure of a polluting factory. In Amsterdam, for example, local authorities retained considerable power before the Council of State. Further, the legal reasoning and authority of municipal councillors remained marked by older practices. Scientists played a much less important role than in France. The law of 1810 did not cross the English Channel, however, as much for political and warlike animosities during this period as for distinct legal traditions. The British regulation of pollution continued to evolve from the common law, even if an attempt at revising existing legislation appeared when, confronted with the problem of smoke coming from steam engines, local police proved to be incapable of confronting the new hazard. In 1819, the House of Commons established a select committee to investigate industrial fumes, which was followed by a law, Taylor Act, 1821, requiring steam engine owners to adopt smoke abatement processes that controlled emissions from their furnaces. In spite of initially resisting the new legislation, some industrialists came to embrace it. The controls served as incentive to improve their boilers' combustion efficiencies, which increased productivity. The law, however, failed to prevent the growth of air pollution in Britain. After a year of voluntarist action by the local authorities responsible for enforcing the law, a period during which a large number of industrialists were prosecuted and required to pay substantial damages, oversight and enforcement quickly subsided and the law fell out of favor due to a general lack of political will. In France, the application of the law experienced some adjustments that consolidated its intents and principles. In the 1820s, the frontiers of French justice and administration were fiercely discussed, as a result of the Bourbon Restoration's attempts to reconcile the Napoleonic Code with older juridical systems. At the same time, however, more and more complaints from neighbors of polluting industries forced action. Two trials are particularly illustrative. The lengthier case dealt with refining precious metals in Paris. Despite prison sentences, fines, and damages awarded by the courts, industrialist interests prevailed. According to the law, the administration and its health council deputized the police prefect, who was beholden to their interest in matters of law enforcement. The second important case pitted the soda manufacturers of Marseille against their neighbors, often landowners or big business bourgeoisie. By imposing penalties and indemnities on the manufacturers of the chemical industry that threatened their economic viability, the ex-Court of Justice revived the justice system of pre-revolutionary France. In 1826, the Ministry of the Interior was forced to intervene and impose a compromise in order to allow the continuation of artificial soda production in the region. The intervention curbed judicial enthusiasm for pollution prevention, on the one hand, and constrained industrialists to use technical means to address the worst of their polluting practices, on the other. Justice was gradually being removed from the struggle over industrial pollution. Health councils were responsible for monitoring the regulatory operating conditions given to polluting establishments. But when industrialists did not respect these conditions, their non-compliance was not considered a criminal offense and could not be tried in police courts. Thus, industrialists often evaded paying fines, negotiating instead with the health council and the administration. The powerlessness of the public prosecutor's office was blatant, and in 1832 Alphonse Trebuchet, an expert on jurisprudence surrounding the law of 1810, was distressed. Inasmuch as the law could be circumvented with ease, methods of seeking damages and protecting interests against industrial pollution were equally limited. The Council of State claimed that the civil justice system could not pronounce a verdict on the depreciation of neighboring properties, 1824, nor on moral damage, 1827, only materially damaged property could be compensated. In those same years, when the industrial risks associated with steam engines and lighting gas were being debated, the state councillor Heron de Villefos justified this administrative approach and the marginalization of justice by a deliberate policy of favoring industrialization. It was precisely because the application of the rules of the common law had presented enormous difficulties in cases of this kind that it has been recognized as necessary in France to lay down special legislation. In fact, increasing investments and certain technical devices rendered the more repressive legal approach that existed in pre-revolutionary France impossible. The example of the distillation of coal by the gas industry demonstrates this. In 1817, when the industry was founded in Paris, the Health Council determined that its activities should have been classified in the most harmful first class of polluting industries, and theoretically forbidden in the city. But since the long pipes needed to transport the gas to places where it was consumed would compromise its viability, the council recommended second-class status and the furnaces and gasometers were established within city limits. The same desire to not curb industrialization explains why steam engines were permitted to operate freely. Competition with Britain, where smoke and dangerous establishments in the heart of the cities were tolerated, discouraged French authorities from imposing too many constraints on companies, which could weaken their viability against foreign competitors. Between 1815 and 1830, more than 100 steam engines were installed in Paris. far fewer than were built in London or other major British cities, while a handful of gas plants operated in both capitals. In both countries, scientists were consulted. In order to reconcile industrialization with concentrated populations, they defined the notion of a safety standard. In doing so, they entrenched the prospective industrial risk. In 1825, the new nomenclature for polluting establishments added the term hazardous to its title. Technical improvement became the modus operandi to manage nuisances. The Manchester Dr. Thomas Percival praised the new regulations that relegated to technical innovation, and especially chemistry, the task of attenuating or eradicating almost all the bothersome vapors. In perfecting itself, industry is like the Achilles spear. It heals the harm it does, wrote the Paris Health Council in 1821. In his influential work De l'Industrie Française, 1819, Chaptal extolled chemistry's potential and associated sanitation with growth. In creating the art of manufacturing sal ammoniac, chemistry has given value to substances that had none before. Animal materials were rejected as being of no use for any purpose. Today they are much sought after. Gelatin factories and those of sal ammoniac fight over access to these raw materials. Thus chemistry, by extending its domain, creates value, and makes everything contribute to the general good. In this manner, the pharmacist Charles de Rosne began to manufacture animal black, a material from animal residues, which resulted in a clarification product for beet sugar. Similarly, Payen recycled organic waste and ammoniacal water from gas factories in his large plant in Grenelle, where sodium chloride, lime chloride, animal charcoal, sugar, and other products were also made. Though propped up by the Health Council, these two manufacturers provoked several complaints and were subject to multiple administrative disputes. The de Rosne factory was also the first in France to be finally closed, 1834, under Article 12 of the law. Sanitation also involved reducing fumes and gases. But in the construction of smokeless stoves and devices for condensing and absorbing vapors, failures were numerous, even if those failures did little to temper hygienists' enthusiasm for the ingenuity of the industrial world. The hygienist credo, however, met with resistance from the people. Like some workers and artisans who denounced the social effects of industrial mechanics at the turn of the 1800s, simple citizens and residents strongly opposed the health and environmental risks posed by industrialization. Of the more than 3,000 cases of unhealthy industrial establishments examined by the Health Council between 1806 and 1828, almost half were the subject of neighborhood complaints. The tendency toward local complaints and opposition increased in the 1820s. In the mid-1830s, Parent Duchatelet, then vice president of the Health Council, articulated the nature of the confrontation as an epic struggle for power that he feared could become detrimental to industrial interests. For several years, there has been a fierce struggle between private individuals and industrialists. The latter are pursued with ardor and activity which, so far, has not been justified. In a way, we dictate to authority the conduct that it must take. Such a state of things cannot subsist any longer. Because industrialists are indispensable to our social order, we must tolerate factories, and if so far individuals have needed to be privileged against the demands and carelessness of the manufacturers, the time has come when these must be defended against the ridiculous requirements and intolerable and tyrannical claims of others. Were the claims that were attached to the old legal regime of being able to live unhindered by others so intolerable, and the demands so ridiculous, many doctors, practitioners rather than scientists, often supported the protests by neighbors of polluting industries, to the dismay of Parent Duchatelet. Some of these doctors also had honorable careers. For example, François-Emmanuel Faudéré, a physician in Marseille and a professor at the Strasbourg School of Medicine, published in 1813 the first Traité de hygiène publique, treatise on public health, in 6 encyclopedic volumes in which he outlined the toxicity of the new industrial world. Faudéré was also the first theoretician of acid rain. In his work he condemned the new regulations that favored industry and vigorously attacked industrial pollution and chemical agents, destroyers of all organized beings, living or not. He strongly criticized the Health Council's practices, its methods and conclusions, as well as public health subjugation to the requirements of industrialization. Similarly, in Spain, the physician Juan Manuel de Arregula, a supporter of Guytonian fumigations at the outset, ultimately concluded that acid gases caused more harm than good. An eminent scientific authority who presided over the Supreme Court of Public Health since 1811, he was sidelined by his colleagues and the political powers after his change of heart. Opposition to industrial progress was silenced, and these doctors were marginalized in their careers. Only legal recourse gave them a credible voice. For example, in Great Britain, where artificial soda production began after 1825, following the complaints of neighbours to soda factories in 1829, Scottish courts called on Edward Turner and Robert Christison, both of them doctors and chemists, to perform laboratory tests on the environmental effects of the factory's emissions. Turner and Christison concluded that acid fumes had a deleterious effect on plants, which had suffered considerable decline since the introduction of the new industry. They based their work on the methods conceived by the Swiss chemists François Marcet and Isaac Macaire-Princep, who for several years had been studying the effects of factory fumes on plants. In 1832, two botanists, the Englishman John Lindley and the Swiss Alphonse Pyrame de Candolle, also confirmed, separately, that the harmful effects of acid gases on plants existed in and around manufacturing facilities. The controversy that the authorities and the more prominent, industrially minded chemists wanted to silence was still enlivened by debate by the time industrialization witnessed rapid acceleration thanks to the advent of the first railways. Thus, the first stages of industrialization upset the old regulations by redefining healthfulness and unhealthfulness, and the boundaries between inconvenience and unwholesomeness. An all-conquering scientific chemistry transformed the industrial pollution paradigm and monopolized expertise to promote acids and their disinfecting properties. Local protections against polluting agents were disempowered. Capital investment inherent in the new industrial system made any repressive attempt to control pollution incompatible with economic growth. The French decree of 1810 to govern unhealthy establishments serves as the keystone of the new regulatory system for pollutions. The first law on industrial pollution in the world, it was the result of a sudden increase in production coupled with the institutional reorganization of government structures. Public utility, inscribed in the spirit of the law, reorganized hierarchies of priorities in the name of economic enrichment. Founder of a new order, the law acknowledged pollutions as an inherent part of industrial society and as a new political project that imposed on society an industrialization yet contested for its deleterious effects. 2. Naturalizing pollutions in the Age of Progress, 1830–1914. If the 18th century witnessed the emergence of industry and its share of nuisances, the 19th century saw pollutions become constituent elements of modernity, and the word, pollution, gradually acquired its contemporary meaning. As the scale of industrial production continued to increase, so too did the number of toxic substances released. That satellite view assertion, however, masks gaping contrasts and important redistributions in the allocation of production and its toxic discharges. At the beginning of the 19th century, industry in both Europe and Asia was primarily rural and widely dispersed. As the century progressed, however, the disparity between the two continents increased rapidly. In 1870, Western Europe's industrial production accounted for 62% of global production. By the time of the Great War, Europe and North America accounted for more than 80% of global industrial production. Put another way, if smoke superseded stench in the hierarchy of contaminants, this great phenomenon deeply affected the West first. In Europe, progress was the capital idea of the century. Described in terms of growth and improvement, progress was a quest for power and a plundering of nature, which Europeans perceived as immense and hostile. The figure of Prometheus, the mythological titan who stole fire and gave it to humanity, became the ambivalent symbol of this age of potential progress. But Prometheus' suffering was no less symbolic in the period's miseries and its dreaded catastrophes. Numerous accounts have depicted industrial expansion in the West as a race toward abundance and a manifestation of beneficial progress. Following post-war economic growth, referred to as the Glorious 30, 1945–1975, period, historian David Lond likened this great industrial change to a liberation from the blockades and routines that had previously hampered Europe's rise. For the most part, economic historiography has described industrial expansion in optimistic terms, listing myriad benefits, while also removing from the balance sheet the resultant ecological damage and social and spatial inequalities it produced. Statistics on the production and consumption of certain key products, such as cotton, coal, cast iron, and steel, were supposed to attest to the rising standard of living, which served as the foundational basis of the progressive narrative in the historiography. In his book on the history of industry, Dennis Warrenoff noted that up until 20 years ago, the history of industrial pollutions and the sensibility of city dwellers to its nuisances had not been written. This point was reiterated by Genevieve Massard-Guilbeault, who remarked that in spite of an immense amount of documentation on pollution available in 19th-century archives, particularly polluting industries, such as chemistry, have been studied without one word being mentioned about pollution. Pollutions were always an afterthought, however. Even if growth had not yet been subjected to theoretical rigor, pollutions were never used as a counterbalance to the exploitation of nature, which was treated as inexhaustible and apt to assimilate all waste from human activities. This fatalistic attitude meant that pollution was accepted as a regrettable, yet inevitable effect of global emancipation. The growing acceptance of toxic waste, its naturalization, fell in step with evolutionary and teleological readings throughout the century of progress. States legitimized a political economy based on production statistics, whose steady increase promoted a sense of well-being, pacification through soft trade, and political and social stability. In order to follow the manner in which pollutions were naturalized in all their complex forms over the course of the 19th century, it is necessary to explore the principal sectors and territories involved, and to map out the sources of pollutants and their evolution. Chapter 4. As pollutants increased exponentially, many sought to understand this phenomenon through all-conquering science. Others protested, or even rose up when the harm or damage became all too evident. Chapter 5. In the name of public interest and the greater national benefit, some states, those that considered themselves liberal and industrial, willingly sacrificed certain zones and populations while trying to contain nuisances. By means of regulatory laws and the promotion of science and its methods, pollutants were simultaneously fought against and accepted, denounced and permitted, resulting in a profoundly ambivalent relationship with industry and its achievements. Chapter 6. 4. The dark side of progress. In 1914, less than 100 years after their construction began, railway lines extended more than 1 million kilometers around the world, predominantly in the United States and Europe. This radical innovation testified to the extraordinary transformation that resulted from advancements in mechanization and in the steel industry. Coupled with the growth of financial capitalism, pre-industrial economies found themselves hurtling towards staggering expansion. However, apart from urban tramways, railway lines were not electrified until the early 1900s. The first significant electric line opened in 1905 and ran between New York City and New Haven. Instead, coal remained the key element in train development, giving the steam locomotive its characteristic plumes of black smoke, described by Victor Hugo, wrapped with wonder. This iron horse, which tore at the trees as it passed, and spewed burning coal waste and boiling water urine, and huge rackets of sparks. The train unquestionably and unapologetically became the quintessential symbol of the industrial age. Coal was described as the principal resource of our industry, a veritable philosopher's stone of modernity. Its influence conquered the world between 1830 and 1914. Its significance grew in step with that of the steam engine and advancements in industrial techniques for metallurgical fusion. Even though hydraulic power and biomass continued to be used, coal grew in importance and became the standard pollutant of the industrial world. The rise of coal was impressive. Between 1840 and 1914, the amount of coal mined in Great Britain rose from 30 million metric tons to 290 million metric tons. In German principalities, the production grew from 3.4 million metric tons to 190 million metric tons over the same period of time. A similar trend took place in France, with an increase from 3 million metric tons to 40 million metric tons, and in the United States, 2.1 million metric tons to 510 million metric tons. Also in this time period, the amount of cast iron produced per capita rose from 5 to 130 kilograms in Germany, from 20 to 220 kilograms in England, and from 16 to 270 kilograms in the United States. The growth in cast iron production influenced many other industrial sectors. Overall, global industrial production increased sevenfold between 1860 and 1914. Figure 4.1. When the heart of the potter rejoices. Stoke-on-Trent postcard, undated, end of the 19th century. Coal fumes became the main symbol of pollution in the 19th century, especially in English cities. Stoke-on-Trent was the world's leading center for ceramics, to the point where the region was renamed the Potteries and included in the Black Country appellation. The back of the postcard reads, "This is the hole I am stuck in, very good for anyone with a bad chest." If coal was the chief somber face of progress, with its black clouds and stench hanging over emerging industrial cities, there were many other processes that contributed to the rise in pollution. Urban growth reached a crisis with regards to the disposal of waste, while blast furnaces, non-ferrous foundries, and chemical factories continued to grow in number and add to the increasingly worrying emissions in Europe and North America. This treadmill of production and waste management expanded into new territories at the end of the century. Urban metabolisms. Before focusing on coal's novelty and its many uses, it is important to first remember that for the majority of the world's population, the city was the primary producer of waste and nuisances, outside of large industrial sites, and that pre-industrial city life had existed for some time. However, industrialization gradually changed the urban metabolism and its inner workings. The dynamics of its exchange of materials with countryside and mines, its access to resources, and the urban layout with respect to where goods were consumed and where they were disposed of were all altered. The impact urbanization had on society and natural environments intensified in parallel with industrialization, migration, evolving transport systems, and new modes of life. While there were only 6 cities in the world in 1800 with more than 500,000 inhabitants, Paris, London, Istanbul, Tokyo, Peking, and Canton, there were 43 cities of this size in 1900, most of them situated in Europe and North America. By 1850 there were 225 million people living in cities. The urban population in England had already exceeded the rural population. Cities became ever more densely populated, and previously empty or agrarian spaces were rarely spared long from new construction. Despite the crowded nature of city living, a level of quality was sought for its inhabitants. One such example was the provision of water for Parisians, whose consumption increased 33-fold between 1807 and the 1930s. Population congestion translated into waste congestion, and the amount of waste matter requiring treatment and disposal became a major concern. In Paris, the gross quantity of waste, not including the waste generated from industrial sites, jumped from 45,000 to 550,000 metric tons between 1815 and 1864. Animal waste was an added problem. While most cities in the West sought to place abattoirs far from city centres, British cities were the last to insist on this in the latter half of the 19th century, and London the last amongst them. The amount of manure to manage continued to increase. In Paris, the horse population rose from 30,000 in 1830 to 80,000 in 1880. The English horse population peaked around 1850. In Germany, 3.5 million horses were divided between cities and countryside. A comparable number were found in American cities at the end of the century. As a result, vast amounts of organic waste were produced. In Milwaukee, a city of 350,000 people, some 12,500 horses produced 133 metric tons of manure per day. By 1900, the threat of infection was such that a push for motorization was seen as a means of reducing health risks associated with the presence of animals. The list of everyday wastes grew even longer when byproducts from artisanal and other diverse industries were also taken into account. The following is not a comprehensive list, but quotidian polluters included dyers, tanners, launderers and bleachers, brewers, and chemical product manufacturers. Most trades did not know what to do with the byproducts of their work. This was the case, for example, with the gas lighting industry. Gas lights had spread to numerous neighborhoods in Europe after 1850. The lights produced various residues from the distillation of coal, bitumen, sulfur, ammonia, tar, heavy metals, all of which were generally deposited into pits near the gas factories. In 1873, Parisians noted the revolting appearance of the river Seine at specific times of the year, most notably when the Saint Denis factories took advantage of a storm to send all of the harmful residues they had in reserve into the river. After 1880, Marseille, France's second-largest city with 500,000 inhabitants, began stockpiling domestic and industrial sludge in depots, further aggravating the city's already critical sanitation problems. Interestingly, throughout the century in Europe, the urban mortality rate remained higher than its rural counterpart, although the gap was tending to close somewhat. This fact was attributed by many to urban density, garbage, and sewage, all of which created veritable pits of humanity. As industrial systems and infrastructures took hold in both European and North American cities, they became undeniably more polluted than Asian cities. The contrast is really quite striking. In Tokyo, the sanitary regime that typified the 18th century could persist with few modifications through the 19th century. The idea of soiling, with its religious connotations, led to a very strict treatment of waste. Rather than getting washed away in the sewers amidst great quantities of water, the excreta were instead valued as fertilizer for farmland. Waste that was considered unclean, impure, or carrying disease was disposed of using rudimentary techniques. The mortality rate never exceeded that of European cities until the end of the century. The only exceptions to the rule that Western cities were more contaminated than their Asian counterparts were the great colonial metropoles, Bombay and Calcutta, for example, whose pollution levels reflected those of European cities, where artisans and city dwellers lived beside sullied and insalubrious waterways. The 1870s saw a rupture in the day-to-day running of the average European city. Previously, human and animal excrement, butcher's scraps, mud in the street, wool rags, and other everyday waste products had in one way or another been reused or reappropriated. But the onset of industrialization and urbanization, combined with a higher standard of living, provoked a devaluing of scraps and dregs that were no longer deemed worthy of reuse. At the same time, industrial enterprises enjoyed access to new resources from further afield thanks to mining expansion, advances in chemistry, and the appropriation of colonial resources, further diminishing the need to reuse and recycle. Waste from this point forth was an end product, and nobody really knew what to do with it. Numerous experiments, along the lines of London's sewage farms, in existence since the 1840s, were instigated to attempt to relocate excess sullied water to the city's distant peripheries. However, many such urban efforts failed. In Paris, Vienna, Brussels, London, and Berlin, such ventures managed only to heighten tensions between the city and its suburbs. This rupture in the workings of these and other cities also accentuated episodes of the great stink produced by masses of organic waste left in the heat, while toxic matter was released into local rivers such as the Thames or the Seine. London was particularly hard hit in 1858, and Paris in 1880 and 1895. The stench led to a public outcry and criticism in the press. In Paris, the concern was over the industrial treatment of sewage from the manufacture of ammonia sulfate. Several ammonia sulfate factories had been built in the 1870s in the city's suburbs. They inspired the foundation of a municipal commission to examine the odors de Paris, but the commission never succeeded in resolving the crisis between urban dwelling and industrialization. The rejection of the pre-industrial system that valued garbage varied greatly from country to country, and between larger and smaller cities. The shift away from older waste practices seems to have started earlier in the United States and England than in France, and in larger cities compared with smaller cities. In any case, by the end of the 19th century, various systems of garbage disposal and elimination replaced the older method of reappropriating garbage. The first choice was to eliminate garbage via a main drain, a system which the majority of European cities adopted. Alternatively, as was the case in New York from 1872, waste was simply carried out to sea. England created dumping grounds for its rubbish, and other systems such as incineration and recycling began to emerge elsewhere toward the end of the century. All these responses to the industrial waste upheaval contributed to pushing industry and its pollutions to the outskirts of cities. Their relocation was made even more possible by access to railway lines. Great industrial cities like London, Paris, and Brussels attracted and welcomed many artisans and small decentralized industries. However, after 1860, industry tended to set up on the periphery, in abandoned zones, well away from bourgeois neighborhoods. In Haussmann's Paris, particular areas were known for their high levels of pollution. For example, the Villette district was one of the most polluted sites in the capital. Its abattoirs, fuel depots, gas factories, and even a huge tar plant gave the district its notoriety. The search for large, economical spaces for factories paved the way for the development of the first industrial suburbs, which were easily accessible by rail. In this manner, industrialization transformed urban landscapes as well as ideas about urban planning. In cities that were predominantly industrial and defined by the particular branch of industry that had long been established there, such as the textile centers of Manchester and Roubaix, or the steel cities of Detroit, Pittsburgh, and Le Creusot, the suburbs became hubs of industrial activity. The list of polluted areas sacrificed in the name of advancement grew ever longer. All major European and North American cities developed industrial suburbs, fashioning a familiar landscape of tall chimneys, those long fingers, indicators of inconvenience. Each developed in keeping with the local topography, the type of industry, and social power relations. In Paris, in 1912, there were 426 large chimneys spewing their noxious smoke within the city limits. But the increase in the number of chimneys was greatest in the city's suburbs, particularly in the northeast around St. Denis, Aubervilliers, and Pantin. A similar trend occurred in North America, where urban growth outpaced that of Europe. For example, in New York in 1860 some 100,000 workers were employed in 5,000 factories, but a significant new source of pollution arrived after 1880 with the founding and expansion of petroleum distillation factories. Oil industry business magnates, like Rockefeller, chose to move away from the city, to Newton Creek on Long Island or to northern New Jersey. Long-standing rural areas were transformed into vast industrial estates. Waste and petroleum residues polluted surrounding water and soil, with little or no backlash from local authorities. In the 19th century, cities not only had to deal with new forms of pollution resulting from industrialization, but also had to keep in check pre-industrial forms that continued to increase. In both cases, the solution seemed to be to distance the source of pollution from the city. As Sabine Biles noted, a city did not become cleaner and healthier except by unloading elsewhere the deleterious miasmas that sullied its soil. Thanks to the removal of pollutions, to the suburbs, underground, or further afield into the countryside, urban mortality rates declined at the end of the century to fall more into line with rural rates. Smoke-filled Europe. Industry changed and developed at varying speeds and in myriad contexts over the course of the 19th century. Initially, steam engines and urban rhythms drew manufacturing industries into the cities. Subsequently, in a second phase of nascent industrialization, complaints by the urban bourgeoisie about pollutions, but also linked to complaints about high numbers of workers, pushed for industry's redeployment to the outskirts of the city. The expansion of railway lines accommodated this transition, just as it helped connect manufacturing with its raw materials, from mining, for example, brought from even further afield, from areas expressly dedicated to their extraction. Sometimes, manufacturing shifted closer to its resource base. In Europe, industrial zones were largely concentrated around coal deposits. Around 1830, however, coal was little used outside of Great Britain, with many places continuing to use animals, water, or wind as principal sources of power. In the 1860s, Great Britain extracted 100 million metric tons of coal every year. This amounted to more than half of the coal mined around the world, and 4 times as much as was mined in the United States or in Germany. Before World War I, coal mining in Britain continued to expand, but its relative global importance decreased by 20%, ceding its lead in coal production to the United States. The emergence of industrial zones meant that pollutions from industry were concentrated in and around specific areas. The scattered nature of small-scale artisanal production yielded to vast areas of land sacrificed to industry of unprecedented scale. Where small workshops had previously dotted the landscape, industrialization witnessed an agglomeration of manufacturing, inspired to maximize returns through the intense exploitation of raw materials, energy sources, and labor. As a result, coal mines became surrounded by steel, metallurgical, and chemical factories, and notably coking plants, which were necessary for removing the toxic impurities such as sulfur, benzene, and phosphorus from the coal before it could be burned as a fuel. Given the polluting nature of these factories, 30% of byproducts were simply released untreated into the atmosphere. It is little wonder that they were required to set up farther from urban residential areas. For example, in London from 1870 onward, the municipality banished such factories from the metropolitan area. In the meantime, carbonaceous smoke became a major polluting source in industrial zones. The largest steelworks were located in southern Wales, Yorkshire, and around Birmingham in Great Britain, in the Ruhr area in Germany, Wallonia in Belgium, and Lorraine, France. The textile sector also adopted coal as a fuel source, and smoke engulfed Manchester accounted for 90% of the English cotton industry from the 1830s onward. Such was the scale of the industry, Manchester's coal consumption grew from 737,000 metric tons annually in 1834 to more than 3 million metric tons in 1876. In 1852, steam engines provided 450,000 horsepower in Great Britain, 6 times as much as in France. By 1870, Britain could boast that there were 100,000 steam engines in operation. They were often defective and all of them emitted sulfur dioxide. The extent of the pollution created by the great factory chimneys drew the attention of numerous travelers, social researchers, and authors. Amongst them, Charles Dickens's famous novel, Hard Times, described the sooty sky of Coketown, a fictitious city reminiscent of Manchester. In 1854, monstrous serpents of smoke trailed over the city. In another passage, the same serpents were interminable. Devastated by acid rain, the English Midlands became known as the Black Country, with a record mortality rate. 20% of deaths from bronchitis in Great Britain were the result of atmospheric pollution, not counting the rise in other pulmonary illnesses and cancers. Estimates suggest that 1 million Britons died prematurely between 1840 and 1900 due to air pollution. Around this time, the first movements against industrial smoke began to avail themselves of available statistical data to correlate the rise in pollution with concomitant increases in respiratory illnesses. In 1873, the General Register Office showed a hike in the number of deaths following several dense fogs that paralyzed London in December. Coal and steam power were incorporated throughout much of Western Europe and the United States, but certain areas held out longer. The Mediterranean regions formed one example, where only Marseille and Barcelona made the switch to coal steam power before 1900. Elsewhere in Spain and on the Italian peninsula, in Turin and Milan, the abundance of waterways and the absence of coal seams rendered the alternative hydraulic power much more profitable. After 1880, industrialization entered a new phase, often referred to as the Second Industrial Revolution. Driven less by textiles, and more by iron, steel, and chemistry, it was heavily reliant on coal. On the continent, this age of coal rose to dominance first in the German states, with its large coal deposits in the Ruhr region, Westphalia, and Silesia. In 1850, the Ruhr produced 1.5 million metric tons of coal, and employed 12,000 miners. By 1910, some 400,000 miners extracted 110 million metric tons of coal, making the region the capital of the continent's steel industry. Coke, derived from coal, fed blast furnaces to produce cast iron and steel. Stimulated by railroad expansion and the race to produce a weapons arsenal, metallurgical industries in the Ruhr Valley grew to immense proportions. Krupp's factories at Essen, for example, employed 30,000 people around 1900. In 1912, a government inquest revealed that the bulk of the region was polluted with smoke, soot, and deposits of sulfuric acid, which impeded vegetable growth and contaminated local fruits. In Belgium, the Liege Basin remained one of the most important in Europe. The opening of new coal mines reinforced industrial power in Wallonia, which became the principal producer of zinc. An abundance of zinc ore, known as calamine, built the reputation of Moresnet, also known as the Vile Montagne deposit. But although this resource boosted the economy, it proved harmful for the environment, because zinc's purification process was particularly polluting. The numerous zinc metallurgical factories that were established in Liege and Angela released metal oxides and other heavy metals, such as lead and cadmium, into the atmosphere. The refining techniques seem to have been imported from India after 1740, where sizable factories were already in operation during the early modern period. Founded in 1837, the Vile Montagne Zinc Mining Company introduced a new refining method, which quickly set it apart as the first multinational in Europe after it proceeded to take possession of calamine deposits across the continent. Zinc became the flagship product, reflective of a new urban modernity. Its patina was used as a waterproof layer in the roofs of industrial cities. However, like many industrial products, effluents from its manufacture produced a high environmental cost. In France, a dispersed proto-industry continued to endure, which meant that no French equivalent, in size or scale, to the significant industrial areas of the Lancashire textile region or the steel manufacturing Ruhr Valley ever emerged. Consequently, the issue of smoke pollution never became as big an issue as it did across the Channel. Nevertheless, Le Creusot, which was home to the first French steam engine for industrial use in the 1780s, became the site of one of the largest factories on the European continent at the end of the 19th century. Nestled in a coal and iron mining basin, the region was galvanized by the development of railway lines and the creation in 1837 of the Schneider Frere Company. Between 1830 and 1866, the city's population grew from 1,300 people to more than 23,000. Industry was everything. Le Creusot was entirely organized around an immense factory, which formed a vast city of iron and steel at the beginning of the 20th century. The factory covered some 1,000 hectares, extending 4 kilometers, with a 300-kilometer network of railway tracks linking the various buildings together. Coal smoke affected almost all industrial zones, but it was particularly noticeable in cities, where it came into direct and more regular contact with people. London, where coal was burned to heat dwellings, and industrial effluents regularly affected city life, remained the world's most polluted metropolis. In 1905, the physician Henry Antoine Desvaux, member of the Coal Smoke Abatement Society, coined the term smog, a fusion of the words smoke and fog, to describe and draw attention to the new toxic fog. This epitomizing term, coined to capture industrial smoke's devastating impact on the atmosphere, came at the beginning of a long and lethal history. Drains and outlets. More insidious than smog, because it was less immediately visible, water pollution also increased dramatically because of industrialization. Prior to industrialization, it was forbidden to dump industrial waste into rivers anywhere in the world, at the risk of legal prosecution. The new liberal industrial regime, however, freed manufacturers from these legal constraints. Under pressure to increase production, engineers redefined the perception of health risks as part of their vision that moving waters cleaned all manner of hazard. This new train of thought was inspired in Great Britain, where water closets, WCS, were introduced around 1810 as a new system of eliminating excreta by means of a modern network of drains. The British model was adopted extensively in Europe and the United States. All drains led to natural waterways, which ultimately discharged into the sea. Moreover, air pollution control measures had the unhappy effect of exacerbating water pollutions as a means of disposing of unwanted waste. This was especially the case with the burgeoning chemical industry, which was responsible for releasing a large quantity of filtered and liquefied residues into river systems. The result was a new, resigned attitude to water pollution, seen as a necessity for sustainable prosperity. As Antoine Poggiale, a member of Paris Committee of Public Health and Sanitation, indicated in 1875 in reference to the Beaver River. Could we remove from the banks of the Beaver the industries recognized as unhealthy, such as tanneries, tarweries, starch work, and dyeing, as was done under Louis XIV for the factories established on the banks of the Seine? This would require a new law. But our morals, the respect of property, as well as our legislative principles do not appear to be equipped for or desirous of such a radical measure. Whereas certain types of rural waterway pollutions in Western Europe, such as those from the retting of plant textiles, were in decline and ultimately concentrated in just a few areas such as the Lys Valley, Russia, and the colonial world, newer forms appeared. Urban rivers were the first to suffer from more intense pollution. In Great Britain, a Parliamentary Commission on Water Pollution, 1866-1867, recognized the explicit link between industrial activities and waterway pollution, and it was at this time that the term pollution began to circulate. The Irwell River in Manchester, the Tees and Mersey in Liverpool, the Aire in Leeds, the Thames, and others, all became unsuitable as sources for drinking water. In addition, fish disappeared downstream from industrial installations. Textile industries were particularly harmful to rivers, as was the case for the Espierre River at Tourcoing and Roubaix. But all types of industry discharged their effluents. In the 1850s, rivers in the industrial areas of northern France and in Pas-de-Calais became black as ink, as a result of beet juice, and odor via emissions from distilleries, dyeing workshops, and other textile factories. In Saint-Étienne, the foul smells emanating from the small industrial Furin River, which crossed the city, were accentuated by waste products from butchers and tripe shops, tanneries, and textile factories. The majority of city rivers that supported industry along or near their banks could expect a similar outcome. With growing health concerns and a general inefficiency in municipal guidelines and laws, authorities decided to cover over these rivers, thus transforming them into sewers. Numerous city rivers became drains for sullied water, which of course encouraged the possibility of creating still more waste. Of all the numerous activities that sullied waterways, the principal culprits were those that involved the extraction and transformation of metals. Not only did they require a lot of water, but they also produced huge amounts of residual waste. In the Ruhr around 1900, all biological life was destroyed in a tributary of the River Rhine called the Emscher, which traversed the entire region from one end to the other. No restrictions on waste disposal, or proposals for any kind of treatment plant, were proposed before 1914. In the Lorraine region, the Hayange Forge, already suspected of pollution in pre-industrial France, developed into a vast complex of blast furnaces founded by the Wendel family. Here the Fench, a small tributary of the River Moselle, was considered one of the most contaminated rivers in the region in 1900. Fish had disappeared and animals could no longer drink from it. In Great Britain, tin mines in Cornwall and Devon, which accounted for 90% of world production in the 19th century, also had a detrimental effect on local rivers with their arsenic emissions. Tin was an essential metal for the bronze, brass, and fine metalworking industries. The rivers in Cornwall were devastated by these mines. It is worth noting that if measures taken to control atmospheric pollution sometimes led to an increase in river pollution, those taken in order to limit the amount of waste poured into waterways meant that other means had to be found to dispose of byproducts. The need to collect arsenical compounds from manufacturing, preventing them from entering waterways, had the unhappy consequence of contributing to the wide diffusion of arsenic as a repurposed pigment in a large number of consumer goods, for example, wallpapers, artificial flowers, and toys. Despite the overwhelming number of waterways detrimentally affected by mining activities, it took a long time to address the problem. In copper mines, where smoke was the first thing to draw attention, water contamination was also a recurring problem at the end of the 19th century. In the middle of the century, England was the world's leading copper producer. Copper was extracted in Cornwall, before being transported to Wales to be smelted in factories, most notably in Swansea. New mines were opening in North America, Chile, and Japan. In the United States, production jumped from 8,000 metric tons in the 1860s to 367,000 metric tons in the early 1900s. Despite evolving techniques, the increase in pollution kept pace with that of production. Vast copper mines in Montana and Arizona devastated surrounding areas and were barely kept in check before the 20th century. Meiji-era Japan underwent remarkable industrial growth, establishing a modern economy within its archipelago and internationally. It became the second largest producer of copper in the world. The Ashio mine alone, situated 100 kilometers north of Tokyo, provided 30% of national production around 1895. The strategic stakes were such that Japan ignored the potential environmental consequences of its industry. Besides sulfur anhydride, wastewater carried copper byproducts, heavy metals like arsenic, lead, zinc, and cadmium, into the river Watarase, which was also used to irrigate rice paddies. Some 100,000 hectares of soil were contaminated. The extent of the pollution threatened the health of the peasantry, who petitioned local authorities in vain. It is impossible to comprehensively review each type of mine everywhere. But consider petroleum extraction, still in its infancy mid-century, but which proved to be particularly harmful to water ecosystems. Because of the remoteness of the oil fields from the cities and the euphoria that accompanied the rush to black gold, the pollutions from the first oil industry did not garner as much attention as urban air pollution. However, during the 1860s, there were numerous ecological catastrophes in Pennsylvania, Texas, and in Baku near the Caspian Sea. Some rivers in the United States contain so much hydrocarbon residue that steamboats sometimes caught fire as a result. In 1886, when pipelines and the first tankers began transporting oil, 1.4 million barrels of crude oil were accidentally spilled into the Caspian Sea. At the beginning of the 20th century, Canada, the United States, Indonesia, Persia, and Mexico were the leading oil producers. In Mexico, north of Veracruz, British and American petroleum companies established wells and pipelines that sullied waterways. In December 1910 and January 1911, close to 6 million barrels of crude oil ended up in the Buenavista and Tuxpan rivers. The exceptional spill captured the imagination, but it cloaked the chronic spills omnipresent at every oil well. A fin de siècle atmosphere. By the end of the 19th century, industrialization had experienced numerous reorganizations during the Long Depression, 1873-1896, during which the leading industrial countries in Europe had faced a rise in unemployment, a drop in agricultural prices, and a deceleration in economic growth. This period of crisis and of the transformation of industrial capitalism has received considerable historiographic attention. It is largely understood in the context of the fears of decline coming from the British elites. Those fears linked amplified pollutions with the degeneration of the race. At the same time, industrial hierarchies were in turmoil. The United Kingdom lost its industrial supremacy to the United States and Germany. In 1913, for example, it produced only 10% of the world's steel, down from 36% in 1875. The United States and Germany were responsible for 42% and 23%, respectively. After the Civil War, American industry continued to grow at an impressive and steady rate. Between 1865 and 1914, production grew 12-fold, the annual growth rate was 4%, and the population more than doubled, from 31 million to 76 million between 1860 and 1900. This golden age of rampant capitalism involved the construction of vast industrial zones in Pennsylvania, Ohio, and around Chicago. Within a few decades, these great industrial and urban conglomerations and the smoke they produced threatened a long-standing agrarian tradition. Entrepreneurs and authorities alike struggled to take effective measures, in the face of the industrial confidence and enthusiasm that had seized North American elites. According to businessman W. Rend in 1892, smoke is the incense burning on the altars of industry, proof of man's greatness, his capacity to transform the merely potential forces of nature into articles of comfort for humanity. However, in 1911 a report by the United States Geological Survey revealed that smoke and its consequent damage cost the American economy $500 million a year. Pittsburgh, situated in the heart of the Appalachian coal mining district, became the world's leading steel industry center. By 1868, the Atlantic Monthly referred to it as the Smoky City. Every object in it is black, and one saw, smoke, 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 everywhere smoke. Pittsburgh consumed 5% of the coal produced nationally and had 300,000 residents in 1880. It became the poster city for steel production, just as famous for its exorbitant pollution levels, which have received considerable scholarly treatment from North American historians. Other countries like Spain, Italy, and Russia also began their industrialization process. The Iberian Peninsula became a worldwide leading producer in the extraction and production of minerals such as mercury, lead, copper, and zinc, although most of the mining industry was controlled by large foreign companies. The resulting pollutions were significant and diverse. In Andalusia, lead poisoning extended from the Sierra de Gádor mountain range to the Sierra Morena mountains. Hydrogearism, or mercury poisoning, struck people in Almaden, in the Ciudad Real province, the site of one of the world's largest mercury deposits. In 1873, a consortium of investors funded by British capital purchased the vast Huelva mining complex in Andalusia from the Spanish government. The mines were situated along the Rio Tinto. This river would later give its name to a future giant in the mining industry. All the old mining installations were expanded, and operating methods modernized to make Huelva the world's premier copper mine. Its once low-volume output increased to 4,000 metric tons between 1876 and 1878, and then to 15,000 metric tons at the end of the 1880s, which amounted to 1 million metric tons of ore extract. Copper was an essential raw material for new industrial trajectories at the end of the century. Particularly polluting methods of extraction were employed by the mining company, which consisted of burning iron pyrite in the open air to obtain iron, copper, and sulfur. Surrounding cities and agricultural land were literally devastated by sulfuric acid, resulting from the 270 metric tons of sulfuric anhydride and sulfur dioxide released each day into the atmosphere during the extraction process. The fumes were sometimes so strong that the Rio Tinto company had to lay off its workforce. Arguing that there were no alternatives to their modus operandi, the company's directors preferred to pay damages to local property owners, who were obliged to accept them. International trade spurred on rapid industrialization in particular regions in Asia. Meiji-era Japan, stimulated by the state and supplying the military, surpassed 1% of the world's industrial production in 1897, making the country a veritable paradise for polluters. Industrialization similarly intensified in British and Dutch colonies in Southeast Asia and Oceania. One famous example was the exploitation of the Lyell Mountains in Tasmania, where an extremely polluting copper mine was opened in the 1890s. Other coal-based industries sprang up throughout the British Empire, albeit on a much smaller scale than in Britain itself. In the Commonwealth colonies, where populations were steadily growing, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, immigration, interior exploration, and railway lines supported and maintained expansionist projects, and stimulated the opening of vast copper and tin mines. As mining declined in Britain, this prompted a labor migration. British engineers and several tens of thousands of out-of-work miners left Britain, and flocked to operate these new mines and lend their expertise. In India, where Indian capitalists reclaimed the domestic textile market previously under the control of foreign industrialists, the first large-scale factories opened in the 1860s in Bombay, cotton, and Calcutta, jute. In 1914, with 6 million spindles and 260,000 workers, the textile industry in India was ranked 6th in the world. The Tata family had also established an impressive steel company. Once the Suez Canal opened in 1869, Bombay became a key port in the British imperial system and international trade with London, Manchester, and Glasgow. At the turn of the last century, cotton manufacturers employed almost 80,000 workers in Bombay, or 10% of its population. Industrial smoke affected the already vulnerable working class, as well as the not insignificant class of untouchables, made up of a majority of rural migrants who returned to their villages for seasonal work, and at the end of their lives. According to British experts convinced of their own superiority in these matters, The extent of the smoke observed in Calcutta was in the first place the fault of poor quality coal in India, and in the second the incompetence of local builders. In the peripheral spaces of capitalism's world system, pollutions varied greatly depending on local economic structures and how well each country managed to integrate new global dynamics. In Latin America, industrialization first expanded to meet the needs of Europeans. Hence the development of the mining sector and the rapid growth of the food processing industry between 1880 and 1914, sugar refineries and packaging plants in Cuba, flour mills and refrigeration plants in Brazil and Argentina. European investments also extended into the Ottoman Empire, with France financing operations at the Erogli coal mine along the coast of the Black Sea, while numerous large spinning factories equipped with steam-powered looms appeared in the 1890s. In Salonika, industrial fumes became the symbol of a contested European presence, believed to be the root of the decline of ancient artisanal and cottage industry crafts and nature's degradation. In Africa, although some initiatives were boosted by various states, as was the case in Egypt, they remained precarious. Only South Africa, as part of the British imperial system, saw rapid growth following the gold rush in the 1880s. It became the world's leading gold producer. Vast mines contaminated the environment with mercury. Changes at the end of the 19th century signaled the emergence of new trajectories and profound spatial rearrangements of industrial dynamics on a global scale. Industrial firms were also reshaping themselves as a result of these transformations, becoming more international in their outlook as they broke into foreign markets. This new context reconfigured territories of industrial pollutions and shaped a fin de siècle atmosphere in which intensifying international competition served as backdrop. New materials emerged, like specialty steel and non-ferrous metals, zinc, lead, aluminum. Innovative sectors, such as electricity, which began to remodel how energy was organized, stimulated production. And chemistry reconfirmed its place as a vital sector of the economy. The chemical industry's new frontier. The latter half of the 19th century marked the consolidation of the chemical industry. From 1830, organic chemistry no longer referred to the chemistry of animal and plant substances, but rather to that of carbon and its compounds, as a result of coal's dominance. The boundary between organic and inorganic compounds became blurred to the point where it was possible to produce both through synthesis. A historic turning point was reached when German chemist Friedrich Wöhler synthesized urea in 1828. Thereafter it was possible to supplement resources found in nature, particularly where natural supply was limited. Research by French chemist Marcellin Berthelot furthered advancements in synthetic chemistry when, between 1850 and 1865, he reconstructed methane, methanol, and benzene from their elemental building blocks. In 1860 he wrote La chimie organique fondée sur la synthèse, considered one of the Bibles of this new discipline. Between 1860 and 1910, the number of known organic compounds grew from 3,000 to 140,000, offering a substantial quantity of new substances to the industry, most of them carbon-based, but also introducing new forms of pollution. The second half of the century saw the introduction of chemical treatises, university chair positions, and laboratories. Famous chemists such as Justus von Liebig in Germany and Berthelot in France trained future generations of chemists in an environment that worked at the interstices of university research and the industrial world. Science mingled with industrial and commercial interests. Chemists were also strategically linked to public policies to ensure the survival of the production model, where industry's financial stakes would always outweigh questions of public health or environmental protection. Even though this alliance between industrialists and public bodies differed from country to country, chemical engineering, for example, had more trouble establishing itself in France than in the United States, or in Germany. It was always a key point. Chemists turned professional and quickly organized themselves into learned societies such as the Chemical Society of London, 1841, the Société de Chimie de Paris, 1857, and the Russian Chemical Society, 1868. All of which devoted much of their efforts toward industrial practice. Manufacturers also created their own societies, like the Manufacturing Chemists Association in the United States, founded by a group that produced sulfuric acid in 1872, the Verein Deutscher Chemiker in Germany, 1877, and the Society for Chemical Industry in the United Kingdom, 1881. In France, however, the Société Industrielle de Chimie was not established until 1918, motivated by the Great War and the mobilization of science in the service of the nation. The chemical industry's centers of gravity shifted toward Germany and the United States. When it came to squeezing value out of industry's unwanted wastes, the German companies reigned supreme. Major companies such as Bayer, Herscht, and BASF were all founded at the beginning of the 1860s. In 1913, for example, Germany was producing 85% of the world's manufactured dyes. Across the Atlantic, 170 small chemical factories in the United States only employed 1,000 workers in 1850. By the advent of the First World War, its chemical industry had become the second largest producer. It boasted 67,000 employees, and trumped even Germany in certain sectors, such as sulfuric acid production. The Belgian company, Solvay, expanded to the United States, initially opening a soda ash plant in Syracuse, the first factory to integrate industrial chemistry, followed by another in Detroit in the 1890s. Some of the biggest American enterprises, many of which would become the worst polluters of the 20th century, were established near the end of the 19th century. Dow Chemical opened its doors in 1889. Monsanto followed in 1901. A third conglomerate, DuPont de Nemours, founded in 1802 as a gunpowder mill, began to branch out into industrial chemistry at the end of the century. This background explains the rapid development of industrial chemistry and the devastation it wrought on the environment. Coal chemistry offered particularly significant opportunities because of its varied compositions and the potential to exploit it for financial gain. The dyeing industry did not delay in taking full advantage of this. Morvain was the first synthetic dye and was discovered serendipitously in the 1850s when sulfuric acid was mixed with aniline taken from coal tar. However, these new dyes, which were replacing plant tinctures and metal oxides, were also the origin of many contaminants. For example, one of the first aniline dyeing factories was built near Basel around 1860, and in 1863 the owner was brought to trial over polluted waterways caused by industrial pollution. He was forced to sell his factory and leave the city. As a result of this incident, the Prussian government required manufacturers to dispose of their waste in the North or Baltic Seas, to the great displeasure of Dutch authorities who complained about this practice. The Rhine, whose flow and depth were thought sufficient to dilute the remnants of chemical residues, consequently became one of the most important sites for the chemical industry in continental Europe, and one of the most polluted rivers on the continent. In 1875 more than 500 factories lined its banks. Most were German or Swiss. No other river in the world had previously been so overrun by the chemical industry. The great range of chemical products used by the processing industry spread to control economies the world over. A diverse range of manufacturers including but not limited to glass, soap, textile, metallurgy, and wallpaper, as well as tanneries, became dependent upon sulfuric and hydrochloric acid, as well as caustic soda, chromium, arsenic, mercury, borax, and other substances. This guaranteed an indefinite demand. Sulfuric acid remained the key product. It was the most powerful and stable of mineral acids, and as lead chambers became more efficient, more of it could be produced. Thus it was produced in huge quantities. 90,000 metric tons in France in 1867, and 1 million metric tons by 1913. France was the world's fourth largest producer behind the United States, 2.1 million metric tons, Germany, 1.7 million, and Great Britain, 1.1 million, but well ahead of Italy, 410,000 metric tons. Production increases were a good indicator of the chemical industry's growth globally. It was needed to manufacture artificial soda, Leblanc process, without doubt the most polluting sector of the 19th century with its significant emissions of hydrochloric acid, whose vapors were extremely corrosive to the skin, eyes, and respiratory and digestive tracts. The chemist Anselm Payen, an enthusiastic promoter of this sector during the Second Empire, conceded that the acidic vapors attacked buildings' metal hinges, and condensed in leaf stomata, which immediately dried up and fell off. Traveling through the air, they exert a pernicious influence on the health of populations living in their path. As the Leblanc process spread after 1825, Leblanc soda factories reached their apogee in Europe in the 1850s. Great Britain dominated the market, employing close to 20,000 workers near Bristol, Birmingham, Glasgow, and of course in the Liverpool area, in St. Helens, Widnes, and Runcorn, where they literally devastated the surrounding areas. Along with hydrochloric acid, the waste produced was impressive. Around Liverpool in 1862, for every 280,000 metric tons of soda produced, soda factories emitted almost 4 million metric tons of gaseous, solid, or liquid residue, 500,000 metric tons of which were toxic sludge containing, amongst other things, calcium sulfide, calcium hydroxide, and other bituminous products. The countryside was desolate and for the first time forced the British government to legislate on chemical pollution, Alkali Act, 1863. Similar issues arose in Belgium. In 1855, a government inquiry commission measured 850 cubic meters of hydrochloric acid emitted each day from factories near Namur and noted the detrimental effects on workers and locals alike. Although caustic soda factories were built away from city centers in Widnes, Namur, and Marseille, pollution was such that the industrialists were forced to consider other modes of production. The Belgian chemist Ernest Solvay derived sodium carbonate from ammonia through a simpler, more cost-effective method, which released far fewer pollutants into the atmosphere. It replaced the Leblanc process during the 1890s and completely reconfigured the chemical sector. In 1913, around 1.8 million metric tons of caustic soda were produced, much more than the 120,000 metric tons produced using the former method. By 1901, there was only one Leblanc soda ash factory left in France, near Marseille. By the eve of the Great War, the Solvay Company was the largest chemical group in the world, with a network of 32 subsidiaries in the United States and Europe, employing 25,000 people. Even though the Solvay process did not emit foul odors or acidic gases, it did produce large quantities of sodium chloride, which was often dumped into rivers, creating a new pollution cycle. In Lorraine, which became part of Germany in 1871, Jews, 1879, Sarralby, 1885, and throughout the Meurthe Valley, caustic soda factories quickly contaminated waterways, rendering the water unfit for human consumption in Nancy and Sarregu mines. In Sarralby, the Solvay Company was forced to pay damages in the amount of 100,000 marks to the city to finance the drilling of new wells after its factory contaminated the water supply. Another branch of the chemical industry was the manufacturing of new metals, of which aluminum was one of the most important. With large deposits in the Earth's crust, aluminum does not exist in its pure form naturally. Its refinement involves a complex series of chemical reactions. Aluminum's emergence reveals the unprecedented alliance that developed during the second half of the century between the state, scientists, and industrialists. The first step in aluminum production involved extracting aluminum oxide from bauxite, and then transforming the oxide into aluminum by means of electrolysis. Examined in great detail in the 1850s, this new metal became, even more so than zinc, the new, modern version of semi-precious metals that was stable, pure, light, and malleable. In 1854, the chemist Henry St. Clair Deville, with support from Napoleon III, began production of aluminum at one of Javel's factories in Paris. Another chemist, Henry Merle, owner of a soda ash factory in Cylindres in the Gard department in southern France, extended production at his establishment to include luxury items. In the 1880s, the electrolysis process, patented simultaneously by Paul Héroult in France and Charles Martin Hall in the United States, prevailed. However, the Bayer process, named for the German chemist Carl Joseph Bayer, offered an easier means of production from aluminum oxide extracted from bauxite, by treating the oxide with caustic soda. In 1889, the French Electrometallurgical Society, SEMF, began to manufacture pure aluminum and various alloys. Production was energy-intensive, and as a result was often located in alpine valleys in order to take advantage of more economical electric power, first in Switzerland, and then in Frogues in the Isère department, the Maurienne and Tarentaise valleys, as well as the Southern Alps, and the Pyrenees. In 1900, 5,000 metric tons of aluminum were produced worldwide, provoking concomitant pollution on a much larger scale than before. 35 to 50 kilograms of fluorine, a highly toxic gas, were released per metric ton of metal produced. The Parisian manufactories, Javel, Gentilly, Nanterre, quickly provoked significant complaints pertaining to the proximity of factories to hydroelectric power stations and bauxite mines. The history of aluminum factories in the Maurienne Valley, led by Pescini, is entangled with environmental disputes by farmers and foresters whose livestock and trees were affected by fluorosis after 1895. Bee and fish populations were also decimated, while corrosion of factory windows was also notable. In 1905, farmers were awarded substantial compensation. In 1839, a new chemical process, the vulcanization of rubber, was introduced and was equally responsible for many future environmental contaminants. Vulcanized rubber was used in myriad products, shoes, waterproof clothing, lab equipment, and others, and became increasingly important with the advent of the automobile. Michelin, 1889, in France, and Goodyear Tire and Rubber, 1898, in the United States launched their competition for worldwide supremacy in tire sales. In 1909, Bayer began to produce a synthetic rubber. In fact, the list of extremely polluting manufacturers continued to grow. The list would not be complete without mentioning the synthesis of nitrocellulose, 1846, and celluloid, 1870. Both were highly flammable. The latter served as a staple for photographic and cinematographic film. Also worthy of note was Payen's work on the extraction of cellulose from wood, which revolutionized the papermaking industry, but at a high pollution cost. Similarly, after 1900, the first petrochemical products, for example, petrol, kerosene, phenol, formalin, and bakelite, challenged and overwhelmed coal-based chemistry's stranglehold on industrial dominance. The agrochemical industry. Industrial chemistry also began to transform agricultural practices. Growth in city populations and resulting stresses on urban systems meant that traditional, organic fertilizers such as manure, liquid manure, and urban waste were insufficient in accommodating growing demands for food. Moreover, agronomic science cited nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, the famous magic formula NPK, the acronym representing the chemical symbol of each of the three elements respectively, as the best solution for the Earth's needs. Ancient practices were first usurped by the provision of natural fertilizers, such as guano, excrement of seabirds comprised of the aforementioned three key elements, imported to Europe after 1840. After 1870, Europe doubled its imports of fossil fertilizers, such as sodium nitrate from Chile and Peru, phosphates from Florida and the Maghreb, and potassium from mines in Alsace. Worldwide trading of these fertilizers is an example of one of the many one-sided ecological exchanges that enriched the emerging industrialized powers, while at the same time inflicting massive environmental damage in the countries that provided the resources. Between 1840 and 1880, Peru exported close to 13 million metric tons of guano to Europe and North America. Around 1900, Chile produced two-thirds of all fossil fertilizers consumed on the planet. These substances paved the way for the introduction of man-made fertilizers by virtue of having already replaced traditional methods of recycling organic matter locally. With the rising cost of guano and other mineral-based fertilizers, combined with diminishing reserves, a need arose for the chemical industry to produce fertilizers. Agricultural science was at the helm of this movement. In the eyes of numerous agronomists, primarily Liebig in Germany, chemistry was supposed to create an agriculture based on the capitalist manufacturing model. For agronomist and chemist Pierre-Paul Deren, agricultural science's mission should be to increase output, an honorable goal worthy of the greatest efforts, since its success will reduce the number of human creatures who suffer from hunger. But the addition of chemical products, such as fertilizers, was more widely accepted in Great Britain than in France, where from the outset its advances were challenged. Country farmers were very wary of these expensive products, and in 1847, the Annales de Hygiène Publique de Médecine Légale mentioned an example of cows having been poisoned after consuming clover in a field treated with ashes from metal factories. In 1858, the press reported that in some departments in the north of France, farmers were being harassed by fertilizer merchants who claimed that their chemical concentrations were more efficient than mere manure. The Société Impériale d'Agriculture that had carried out trials to investigate such claims, warned against the use of these concentrated fertilizers, which according to the Société would in no way replace manure. Confronted with popular doubt, chemists and industrialists promoted their new products by disparaging farmers and their so-called archaic and conventional practices. In France, the agronomist Louis-Nicolas Grandot decided that one way to overcome farmers' reluctance was to educate them about the products in simple terms. In Germany, experimental agriculture stations served as part of this acclimatization. Many publications also denounced the farmers' obscurantism. The director of the journal Des Fabricants de Sucre, Journal of Sugar Manufacturers, wrote in 1886, "Chemical fertilizers permit us to control farming the land, while manure allows the farmland to control us." Of all the artificial fertilizers, phosphate, rich in phosphorus, was the most important. In its natural state, phosphate was found in bones, and was difficult to use in agriculture due to its insoluble nature, not to mention the limited supply of bones. In 1842, the English chemist John Laws treated bones containing phosphate mineral with sulfuric acid to obtain a high-performance fertilizing agent, superphosphate, which he developed at his experimental farm at Rothamsted Manor, and then at his factory at Deptford Creek, a suburb of London. Prior to 1880, superphosphates were predominantly used in Great Britain, 600,000 metric tons. In comparison, only 100,000 metric tons were used in France due to a popular mistrust of superphosphates, as well as a recurring problem of fraud surrounding the quality of these products. Even if the amount of chemical fertilizers used globally in the last 20 years of the 19th century remained comparatively small to that of the 20th century as a whole, their use was already wholeheartedly entrenched in the United States and Europe. Companies like Saint-Gobain invested in an American model of superphosphates production. In 1892, a plan was established to build 15 factories and, by 1906, the factories in Bordeaux and Montluçon were each producing 60,000 metric tons annually. In Marseille, the Schloising company produced chemical fertilizers, and in order to promote its business it launched a newspaper called the Gazette des Champs, intending to convert the agricultural world to the ideas of progress. Its salesmen also carried jars of its products with them to give demonstrations. Thus, the movement to promote chemical fertilizers was launched. Controversies surrounding their use were quelled by La Culture Intensive Illustrée, Intensive Culture Illustrated, an educational newspaper published by the Société Nationale d'Encouragement à l'Agriculture, founded in 1880 based on an equivalent publication for industry. The newspaper was in print between 1901 and 1914. Germany, Denmark, the Netherlands, and Belgium applied the greatest amount of fertilizer per hectare. The United States was Europe's main provider. Synthetic nitrogen dates from the beginning of the 20th century. The synthetic production of ammonia through the fixing of nitrogen in the air provoked a race and lively competition between European and North American chemists. The famous Haber-Bosch process, named for its two inventors and developed between 1909 to 1913, finally won out in Germany. It provided an artificial nitrogen fixing process, which was cost-effective in producing not only nitrogen fertilizers but also various explosives, which became more important with the march toward war. This decisive innovation was industrialized in Germany during the Great War, before it was eventually used to develop a new, intensive, agricultural model based on chemical inputs. By introducing these into the soil, with only some being absorbed by plants, these fertilizers resulted in a steady source of new pollutants, which would not be properly understood until later in the century. Nitrogen dissolved into nitrate in water. Excess nitrate polluted waterways and groundwater tables through eutrophication. The process was further exacerbated with the addition of superphosphates. Figure 4.2. Poster for the promotion of chemical fertilizers, Société Saint-Gobain. Source: F. Hugo Dalizy, 1896, Paris, Bibliothèque Nationale de France. During the 19th century, the Saint-Gobain Company, a former glass and mirror factory, became a major producer of new chemicals and fertilizers. Mixing the sight of peaceful countryside and smoking plants, perceived as a pledge of prosperity, the advertising poster tries to reassure the public and promote the new products for agriculture, which were initially perceived with suspicion. In addition to this artificialization of soils came the first insecticides, another unwanted byproduct of the chemical industry. The word insecticide appeared in France in 1838, and was then applied to a product in 1858, before being adopted into English in 1866. Arsenic and sulfur compounds received the most attention, and agronomic research on insecticides enjoyed support from the highest spheres of state and academic science. The chemist Jean-Baptiste Dumas was the best example. Production was stimulated by the phylloxera crisis, which decimated European grapevines during the 1870s. Several synthetic products were recommended in vain, including naphthalene, a product of carbon synthesis, carbon disulfide, and even potassium sulfocarbonate. However, it was not until the First World War, or even the Second World War, that insecticides were put into widespread use. Between 1830 and 1914, pollutions increased considerably while changing shape as industrialization progressed. Spread less thinly, concentrated more in cities and industrial basins, or pushed to the outskirts of town, pollutants provoked more complaints locally as they posed more of a risk. Coal and chemistry were the two pillars of the new industrial world, and even before the Great War, which accelerated chemistry's rise to dominance, chemical industries had become powerful multinationals with the ability to impose their definition of what constituted toxic products, and to suppress protests against them. However, in those countries still undergoing industrialization, where nuisances continued to accrue, the general population, experts, and authorities were hardly passive. As industrial acclimatization won over the elite and their experts, complaints became widespread and debates on the risks of contamination increased. Even though many scientists and economists promoted technical solutions with a view to reducing the number of nuisances, civil societies and various states sought ways in which to limit and control their effects. 5. Expertise in the face of denial and alarm. The responses to the pollutions of the 19th century, the uncertainty surrounding physical and chemical phenomena, the close relations between experts, industrialists, and public authorities, and the growing public acceptance of industrialism, all seem to contribute to playing down the potential harm. The contaminations produced by lead and its carbonate, white lead, a common white pigment used in paints, perfectly illustrates the difficulties of experts and populations in understanding the period's risks. Lead poisoning, from the solid form, dust, or steam manifested itself in several different industries, mines and foundries, to be sure, but also glassworks, printing, and building. Although lead production was a very old activity, controversy about the harmful effects of white lead intensified when it enjoyed a crescendo in popularity and became a fundamental feature of the new industrial society. The 19th century witnessed a growing cult of white, a symbol of cleanliness to cover the walls, if only to hide the black soot encrusted there. After 1830, Holland lost its monopoly. Great Britain, Belgium, and France, and later the United States, gradually became primary manufacturers and the number of white lead factories increased. For example, while its production was virtually insignificant in 1830, French manufacturing rose to 10,000 metric tons in 1850 and 25,000 metric tons in 1914, mainly in Lille, where about 20 factories were in operation. On the eve of World War I, nearly one-third of the lead extracted or imported in France was used to make white lead. The danger of white lead is well known. A less toxic substitute, zinc white, was developed at the end of the 18th century. But its harmfulness was denied and it was never banned because certain authorities and industrialists were intent on protecting their lead-producing activities. Expert authority, the legitimacy of which was built up in industrializing Europe in relation to public regulations, could no longer be treated simply as the rising force of liberating knowledge. Scientific knowledge was an interested actor. Many recent studies reveal the links between expertise and the invisibilization of risk. The analyses developed by North American historians of science shed light on the complex chronology of this story, which encompasses economic, scientific, social, and political issues. They demonstrate that environmental debates were rarely independent of economic and market interests. While technical and legal expertise was recruited to solve the economic development versus pollution equation, the result invariably meant subverting the latter's importance. Figure 5.1. White lead factory in the United States. Lithograph by William H. Rees, 1847. The deleterious effects of white lead on workers have been hotly debated by health experts since the 19th century. After 1850, the United States asserted itself as the leading producer of lead carbonate. The Harrison Brothers plant in Philadelphia produced a very diverse range of chemicals, from metal oxides to acids. This type of plant was at the root of the chemical contamination of environments. Even if the local, temporal, and sectoral situations varied, the role of expertise, whether of a physician, economist, scientist, engineer, or administrator, remained consistent. The expert promoted the idea of a benevolent and universal knowledge detached from local secrets and arcane artisanal practices. Such applied knowledge was designed to serve the benefit of the state and of industry. In concerns over contamination, the dominant medical expert was the hygienist, who completely exonerated industrial emanations from any responsibility in health crises. Meanwhile, the political economy encouraged the continuous development of those same productive forces. But the industrial era was deeply ambiguous, and many people challenged the apparent absurdity of promoting economic and industrial growth over human welfare. Pollution became an aphoric symbol of big industry's excesses. As environmental warnings and protests arose, new knowledge emerged with them, notably an incipient form of ecological science. Hygienism and expertise. Faced with pollution's scientific unknowns and uncertainties, hygienists became the main actors responsible for assessing their effects and working to contain them, at least until the last third of the 19th century. Public health recruited from various disciplines in the process of responding to the new threats. Medicine, Pharmacy, chemistry, public administration, and statistics were brought into collaboration to make up modern public health, even if its institutionalization as a field of knowledge operated slowly and very differently from country to country. In the 1830s, a community of hygienists organized itself in France around the Annals of Public Hygiene and Forensic Medicine, AHPML. Thanks to the prestige of its members and the consistency with which it produced new findings, the journal acquired a considerable influence in Europe, putting France at the new discipline's vanguard before a public hygiene movement spread internationally. In practice, public hygiene in France remained the remit of health councils, renamed Hygiene and Public Health Councils in 1848, and from then on were ensconced at the departmental level under the prefect. These were responsible for conducting the investigations of polluting workshops and factories, as well as monitoring and overseeing them. The Paris Council was home to the highest academic authorities, and dominated the architecture of French public hygiene discourse. Such familiar luminaries as Parent Duchatelet, Louis-René Vierme, Étienne Paraset, Jean-Pierre Darcet, and Payen were members. In fact, half of the members of the drafting committee of the AHPML were on the Health Council. Hygienists influenced health policy throughout Europe. For example, in 1842 in England, the reformer Edwin Chadwick, former secretary to Jeremy Bentham, wrote his report on the sanitary condition of the laboring population. This work was influenced by the French hygienists and served as the inspiration for the General Board of Health, 1848, the importance of which he managed to impress upon the British government, as a means of better organizing local health authorities. The learned community mixed doctors, pharmacists, chemists, industrialists, and administrators, without really identifying disciplinary boundaries. For example, Payen, who ran the large chemical plant in Grenelle just outside of Paris for more than 50 years, where he produced, for example, sal ammoniac, sodium chloride and lime, sugar, bitumen, which made the site one of the most important foci of industrial pollution in the capital, was an academician, renowned chemist, and professor of industrial and agricultural chemistry at the École Centrale, the most prestigious engineering school in France. In 1842 he joined the Hygiene and Public Health Council of Paris, where he sat until his death in 1871. As such, Payen was one of the most influential councillors in hygiene and embodied the proximity of industry and chemistry to health expertise. Even if public hygiene promoted a more objective kind of expertise, freed from economic interests, that gained power and momentum over the course of the 19th century, when asked to report on pollution, hygienism was unmistakably a form of industrialism. The paradox was apparent. As an instrument of government committed to industrial novelty, population growth, and technical progress, public hygiene tended to acclimate nuisances by reassuring public opinion. The real modus operandi of the new expert councils was primarily, according to Alan Corbin, to reassure, to diffuse anxiety aroused by stench. The optimism they evinced toward harmful practices was based on confidence in the advance of chemistry. By skillful propaedeutics of technical progress, the experts on the councils succeeded in getting neighborhood industry accepted. Elsewhere in Europe, in Italy, Belgium and England, similar processes were taking place, inasmuch as doctors were becoming more specialized in hospital practice or as general practitioners, leaving room for chemists to participate in hygienism. Of course, the hygienist doxa remained tempered by numerous local contingencies. In many instances, doctors managed to direct the hygiene councils and proved to be more reluctant in reconciling public health with the new industrial realities. Where doctors and not chemists retained control over health councils, there was a tendency in their recommendations to curb the establishment of particularly polluting or dangerous industrial establishments. A brief investigation of white lead illuminates the archetypal ambiguity between knowledge and power in 19th-century pollution concerns. In the 1830s, the Clichy factory, founded in 1809 by the well-connected chemists and colleagues Jean-Louis Raud and Louis-Jacques Teignard, dominated national production. Regularly alerted by the hospitals that received the factory's workers suffering from lead poisoning, the Paris Health Council visited the plant several times between 1830 and 1836, drafting reports and instructions prescribing the ventilation of the workshops and better hygiene for the workers. The reports, however, never attributed a causal link between lead manufacture itself and illness. In 1835, Henri-François Gautier de Claubry, one of the council's chemists, criticized the negligence of workers rather than the danger of lead. A large number of attempts have been made to reduce such accidents. Preservative masks and a host of other similar means have produced no results, because of the discomfort they pose to the worker, and the laborer's obstinacy against taking any precautions which are the most in their interest. The Dutch manufacturing process, though less dangerous, was denigrated by the French experts, mainly out of sheer patriotism. Denial of the problem prevailed. Having studied this controversy closely, Judith Reinhorn shows how the invisibility of the white lead problem and its harmfulness depended on the economic market and the industrialist paradigm in which hygienists were entrenched. In 1845, L'Atelier, a workers' paper, and other critics castigated the Clichy factory as a human abattoir. Convicts, the needy, the hungry, and the elderly without resources were its primary victims, pushed into what amounted to a death sentence amid the cry of lead. Quote, a prohibition decree was signed by the French state in 1849, but it was quickly abandoned. The interests of the manufacturers outweighed the protection of the workers. An administrator from the Seine department briefly outlined the stakes in 1852. Prohibiting white lead would be wrong, because it ran contrary to science. Further, a ban would favor fraud and immoral smuggling, which would result in a considerable deficit in the public treasury. In the name of science, which cannot be restrained, and imperatives of competition, the state must not intervene by prohibiting a product certainly dangerous, but above all very useful. Until the 1900s, the white lead industry flourished in Lille, founded on the promise of technological change and the lack of regard shown for the labor force. Based on statistics, public hygiene matured during the 1840s, under the influence of the physician VMA. He resisted environmental factors as the primary cause of disease or mortality. Rather, he focused on social conditions, concentrating on the misery and immorality of the working classes. Despite the debates it provoked, social inequality theories in the face of death and disease dominated. It raised demands for higher wages and shorter hours of work, especially for children, but without questioning the organization of work and its influence on health. The transition from medical topography to hygienist inquiry, that is to say, the shift from environmental etiologies to the examination of social conditions and forces, reinforced the link between industry and health progress. Living conditions were the new foundations of health, and these conditions were supposed to improve with industrial development. The workers became in some way responsible for their misery and their poor health. In his famous investigation of the textile industry, commissioned by the Academy of Moral and Political Sciences, VMA observed that the workshops are not exposed to these alleged causes of insalubrity. This new etiology subsequently spread throughout Europe. In Belgium, it was universally accepted by the medical elite, even though still in the 1840s, industry was far from being recognized as that token of health defended by the Parisian hygienists. During the second half of the century, however, Belgian industry hewed more clearly to this vision. Medical and chemical perspectives on pollution remained all the more ambiguous as industrial emanations were often regarded as having disinfecting properties. Some were even deemed beneficial for public health. Many testimonials attributed antiseptic virtues to factories' fumes. Even at the end of the century, it was not uncommon to find authors affirming that the smoke was rather more useful than harmful for the exposed population, because it reduced in particular the risks of malaria. For example, the Catholic University of Lyon professor, James Condaman, praised the hygienic virtues of the waters from the nearby Giwaya River, polluted by the dyeing industry. These waters, saturated with acids and tannic materials, he proclaimed, would prevent typhoid fever and contribute to sanitizing the river. Industrial smoke promised similar benefits. If it darkens our houses and fills our apartments with dust, he argued, at the same time it saturates the air with tar atoms, the inhalation of which is good for health. However, the neo-Hippocratic model of linking diseases to miasma and environments remained a powerful concept. The 1832 cholera outbreak that shook the European continent helped to reactivate interest in this older notion for a time. In Manchester, faced with concerns over smoke deaths in the 1840s, doctors were quick to launch investigations. Local organizations that opposed smoke also used the available statistical data to correlate the rise in pollution with increases in respiratory diseases. In 1866, Manchester's medical officer of health, John Lee, asserted that the excess mortality observed in the city was the result of its flawed atmosphere. Many testimonies from the Victorian period involved air pollution in the development of respiratory diseases and rickets, but also some mental diseases. Although these assertions, which were difficult to prove, were generally rejected by industrialists and authorities anxious not to slow down industrial progress, arguments warning against the dangers of smoke were increasingly common and consistent. Amid ubiquitous fears of race degeneration across Europe, experts were more concerned with the role of water pollution in the spread of diseases after 1850. Workshop hygiene and water and air quality surveys gained in significance in the emerging international debate. The scientific standards for distinguishing polluted water from drinking water appeared at international hygiene congresses, the first of which was organized in Brussels in 1852. Between 1876 and 1907, 13 international congresses on hygiene and demography were held in European capitals, followed by one in Washington in 1912. Doctors, engineers, and chemists debated various topics, including assessments of the severity of pollutions. In this context, the physicians André Justin Martin and Jules Arnault proposed in 1889 measures to reduce pollution from industrial residues. Around 1900, many doctors and biologists more explicitly denounced the dangers of fumes to human health. In England, Albert Rollo Russell called into question the relationship between smoke and the high urban mortality rates in the British capital in his book, London Fogs, 1880. Similarly, Parisian doctors frequently evoked the spectre of fog in Manchester and London. A few years later, in France, surveys were launched to measure the degree of air pollution in Paris. These studies marked the introduction of pollution as a term used by chemists in discussing the atmosphere. As a prerogative of the state, public health was transformed into health science. In 1879, the New Journal of Hygiene and Sanitary Inspection, published by the New French Hygiene Society, testified to the rise of health concerns. A decree of the Young French Republic of 1884 entrusted the Advisory Committee on Public Health, set up in 1872, with the task of studying the urban water regime. A laboratory was established in 1889. The body was charged with overseeing water quality in order to limit such epidemics as malaria, typhoid fever, and cholera. After 1890, municipal health offices were established, while in the United States physicians also gradually acquired more authority over public health issues. Results from the German Dr. Louis Ascher, who investigated the increase in lung diseases in the smoky districts of Stuttgart and conducted laboratory experiments by subjecting animals to industrial fumes, circulated widely. In 1906, the Journal of the American Medical Association reported on his work. In 1907, two American doctors simultaneously published the results of their investigations proving the links between industrial fumes and health conditions. The works included compiling a large body of data collected in Europe, and concluded by asking the federal government to intervene to reduce pollution. At the same time, however, hygiene was also undergoing a radical transformation due to the microbiological, or Pasteurian, according to the name of its French champion, revolution. The Frenchman Louis Pasteur and the German Robert Koch discovered and explained a microbial world, in which tiny organisms propagated and affected the body. They also found that it was possible to control microorganisms and considerably reduce human mortality by means of prophylactic precautions. These new understandings dramatically reshaped previously understood links between health and the environment. By implicating these small, invisible organisms as prime disease vectors, medicine diminished the importance of environmental factors and the impact of pollution. After 1890, international health conferences promoted the principle of bacteriological evidence in epidemiological investigations. The International Office of Public Hygiene, OIHP, established in 1907, ratified the creation of a permanent network of hygienic surveillance. Microbial pollution, the expression first appeared in the 1890s, restructured the hierarchy of concerns about industrial nuisances. The new microbiology seized more and more expert attention, occupying a central place in the hygiene battle. The function of Pasteur Institutes merged research laboratory and training center, but they also became factories manufacturing chemical products required by doctors. The lab at Lille was a good example. Inaugurated in 1898 and directed by Albert Calmet, it participated in improving sugar and beer manufacturing processes. At the same time, it supported the application of chemical fertilizers to agriculture and engaged in water purification in response to pollutions derived from industrial discharges. The microbiological turn altered the role and nature of expertise in the treatment of pollution. But still, at the end of the 19th century in industrial circles, the hygienist remained arbitrating counsel balancing several interests more than a true defender of public health. To wit, in 1883 the physician Léon Poincaré, father and uncle of the famous mathematician and President of the Republic, began a report on caustic soda manufacturing with the following declaration: if it is a duty for hygienists to protect public health against the dangers created by industry, it is also for them to protect the industrialists from the unfair attacks that sometimes public passions mount against them. The political economy of nature, where doctors and hygienists sought to reconcile the preservation of public health and the imperatives of production, engineers, harnessed in service of the political economy, were exclusively focused on encouraging industrialization. The economic sciences, charged with thinking about manufacturing activity and guiding the action of governments, explored methods of stripping economic growth away from its natural constraints and taking unprecedented possession of the world through science and technology. This industrialist obsession concentrated its enthusiasm for increasing wealth, largely overshadowing its negative effects. A transition was taking place. In the 18th century, physiocracy read the land and its resources as the foundation of economic wealth. Over the course of the new century's first decades, classical and then neoclassical economists transferred notions about the wealth of nations to work and capital. The models of David Ricardo and Thomas Malthus at the beginning of the 19th century extended the work of Adam Smith and insisted on natural limits to the expansion of production. But after 1830, further justification for industrialization demanded an escape from the Malthusian trap, through the development of international trade and the establishment of a new energy system based on the increasing use of machinery and fossil fuels. This was an important conceptual revolution. The new, steady-state spectrum focused on nature's ability to provide sufficient resources and materials to allow the expansion of production, but the issue of environmental consequences, in the form of waste and discharges, received little consideration. Pessimistic theories about the inescapable depletion of land and energy were continually marginalized. Dominant in the West, the new political economy recruited physics to solve the study of material flows devoted to the optimization of utility. According to the new paradigm, this was the only way to improve the human condition. It reflected a worldview that contributed to rendering pollutions invisible and altogether inconsequential, as well as eclipsing the sufferings inherited from the aristocratic past. More than ever, from 1830, liberal economists and social reformers, such as Saint Simon's followers in France, enthusiastically lauded the Promethean mastery of nature. This constituted nothing less than a new era of continuous improvement. The object of industry, so claims the work, the doctrine of Saint Simon, is the exploitation of the globe. That is to say, the appropriation of its products to the needs of man. In accomplishing this task, it modifies the globe, transforms it, gradually changes the conditions of its existence. It follows that through it man participates, apart from himself in some way, in the successive manifestations of divinity, and thus continues the work of creation. From this point of view, industry becomes a form of worship. This episteme deeply permeated 19th-century world visions. The glory of industry, a term that now referred to manufacturing's transformative activities, triumphed in different schools of thought. The word, industrialism, was also spreading, alongside socialism. The latter also promised material progress and praised manufacturing work. In spite of certain doubts expressed by Charles Fourier as well as by Karl Marx, the machine became a source of hope, which contributed to the concealment of the predations engendered by industrialization. In both languages of progress, the environment was converted into an indefinitely reproducible commodity. Far from appearing as threats and sources of nuisance, the large industrial automatic machines and their chimney stacks that emitted fumes evoked prosperity. Paradoxically, they were the guarantors of health and sanitary cities and countrysides, because they eliminated dirty pockets of antiquated and broken artisanal craftworks. In comparison, the major steam and chemical industries, as well as their new products, including rubber, zinc, aluminum, white lead, and synthetic substances, were valued as hygienic. The grime and the stench from the older practices of working with organic materials were regarded as archaic and far more polluting. At the dawn of the 1830s, the Scottish economist and chemist Andrew Ure offered a remarkable illustration of this point of view. In his Apologia for Large Factories, described as rational and clean spaces where everything is dedicated to order and productive efficiency, Ure argued that the enormous automatic manufacturing has become an object of the first desire to mankind all over the globe. He did not hesitate to write that, it is no uncommon thing in Manchester to see engine boilers equivalent to the force of from 200 to 300 horses generating their steam without any sensible smoke, while the mismanagement of heat in smaller and older breweries of London frequently dissipate the fuel in such black clouds. In the rhetoric of most economists, social observers, and many workers, industrial fumes were celebrated as a sign of progress and employment. In 1841, the Irish essayist William Cook Taylor exclaimed, "Thank God, smoke is rising from the lofty chimneys of most of them. For I have not travelled thus far without learning, by many a painful illustration, that the absence of smoke from the factory chimney indicates the quenching of the fire on many a domestic hearth, want of employment to many a willing labourer, and want of bread to many an honest family." In fact, blue sky over Manchester became synonymous with a general strike, putting the proletarian population in an awkward precarity. This tension highlighted some of the city's contradictions. Although an association for the prevention of smoke emerged in 1842, it struggled to mobilize the workers in its support of better air quality. What can we do? The young journalist Angus Bethune-Reach asked about Manchester's smoke-caked skyline. In his investigations published in the Morning Chronicle in 1849, he noted, "Purify the air, and you will deprive the inhabitants of bread." The sinister machine must continue to function, otherwise hundreds of thousands of people will starve. Throughout the industrializing world, such nuisances were perceived as a necessary evil, while the resolution of industry's social implications became a universal preoccupation. At the end of the 19th century, Eugene Lebel, the head of a movement of fishermen opposed to pollutions in the Somme, recorded the response of an industrialist to a mayor who had decided to file a complaint against the pollutions emanating from the industrialist's sugar refinery. "If I hear of you," the industrialist warned, "if a complaint is made to the administration, I will send all the workers of your commune home immediately, employees at my factory, and I will tell them that it is your fault the measure has been taken." Such employment-related blackmail and infatuation with technological progress frequently prevented any hint of intervention. Genevieve Massard-Guilbeault has called this representation of the industrialist world a smoking chimney culture, which captivated and dominated Europe and North America and helped make invisible the damage imposed by progress. Engineers, who gradually replaced hygienists as the primary experts and managers of pollution, were even greater champions of the industrialist imagination. Already a powerful body at the beginning of the 1800s, they continued to professionalize at the intersection between industry and the state. In France, the École des Mines, the École Centrale, the Conservatoire, and the École des Arts et Métiers trained the technicians of industrial development. The Annales des Ponts et Chaussées, Annals of Bridges and Roadways, 1831, became one of the new and most important sounding boards for the new engineering profession, alongside the Annales des Mines, Annals of Mines. Throughout Europe, engineers were initially responsible for the safety of steam engines and gasometers, and then by extension the many mechanical textile industries. The pollutions emanating from the mechanized factories led to the foundation of industrial hygiene after 1860, a discipline that appraised the internal health of workshops and factories. The engineers' confidence in techniques never seemed to have been shaken by protests and complaints. They sought first to adapt the workforce to industrial processes and to play down workers' pathologies. The number of engineers increased rapidly in Germany as in the United States, where the number grew from 7,000 in 1880 to 136,000 in 1920. Their influence was reinforced by their numerous publications, their professional associations, and their technical skills, all proof of a credible expertise. For them, the reduction of fumes and the treatment of water were first and foremost a technical matter and an engineering problem. The development of pollution control devices, in comparison, offered financial opportunities for the business community. Economists and engineers were instrumental in naturalizing pollution and creating a worldview that valued industrial landscapes and their aesthetics. In Belgium, between 1850 and 1855, a team of lithographers gathered by the publisher Georges Jeruzet made more than 200 images of the country's main industrial sites. These lithographs of the New World offered a characteristic representation of the cult of progress and hope stoked by industrial capitalism's emergence. Similarly, in France, the engravings of illustrated periodicals, Le Magasin Pittoresque, 1833, L'Illustration, 1843, Le Monde Illustré, and, later, the popular works such as Les Grandes Usines by Julien Turgeon, beginning in 1859, or Les Merveilles de l'Industrie by Louis Figuier, 1873-1876, spread the industrialist creed. All of these representations in the technical and mainstream presses praised the machine, the ordered spaces, the factory's large interiors, and their placement in the landscape, all from flattering, almost idyllic, perspectives. In these press and publishing images for the general public, chimneys often emitted smoke, and black plumes were sometimes haloed with the words, work, or prosperity, in business letterheads. How could it be otherwise? Far from lamenting nuisances and damage to landscapes, travelers visiting Le Creusot, like the engineer Gaston Bonfont, extolled the dynamism and benefits of these omnipresent fumes. This visitor is impressed with the heaps of smoke that spread into the atmosphere, polychrome smoke intertwined with red and blue, yellow, white, light gray and dark gray, and rising to above the city, to whom, distributed in bizarre patches, it forms like a halo which has its eloquence, and which even has its own poetry. Chimneys everywhere, of all heights. Industry is alive and breathing, powerful and continuous, testimony of a ceaseless and prodigious work. This stranger expected to find the city sad and black, a population bearing the marks of exaggerated toil and insufficient wages. On the contrary, he finds a clean and cheerful city, a population whose appearance proclaims ease and moral tranquility. Figure 5.2. View of the Japy metallurgical factory at Beaucourt, au Rhine. Source: Julien Turgan, Les Grandes Résines, Volume 7, 1888, 264-265. Toward a Science of Pollutions. Faced with pollution, the industrialist ideology mixed denial with scientific uncertainties. Rather than orchestrating a conspiracy of silence, industry practiced a long-standing refusal to build knowledge. At the beginning of the 19th century, sensory experience, through smell and sight, and direct observation were the extent of evaluating pollutions. In the 1840s, Chadwick considered, for example, that the speed with which laundry hung outdoors was dirtied was a good indicator of the degree of urban pollution. However, as the century progressed, tools for measuring air and water quality improved, and devices for estimating the degree of contamination of a particular environment were disseminated. In 1846, two chemists carried out measurements of toxic gases over the course of several days and at different distances from the Deuze plant in Lorraine, one of the largest chemical complexes in France. Some 28,000 metric tons of salt, 4,000 metric tons of sulfuric acid, 6,500 metric tons of soda, 1,000 metric tons of lime chloride, 3,000 metric tons of hydrochloric acid, and various other chemicals were refined and manufactured annually. The scientists collected dew, placed litmus paper, which changes color according to acidity, and wet glass plates at different points, and analyzed harvested products using chemical reagents. Their conclusions unequivocally stated that abnormal acid compounds were present throughout the industrial plant and its surrounds, noting that these unexpected results have contradicted generally accepted opinions. Their methodology was sound. In Belgium, it inspired the War on Chimneys of the 1850s. While measurement is a tool for liberal societies, the purity or harmfulness of substances is the subject of permanent controversy. Christopher Hamlin has studied the developments of this science of impurity in Britain, where water analysis techniques testified to new relationships between science, administration, and public health. The supply of clean water was based on scientific experience at a time when urbanization and rising consumption by city dwellers required that pipelines and tanks be built and maintained by municipalities, and monitored by a complex battery of sophisticated instruments. In 1841, for example, the Scottish chemist Thomas Clark developed a measure of water hardness by foaming an alcoholic solution of soap in water in order to evaluate its composition in mineral salts. This so-called hydrotimetric process was subsequently adopted in continental Europe, but the measurement of organic matter present in water remained the subject of lively debate among chemists. In France, a vast survey in the 1850s, ordered by the Minister of Agriculture and Trade Jean-Baptiste Dumas and led by the geologist Saint-Clair de Ville, evaluated the quality of the waters of the country. That of urban waters in particular was of great concern. After 1880, a strictly chemical analysis of water was conducted through bacteriological analysis, and the Advisory Committee of Public Health came to define drinking water as that which contains no mineral, organic or artificial, capable of harming any organism that absorbs it. However, to counter the heroic narrative that interprets the rise of bacteriology and lionizes Pasteur and Koch as pioneering a new era of science, succeeding a dark, pre-scientific age, it is important to recall the many uncertainties that persisted in the study of components and contaminants. How do toxic products transform and dissolve in air, soil, or water? How do they interact with plants and other living things? The scientific literature on the effects of industrial pollutants on environments remained limited. Expertise was, at best, incomplete and partial. In 1883, the Dr. Poincaré still denied the responsibility of the Solvay soda makers for the fish kill that struck the Meurthe River. Instead, he mistakenly attributed it to small parasites coming from the sewers. Be that as it may, toxicology and bacteriology became professionally established disciplines in the second half of the 19th century. This was equally and importantly the case in the colonial world, where public health dictated the actual beginnings of the chemical analyses of elements imported from the West. As a result, after 1870 chemists became regularly consulted experts in India. At that time, German scientists were also beginning to discuss pollution thresholds and the capacity for rivers to purify themselves spontaneously below a certain level. This was an essential notion with a normative function, since it made low-dose pollutions acceptable rather than having pollutions completely banned. Moreover, with the chemical industry dominating global production, more industrialists were infiltrating the field of scientific expertise to counter disputes and promote doubt and uncertainty. This was particularly the case in the synthetic dyes industry, where industrialists encouraged multiple investigations that only muddied the debate and benefited their interests. In 1886, the Verein zur Wahrung der Interest der chemischen Industrie Deutschlands, German chemical industry advocacy organization, was founded. It emerged as a powerful lobby that promoted the idea of industrial self-regulation in water pollutions and challenged, often successfully, the severity of the nuisances its production efforts released. They absolved manufacturers of any responsibility for pollutions, even in cases where zoologists noticed the destruction of all organic life near the factory discharge areas. In the global and dynamic understanding of the functioning of potentially altered natural environments, what about ecology? The term was coined in 1866 by the German biologist Ernst Haeckel, and its first institutionalized forms were in place around 1900. The first work of scientific ecology was published in 1895 by the Danish botanist Eugen Warming. Translated into English in 1909 as The Oecology of Plants, an introduction to the study of plant communities, it summarized the main traditions of 19th-century botanical geography, and examined the factors that influence plant communities such as heat, light, humidity, soil composition, and animal presence. Warming's efforts laid out the research program that influenced the first generation of ecologists, and modeled the emergence of new concepts for understanding the living world. However, ecology's emergence was considerably slowed by the Linnean tradition, which stressed that nature was the product of divine wisdom and providence that human activities could not alter. As one Aviron botanist observed at the end of the 1830s, nature's admirable foresight restores the equilibrium every day, and constantly fights against human industry, which tends to destroy the wild species. Over the course of the century, other models, transformism then Darwinism, competed in positing phenomena and dynamics of species adaptation according to the principle of adaptation to circumstances. In particular, Lamarckian transformism placed environmental influence at the center of its model of analysis, making his followers the first scientists to develop experimental ecology research. This new approach stressed the influence of the physical environment on plants, as practiced at the Fontainebleau Plant Biology Research Station, created in 1890. If, by environment, the naturalists were more interested in altitude or climate rather than pollution, some nevertheless observed the environmental devastations caused by industry, and sounded the alarm. In 1886, English botanist Mary Eliza Joy Howes published Roux in Herbe, or Flowers that Thrive in London Gardens and Smoky Towns, a book that meticulously recorded plants that resisted the worst smoke pollutions the industrial cities could offer, and those that on the contrary suffered, such as roses. Atmospheric pollution mobilized naturalists and lovers of birds and plants, first in Great Britain where the cult of Green England appeared quite early, but also in France, where the Society for the Protection of Landscapes was created in 1901. The issue of climate imbalance caused by carbon emissions was also raised by the Swedish physicists Svante August Arrhenius in 1896. Widely translated and discussed in Europe, his work anticipated reflections on the greenhouse effect and the accumulation of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, and pointed at coal combustion as a major source of the problem. The international scientific circulations of the 1900s definitively show that the idea of global warming produced by industrial wastes was a topic of discussion before the Great War. Louis de Launay, a French mining engineer and member of the French Academy of Sciences, concluded one such article on global coal reserves with a warning. To produce some 8,000 billion mineral fuels, how much plant matter needed to be left to decompose, very accidentally preserved from combustion over the course of geological time. The day when this carbonic acid has been restored to the lower layers of the atmosphere by our factory chimneys, what changes, of which we already have the early symptoms over the large industrial cities, will not fail to be realized little by little in our climates. These early scientific reflections on the consequences of industrial pollution were the more localized birthright of the territories that endured the pollution. But scientific knowledge from the West filtered throughout the rest of the world thanks to imperial expansion. In the colonies, environmental degradation was blamed on neglect by the native populations, on the archaic nature of their production processes more than on the effects of a still embryonic industry. After 1830, the military and some colonial administrators set up a narrative attributing the destruction of the environment to the uncivilized and backward, native, and to their harmful practices rather than to new industrial rationales. In the colonial rhetoric, which required that nomads become sedentary to better assist their integration into the market economy through the establishment of private property and rational farming methods, the civilizing process aimed to restore the environment, to protect it from practices deemed archaic. This imperialist vision associated industry with modernity and hygiene, but it was hardly a universal mandate. The concepts of pollution and purity were still understood quite differently across space and cultures. In India, for example, European hygienists promoted a water purity regime based on their secularized science, but it contradicted the local and long-standing perspectives shaped by moral and religious conceptions, and far removed from European techniques and major infrastructures. Crisis of industrialist expectations. The intimate and inextricable marriage between industrial production, political economy, and engineering and scientific expertise was also accompanied by multiple warnings and denunciations, which swelled in number and severity over the decades. The apocalyptic descriptions of smoky cities and the condemnation of industrial waste were common across the political spectrum. Romantic and conservative authors both castigated pollutions, and so did many Republicans, radicals, and socialists, not to mention the residents of industrialized areas, the first victims of polluting discharges. They frequently excoriated not only the New World's ugliness, but also its social and environmental ravages. Following Tocqueville's eloquent descriptions of the new industries, horror intertwined with fascination in many of the travel stories from writers of the Romantic Age. For example, in The Rhine, 1839, Victor Hugo was struck by the industrial landscape of Liege and its monstrous activity. At the foot of the dark and wooded hills, towards the west, two balls of fire glare and glitter, like the eyes of tigers, while from an orifice, 80 yards above your head, issues a fierce flame, which glances over the neighboring rocks and forests. A little further on, at the entrance of the valley, is a yawning furnace, which, when occasionally opened, sends forth volumes of flames. These are the forges. The whole valley is filled with what appear to be the craters of volcanoes in eruption. Some emit immense clouds of red vapor, glittering with sparks. Others define upon their reddening glow the dark circumference of an adjoining village. In other places the flames are distinguished through the aperture of some misshapely edifice. This warlike spectacle, seen in time of peace, like a frightful copy of devastation, is illustrative of the progress of industry, and the vast enterprises of Cockerell. The spectacle is indeed striking. The scorched and smoky workmen howl like hydras and dragons at their terrible occupation, as if tormented in that heated atmosphere by the demons of hell. In England, John Stuart Mill painted an equally overwhelming panorama of Yorkshire's industrial works, where chimneys spewed disgusting substances, every volcano erupts its odious contents. In France, the feminist and socialist Flora Tristan denounced London as the monster city and the necropolis of the world. In her travelogue, she closely associated environmental and social damage. In London, one draws gloom with every breath. It is in the air, it enters at every pore. There is nothing so lugubrious, so spasmodic as the look of the city on a day of fog, rain or bleak cold. When one is in the grip of such influences, one's head is heavy and aching, one's stomach has trouble functioning, breathing becomes difficult for lack of pure air. Though it only existed on the fringes, because the subject matter rested outside dominant areas of interest and expectation, painters also engaged in portraying industrial civilization. In England, William Turner was one of the first to exalt the whirlwind of industrialization. But if such paintings as Rain, Steam and Speed, The Great Western Railway, 1844, are conflicted though energetic representations of the steam civilization, his work was hardly a denunciation of pollution. Rather it was more an exaltation of Promethean techniques. During the century, the motif of the factory in the landscape became commonplace, especially with the Impressionists after 1870. Between 1899 and 1901, Claude Monet traveled to London 3 times to seek the play with light in the pollution fog of the city. The chimneys of suburban factories merged happily into the landscapes of Monet and Alfred Sisley, and countenanced scenes of elegant promenades along the Seine. Although Vincent van Gogh's factories at Asnières, 1887, extended beyond the painting's frame, they remained carefree and their fumes were light and unforeboding. Georges Seurat's dark pencil drawings, 1882-1883, offered a more circumspect view of the industrial suburbs in formation. As a counterpoint, Ernest-Jean Delahaye's The Gas Factory at Courcelles, exhibited at the Salon of 1884, testified to the grueling nature of the work. The care devoted to the depiction of noxious vapors does not in any way tarnish their suggestive force. Across the English Channel, the rejection of harmful vapors was common in nostalgic Tory circles that had championed Green England, but also amongst certain workers and radical quarters that included the denouncement of environmental degradation caused by smoke with their social criticism of mechanization. For example, in the publications of the Chartist movement, which mobilized in favor of universal male suffrage, mention of nature polluted by smoke was a recurring theme. From 1838 to 1852, essays and worker poems published by the Chartist newspaper Northern Star denounced such nuisance. Even the very stars seemed troubled. With the mingled fume and roar, the city like a cauldron bubbled, with its poison boiling o'er. After reform efforts failed, the Chartist movement championed a return to the land and the promotion of nature as an escape from the insalubrity of the factories. The rhetoric was profoundly democratic in its politics, but Andreas Malm also identifies gestures of a proto-environmental movement. Among workers, pollution issues were closely linked to the types of organization surrounding production and labor's inherent occupational health risks. In 1846, L'Atelier published a petition of 200 foundry workers denouncing the miasma-laden atmosphere in which they worked, and demanding a reduction in the hours of work in order to breathe 2 hours of clean air. Faced with industrial transformations and their impacts, the ruling class's enthusiasm for industrial progress did not completely override social anxieties, nostalgia, or the revolt of the middle classes and certain elites. Many stakeholders feared the new threats and dangers of science-based industry. In the 1850s in France, the pamphleteer Eugene Huzza announced the end of the world by science. The physician François-Vincent Raspail, an ardent Republican and hostile to the cloistered and exclusive world of the scientists, was equally vehement. He was also relentless. From 1845 to his death in 1878, he railed against the industrial poisons and castigated the cursed factories. Trade plays with arsenic and corrosive sublimate, as it does with molasses and potash. They are dissolved in vats and dye boilers, which boil over to flow into streams, wells, sewers, and rivers. Through evaporation they corrupt the atmosphere up to 10 leagues, and the poison thus arrives as a public health issue by dint of drinking water, food or digestible drugs, breathable air. And finally there are public calamities in all forms of death. And industry brings back, with brilliancy, the most disastrous epochs to public health, but the most flourishing for the commerce of medicine, pharmacy, and the administration of funeral convoys. By the end of the century on the other side of the Atlantic, in New York, as in dozens of other industrial cities in the United States, middle-class reformers mobilized to fight against pollution and to purify urban air. Associations, frequently led by women, emerged, such as the influential St. Louis Women's Organization for Smoke Abatement or the Chicago Citizens Association for the Prevention of Smoke. They collected funds to pay lawyers and inspectors to investigate factory emissions, fight against unhealthy industries, and put pressure on industries that resisted regulation. In this so-called progressive era, these middle-class urban women confronted pollution, which they argued contravened the Victorian values that intrinsically linked cleanliness with prosperity. By mixing aesthetic, moral, and hygienic considerations, the reformers worked to obtain the support of the local authorities. The decades leading up to the Great War were marked by an increase in alerts and warnings, a proliferation of disillusionment with industrial developments, changes in science, and new products. In England, growing disenchantment with industrialization seized the intellectual elites, inspiring a new literature infatuated with disaster and the end of the world. The socialist and anti-industrialist tradition prompted by William Morris, John Ruskin, and Edward Carpenter condemned the evils of industrialization, and especially the fumes that vitiated the air of cities. Nostalgia for the rural England of old, now an endangered place, was rooted in an explicit rejection of the proletarian and miserable city. The writer Edward Forster defended a naturalistic romanticism that resisted the modern impulse toward over-artificialization. At risk was the critical link between man and the natural world. Some members of parliament expressed indignation that the countryside surrounding the soda factories is destroyed for miles and becomes a desert. The expansion of industrial capitalism into the 20th century, with its new technologies, including electricity, chemistry, telephone, wireless telegraphy, and the internal combustion engine, and the upheaval of national hierarchies they inspired only caused further disconcert. Such a brave new world, often seen as polluted and unhealthy, generated further anxieties about alienation and loss of control. Fears surrounding race degeneration became a concomitant obsession that nourished xenophobic discourse and jingoistic nationalism. Ultranationalist and Catholic writers often linked the rejection of immigrants and the denunciation of big industries polluting nuisances, considered to be the two great threats to the nation's purity. In his novel The Invasion, 1907, which described the influx of Italian immigrants to Marseille, the writer Louis Bertrand gave free rein to xenophobic stereotypes while strongly condemning the pollution that corrupted the landscape. These industrial hells, which burn and which incessantly puff under the eternal fog of the asphyxiating fumes, vomited in big broths by the glassworks, the lead smelters, and the sulfur refineries. Dystopian stories also proliferated in this context, often making industrial fumes an irresolvable contradiction and typic marker of the industrial age. In France, for example, the novelist Anatole France published The Penguin Island, 1908, an apocalyptic satirical narrative in which the future is dominated by artificial air, in unlivable cities, and perfected machines, serve as the cause of an alienated population. In the British novelist Richard Jefferies' After London, or Wild England, 1885, a cataclysm brings about the collapse of modern industrial society and returns humans to a pre-pollution state of wild nature. As a counterpoint to the ever-increasing industrial influence, the theme of returning to nature, a melting pot for environmentalism, subsequently spread throughout Europe. In the German Empire, this phenomenon was particularly poignant and structured itself around the so-called life reform movement, Lebensreform, 1892, which attracted artists but also followers of vegetarianism, naturism, and natural medicine. In 1900, above Lake Maggiore in Switzerland, a small cooperative of vegetarians created Monte Verita, a community that focused on alternative lifestyles, promoting especially a future based on simplicity and free from the toxic artifacts of modernity. In France, this aspiration appeared in a brief anarcho-naturist movement, which emerged in the 1890s, composed mainly of artisans and craft workers whose industries were in crisis, and united around harsh criticisms of the manner in which the industrial world alienated workers and destroyed nature. Henry Sisley, one of its leading figures, damned the fumes of the factories, the continuous deforestation, and the infected air, stained by foul smells coming from the factories. These are the causes of the disturbances of the atmosphere. In many pamphlets and articles, Sisley continued to denounce the impoverishment of Mother Earth, who can no longer sustain us without the help of chemical fertilizers. For these authors, human history was a story of decadence, where pollution and waste were among its most telling symbols. Complaints and social struggles. The dangers of pollutions also provoked more violent mobilizations from workers and the factory's neighbors. These social struggles were rarely well coordinated and largely invisible because they were localized and usually relegated to peripheral areas. In France, the regulatory framework put in place in 1810 and the commodo and incommodo procedure favored the expression of these complaints, which the administration archived with care, and which Genevieve Massard-Guilbeault has studied closely. The individual letters or collective petitions sent to local authorities expressed fears over bad odors, signs of rotten disease, and concerns over the questionable color of water contaminated by industrial residues. In the north of France, fishermen and brewers who depended on clear water frequently complained about the effluent discharged from potash factories and sugar refineries. The waters, they claimed, could only be compared to shoe polish. Quarrels between industry and its neighbors were ubiquitous. An example among 1,000 others, in Dijon in 1859, a confectionery manufacturer wishing to install a steam engine faced opposition from a neighbor who demanded that this type of equipment be kept outside the city. A few years later, while a mining engineer reassured the public that the inconvenience would be minimal, the inhabitants of the district, owners, coffee makers, pork butchers, carpenters, clerks, vintners, manufacturers of vinegar, watchmakers, and even the Sisters of the Visitation, protested collectively to the prefect against the damage caused by burning coal. A stinking and thick smoke, as well as an enormous quantity of dust and dark matter, which ruin the atmosphere and get into the respiratory system, are detrimental to public health. The same dust, carried away by the wind, continually penetrates homes. Even when all openings are closed, it dirties the goods and furniture of a whole popular district and causes considerable damage to the neighbors. Often even the residues are carried by the air before their complete combustion, fall all inflamed in the attics which surround this manufacture, and can become a cause of fire. Such protest rhetoric was based on subtle strategies aimed at generating the compassion and interest of the authorities by establishing legitimate demands. The rhetoric often articulated a defense of health, appeal to the public good, risk of financial harm, and even calls for the respect due to honorable inhabitants. In 1848, the inhabitants of Le Roux near Marseille opposed a plan to install a chemical plant that threatened to transform an entire district into a desert by destroying a neighborhood covered with gardens and pleasant homes. They denounced the factory that had fought its way into their midst despite their complaints, their alarms, their opposition. This was a problem. Industry tramples on the laws of the nation. Even at Le Creusot, a space entirely dedicated to the Schneider industry, residents in 1908 complained to the prefecture about the extent of black or yellow, stinking smoke that made the air unbreathable, tarnished the silverware and caused vomiting and respiratory tract disorders. This case would probably have been quietly ignored and lost to history if it had not mobilized the physician Félix Martin, both senator of Saône-et-Loire and resident near the plant. In Belgium, similar mobilizations were common in 1848 against the zinc factories, for example, and the harmful emanations, which were already killing the trees and creating massive wastelands. In England, the protests of the landed aristocracy, gentry, and municipal authorities were heard at the opening of the first soda factory in Liverpool in 1823, and then increased to become a national issue during the 1860s. In response to these protests, the British Parliament created the Alkali Act of 1863. On the other side of the Atlantic, pollution opponents argued that bad odors constituted a threat to the nation. Despite many similarities, strong national specificities typified the course of action taken. While the movements that burgeoned from civil society in England and the United States played an important role, such mobilizations remained weaker in Germany. Such distinctions could be attributed to the attitude of the authorities and to the different structuring of relations between state and civil society in each country. Economic context and social standing of both protesters and industrialists also influenced the intensity and character of disputes. The organization of stakeholders also mattered. For example, fishermen spearheaded numerous challenges to pollution. In protecting their own economic interests, they became both watchmen and sentinels of water quality. In 1888 in Belgium, fishermen's associations were born simultaneously amongst the working classes in Ghent and Liege. The number of such groups quickly multiplied well beyond the country's two main industrial centers, and a central society was created as early as 1890 in order to establish remedies to water pollution. Where the initial concern focused on engaging workers to protect local food resources, the threat to fish created an ever broader context or opportunity for fighting against the pollutions themselves. For example, in 1890 the Liege Fishing Group mobilized against the alteration of the waters of the Vestry by the wool industry. The struggle became more radicalized in the following decade. In 1905, a new society was created in Brussels to fight against unscrupulous industrialists who dump the residues of their plants and factories in rivers, canals and tributaries, poisoning not only thousands of kilograms of fish but also on occasion bringing death to local residents and livestock. Doctors and scientists were often in the vanguard of these associations, which tended to broaden their objectives, following the model of the Dutch Association Against Water, Soil, and Air Pollution. In 1908, the former Angling Society of Airshow and its surroundings became the League Against Water Pollution, before morphing in 1913 into the Association Against Water, Soil, and Air Pollution. The issue received considerable visibility at the Universal Expositions in Brussels, 1910, and Ghent, 1913, during which the Central Fishermen's Society published a general map of polluted rivers in Belgium, where the streams of the Scheldt and Meuse basins were marked in black, indicating a permanent contamination. The working classes, laborers and peasants alike, had neither the means nor the resources to oppose industrialists. In Great Britain, for example, costs of legal action, the only remedy, remained prohibitive. More generally, it was difficult to obstruct pollutions when livelihoods depended on the preservation of industrial activity, however toxic. This was especially difficult in a hypermasculine labor culture that delegitimized complaints. Except on rare occasions, labor had no audible voice. There were no codes or negotiating contexts in which workplace nuisances could be reduced, which further internalized popular acceptance of pollutions as a part of everyday life. In the Roux, the working population was largely immigrant. No mass protest movement developed against an evil that appeared in equal parts necessary and fatal. As one inhabitant in 1919 recalled, "We were totally fascinated by the size of the big industry and by the gigantism and the genius of human efforts. We accepted the poisonous fumes of the iron and steel factories as something inevitable and almost no one complained." For all that, the rise of unions gradually provided workers with some political power and a platform to air their concerns. In the 1860s, workers' delegates at the World Expositions began to discuss the risks of poisoning, especially from the deadly dusts in which workers were immersed. In a popular conference devoted to hygiene in 1867, the worker El Barbier beseeched his companions to guard against the organic disorders so often produced in factories and workshops, against the poor condition of the premises, and against the use of unhealthy substances. As in the trade unions, occupational health was frequently invoked at socialist congresses devoted to hygiene issues. The 1889 Workers' Congress of Paris demanded the prohibition of certain kinds of industries and certain methods of production prejudicial to the health of workers, while another congress organized at the Lyon Labor Exchange in 1894 required the prohibition of the use of any industrial process recognized as irreparably harmful to the health of workers. These demands aroused rebuke from some doctors, such as Henry Napier's, who highlighted the irony: to remove the dangers of an industry by removing the industry itself is a somewhat crude economic process, even a little childish. The railways cause accidents. Must we return to the stagecoaches? Quote, workers' organization deepened against such attempts at dismissing labor's interests. At the end of the 19th century, the Painters' Union in France demanded a complete ban on white lead. Similarly, the National Federation of Factory Workers in the matchmaking industry of the state succeeded in prohibiting the use of phosphorus, which caused necrosis of the jaw, in the manufacture of matches. Subsequently, phosphorus was banned throughout Europe between 1898 and 1906. The General Confederation of Labor, CGT, 1895, inscribed the suppression of professional poisons on the agenda of its first congresses and recruited the Bonnef brothers, celebrated journalists sympathetic to labor, to conduct an investigation into the subject to convince public opinion. In Parliament, the socialists tried, however unsuccessfully, to introduce a law on occupational diseases that would complement an 1898 law on industrial accidents. The Great War and its imperatives introduced a sharp inflection in the positions taken by unions over health in the workplace. Reform legislation dealing with reparations for occupational diseases prevailed after 1918. The fight against industrial poison subsequently disappeared from the General Confederation of Labor's agenda. Nevertheless, while the question of pollution at work undeniably emerged in the claims and the trade union movement before 1914, it remained secondary in relation to those of wages and hours of work. In some situations, however, the extent of pollution sometimes resulted in mobilizations turning violent. In August 1855, popular unrest broke out in the Lower Samba region in Belgium against caustic soda factories accused of decimating the potato crops. Since their establishment in the 1830s, farmers and landowners have been wary of the new industry, which they feared would upset their crops, livestock, and health. Regularly dismissed by industrialists, mining engineers, and doctors convinced that the acid discharges were innocuous, village complaints became increasingly vociferous alongside increases in emissions. A riot eventually broke out during the summer of 1855, spurred by scientific debate and severe socio-economic tensions that accompanied the collapse of the old, proto-industrial activities in the Belgian countryside. The insurgency against pollution was akin to food riots. The protesters denounced chemical factories controlled by local dignitaries and accused them of starving the people by destroying crops. Placards in various parts of Namur proclaimed "Death to the hoarders" and demolished the chemical factories. The scale of these protests turned what had been a local dispute over a chemical nuisance into a vast, national controversy that forced the state to intervene. At the dispute's boiling point, hundreds of rioters stormed the factory before being violently repressed by the army, killing 2 people. In 1910, local residents of the Calanques inlets near Marseille also mobilized in defense of the natural beauties of the Provençal coast, which were under assault from the activities of the multinational chemical company Solvay and its soda factory. Social networks merged around currents of regional identity to confront the faceless industry. The writer Frédéric Mistral supported the protest. Indeed, some 50 cultural and sports associations organized a mass demonstration of 2,000 people on March 13, 1910. The event would serve as a place of remembrance for subsequent mobilizations during the 20th century. Another riot, of greater magnitude, without a doubt the most significant, ecological, revolt of the period, broke out on the site of the copper mines in the village of Rio Tinto, near Huelva, in Andalusia. As early as the 1840s, sporadic complaints about mineral processing methods, which destroyed vegetation and affected public health, were registered by the Spanish state. The situation worsened with the arrival of British capital in 1873, which altered the scale of production. Opposition to the copper mines organized, its strength lay in its capacity to unify a diverse array of actors around the same protest. Big landowners gathered under an anti-smoke league, Liga Antifumista, alongside peasants and immigrant workers. The charismatic anarchist militant Maximiliano Tornat succeeded in mobilizing the workers by linking the protests against pollutions to more usual wage demands. Confronting upper and lower classes in opposition to the mine, the Spanish state and the medical elite of the country joined forces to defend industrialist interests. This only crystallized agitation against perceived social injustices and the iniquities of the powers having made the choice to sacrifice the general interest for the benefit of a few. Moreover, the English presence united the disenfranchised and the landowners against the foreign capitalist aggressor by playing on the sensitive chord of patriotism. At the beginning of 1888, the situation intensified, and on February 4, during a demonstration which consisted of nearly 15,000 people, the army opened fire. More than 100 people were killed, 48 officially, making this dramatic event all the more exceptional because pollution had been its catalyst, one of the most violent anti-worker repressions in 19th-century Europe. On the other side of the world, workers and peasants in Meiji period Japan were galvanized by the intense industrial modernization and the pollutions of the Ashio mine, one of the biggest copper mines in the world. The rising anger manifested itself in the outbursts of violence against the monopolists during food shortages and famines. Villagers defended their rights by seeking to protect their inheritance and land ownership against big industry. In a sense, protesters were trying to scale back industrial progress by attempting to preserve older community social relations, which were threatened by toxic mines. For a long time, the miners had been asking for improvements in their working conditions. In the 1890s, these popular complaints were relayed by the deputy Shozo Tanaka, local representative of the devastated regions, on behalf of small village chiefs and middle peasants. Tanaka emerged as spokesman and champion for the peasant victims of polluting mines. In 1891, peasants organized themselves into Forum for the Salvation of Ashio, but they only obtained compensation. The fight continued at the local level and in the Chamber of Deputies. In 1896, 2,000 peasants marched on Tokyo, 3,000 the following year, and 11,500 in 1898, but they encountered police violence and dozens of them were brought to justice. In 1901, Shozo Tanaka resigned his mandate and appealed directly to the emperor by handing him a petition in which he virulently denounced the toxic leaks, which are increasingly serious because of Western-type mechanization. Against the repressions inflicted upon the protesters, the petition beseeched the emperor to work for the purification of water, to eliminate highly polluted land, and to revive the extraordinary natural wealth of the coastline, put an end to a mining industry that poisons, and permanently stop the flow of polluted water and toxic waste. The mobilization reached a national scale. 800 academics from across the country traveled to Ashio to support the protest. Opposition to the mine increased after the Russo-Japanese War, which temporarily muted the protest. In 1907, a riot broke out. For 3 days, the workers dynamited and torched the industrial complex, and were severely repressed by the military. As in many cases, the productive imperative of modernizing the country outweighed any other considerations. Despite their resistance, most local victims were forced to leave their polluted homes. Between fatalism, resignation, complaints, and insurrections, pollutions were hardly accepted in tacit silence and the general denial of hazards that sometimes received mention. A body of knowledge and practical application was gradually and unmistakably being put in place, even if it did little to interrupt or even slow the increase in pollution. Over the course of the 19th century, the negative impacts of industry on the environment became increasingly well known. The word and modern meaning of pollution entered the popular lexicon during this period, but a political process of acculturation was also established. If the learned and intellectual elites, engineers and industrialists, chemists and economists tended to diminish the hazards and accommodate pollution so as not to slow down the advances of progress, which came to be exclusively identified with big industry, other segments of society saw in the phenomenon of pollutions the manifestation of the ambivalence of a development fraught with hazard. Between these deeply ambivalent and antagonistic interests, the state and local authorities tried to reconcile differences and pacify the deployment of large-scale industry and neighboring populations. 6. Regulating and governing pollution. The tragic events at the Ashio and Rio Tinto mines revealed just how difficult it was to effectively manage pollution and its consequences. Copper's extraction and production are particularly illustrative. Thanks to its physical and chemical properties, most notably its resistance and good thermal and electrical conductivity, pure copper and its alloys enjoyed multiple applications. Its production grew exponentially. At the beginning of the 1840s, Europe produced 35,000 metric tons of copper per year. Most of it came from Great Britain, 25,000 metric tons. Wales was the center of the copper industry. It accounted for 90% of all British copper. On the eve of World War I, production changed scale. With even more applications, particularly in the electrical sector, demand grew, leading to the development of mines and foundries in Spain, Chile, Japan, North America and, later, the Congo. Worldwide copper production in 1890 reached 280,000 metric tons. It rose to 500,000 metric tons 10 years later and surpassed 1 million metric tons in 1914, the same year production ceased in Great Britain. Copper ore needed to be cast and refined, usually in reverberatory furnaces. These complex techniques were energy-intensive and polluting. After 1850, copper foundries worked closely with sulfuric acid factories, from which they obtained critical supplies. In Wales, Swansea, nicknamed Copperopolis, provides an example of how difficult it was to reduce the environmental